3 days into Milan, and we're no closer to knowing what the Final Four will look like. Today it will be a cracker of a game. 3 teams from last year's Super Series, plus former ECL representatives, Jan Brescia. So strap yourselves in. This will be a good one. 5 matches on the way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Milan, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Like I said, 4 really big teams here today, and I think it'll be a very entertaining day of cricket. And we are starting with a clash between 2 very, very good teams as well. We've got Brescia taking on Fresh Tropical in match number 16. I can tell you that a little bit earlier we did have the toss, Fresh Tropical winning the toss and bowling. So we'll get to see Brescia batting first up. Bit of an interesting one. Doesn't feel like there's as much dew as yesterday. More about the conditions in a second. But Brescia 1-1. Had a tight win over Bergamo CC in the first match of the tournament. They went down a little bit of a surprise result where their batting did not click, went down to Cividate. So they're 1-1, but they will play 3 matches. Big day for Brescia. Of course, Brescia, they came second in the Super Series last year. That's a very good result, just missing out on ECL qualification. Fresh Tropical, though, we know that they are a very, very good team as well. And look, they probably didn't play to their potential the other day. They have a 2-1 record at the moment, but this is a bit of a crunch day for them as well against 2 very good teams. They'll play first and second today. And look, Fresh Tropical, well, actually came 3rd in the Super Series last year. So these are the 2 top-ranked teams in ECN T10 cricket from this region, and they go head-to-head first up in match number 16. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, once again, it looks really, really nice, doesn't it? Plenty of blue sky, expecting a maximum temperature of 21. Currently about 12. Doesn't feel that cold though out here, not too much of a breeze. I think it's pretty good conditions for cricket. I suppose the question is, again, this outfield, it gets still pretty long, isn't it? Hard to hit 4s, so a lot of batters going aerial. That does create opportunities. Well, we'll be on my own today, but let's head over to the commentary box and let's get ready for the first ball. News from the toss here in match number 16 is Fresh Tropical. They've won the toss. They're going to field first.
And we are ready for action. There's the Milan Cricket Ground, part of a multi-sport complex here in Milan. And it's a really nice place to be, especially at this time of the year. Beautiful conditions for cricket, 21-degree maximum and just a few wispy clouds. And looking forward to seeing how day 4 turns out. It's really competitive here. 11 sides. Don't go into 4 because only 4 will make the semi-finals, which will take place in 8 days' time now. It'll be next Friday, finals Friday. See the baseball there as well. Morning to everyone on our YouTube channel, of course. ECN European Cricket Network. Also, good morning to everyone watching on FanCode. And yesterday was a very interesting day, wasn't it? Some really tight matches. Trentino Aquila in their first match of the series, going down to Brescia CC, also in their first match of the series. Trentino Aquila kind of getting strangled first innings of the day, and Brescia CC making the target of 74 in 8.4 overs. Naveed Chowdhury really good at the end there, but they were a little bit behind at one point. Brescia CC, of course, they are former All-Italy champions that have been to the ECL last year in 2022. Trentino Aquila then pulled a real rabbit out of the hat, didn't they, in match 12. This was a golden ball game. It was golden ball 45. And interestingly, it's the first time we've had 20 wickets fall in a golden ball game. I think it's only the 3rd time we've seen 20 wickets fall in a match. Cricket Stars lost 8 for 17 to tie the game, then lost on the golden ball. That was after a collapse of 8 for 13 in the first innings. Sadiq Ali was the hero with the golden ball, only going for 1 and run out. Then Brescia CC returned against Bergamo CC, 106 to 73. The final, Brescia CC just putting that scoreboard pressure on with a 100-plus score. Yasadulu with 55 off 32. He's a player we've seen in the ECL before, likely same as Baba Hussain and Ali Raza Islam, who all made runs, so top 3 firing for Brescia CC. Match 14 came up next, and it was Bergamo CC who got back in the winners, so they've been real up and down kind of team. Baljit Singh had kind of shades of form, didn't he? 30 off 15 for him. Darashiko with some runs. Just Singh, I liked his little cameo as well. It was player of the match as well after snaring 3 for 5 in the second innings, keeping Cricket Stars to 79. Mandeep Singh, though, deserves a shout-out. 3 for 2 off 2 overs. Came on at a real pressure time. And only 15 off the last 4 overs. Cricket Stars just lost their way. But then they found their way again with a dramatic second last ball win over Brescia CC, who were kept to 92. Reasonably good holding job by Cricket Stars. And it was a super interesting finish where with 2 to come, it was 4 to tie, 6 to win. The ball was elevated towards the boundary. It went through the hands of the fielder. A drop catch dropped over the boundary. Everyone was waiting to see if it was 4 or 6. Turned out to be 6. And so Cricket Stars did take something out of the day. So you'll see them on the table here. They have a 1-2 record. But yeah, that golden ball hurt, didn't it? As for Brescia CC, they go 2-1. And looking at match number 16, which is coming up this morning, really good day of cricket ahead. Gina Brescia 1-1. They beat Bergamo CC in match 1 of the tournament, and they went down to Jivadate in a bit of an upset. Fresh Tropical, they're 2-1. Didn't play perfect cricket. Mohamed Imran comes in for them, though. He's a very experienced player. Gina Brescia bring in Mohamed Rizwan. As, I think Rizwan Tanvir as well, I should say, comes in for them. 106, 103, so it shows there's not too much between these two teams. It's a real coin flip. Gina Brescia came second in the Super Series last year, and Fresh Tropical came third. So it will be Bilal Hamid to open up for Fresh Tropical. Should be a really great day of cricket. I hope you can join us from sunny Milan. And it is time to shake, rattle and roll. Clock ticks over. Here is the first ball of day 4. Good movement. We have seen a lot of outswings. No real breeze to speak of at the moment. So the guys swinging the ball are kind of able to swing it with their natural actions. Bilal Hamid has been very good early. Openers out there for Gina Brescia. Shabazz Masood, who's facing up at the moment. And Asad Tanvir had a pretty good day on Monday. Edged and past the fielder. This may pull up. Early in the day, we have seen it be pretty slow. Having said that, compared to yesterday, it's not really as dewy, it's not really as wet. But, yeah, still, maybe later in the day, that goes for 4. So, in the end, they only get 1 off that. So Asad Tanvir will face up for the first time. Now, Dwayne's the leg side for 1. So, Bilal Hamid, pretty accurate. I mean, that's his go-to, isn't it? He's not going to give too many bad balls away at all. Masood gets an opportunity. Tries to pull this one. This has been a bit of a constant issue on this field, on this pitch, where these short balls probably not bouncing as much as some of the batters think. So they are short, they go for the pull, but a lot of these balls, not that one obviously, but a lot of them are kind of bail high or below. We've seen some stumps flying. Well, that one he had no problems with as it's lifted out of the ground. The first of the day, Maximo. 6 to Gina Brescia. He did really well to pick this up. Like I said, look at when he hits that. It's probably knee high, maybe a fraction above. But that's a really good eye from Shabazz Masood. Yeah, knee high. When it looks good, it looks really good. Couple to come the first over. This one does get through. Good comeback from the bowler. Gina Brescia, team close to my heart because they're constantly changing their shirt colours. A bit like I like to change my colours every day. They're in the red numbers at the moment. We've seen a bit orange in the past, a bit navy blue. For Fresh Tropical though, as well, they've got a very bright kit. Either going with the bright green or the bright yellow. Fitting for their team name. Well, there's the cutter. It's in the air. It's hanging. He's going to have to make a lot of ground to get there. It's quite surprising that in the first over you wouldn't have a mid-wicket in the circle. That's because they just put the deep mid-wicket back and the long on, so it falls safely. And a bit of action, a sign of what's to come. And at the end of the first over, it is 10 without loss. So not too much between these two teams. Have a look at the ground there. Yeah, like I said, it's a really nice ground to watch cricket. No doubt about it. And well, 4 teams that are very, very good cricket teams. We've got 3 teams that took part in the Super Series last year playing today. So you've got these 2. You've got Albano as well, who were in the Super Series last year. And then you've got Jadra Brescia, who were former ECL representatives back in 2019. Zahid Cheema was playing for them then, actually. And here he is, bowling over number 2. This is an outswinger, and it's going to go 4 runs. And Masood just going with the swing. As Zahid Cheema was saying, a slight niggle in his back, stemming from the last game they played. So he's probably not 100% fit. Yeah, so Jadra Brescia, not only are they former ECL representatives, but also they top the table at the moment. Cheema. That's a good comeback. It's a little bit pushed up, and I think batters make a few more mistakes on the front foot than the back foot. I want to say hello to Kroom in the chat as well. Nick Devonshire in the chat was saying, can I believe that people call him a nerd because he likes cricket? Well, I can believe it, but it doesn't matter. I think you can be pretty proud to be a nerd these days. It's I'm a self-confessed cricket nerd as well. That's why I do what I do. I think you can kind of be a cool nerd. That's probably what a nerd would say, though. This one comes in, doesn't swing, and he goes with it inside half of the bat. Running away, that will go for 4. Yeah, so it's a funny shot from Masood because he probably thinks there's some outswing coming, but it doesn't really come, and so he's probably lucky he gets that bit of bat on it, but it works out pretty well for him. Ends up with 4 runs. But yeah, if you want to jump in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you all coming in. It's a potato field to the right of field. Edged and gone. So Masood goes after a cameo of 16 and Zahid Cheema eliciting the outside edge held by Irfan Shaikh behind the stumps. Wasn't quite in the middle of the gloves from Irfan. That's good enough. But you can see there, healthy deflection. Almost a pop out, bit of an ice cream cone job from Irfan, but doesn't matter. And again, that little bit of movement. You can see some were swinging, some weren't. And a nice little steadier for Fresh Tropical, 18 for 1. Let's bring Mirza Umair to the crease. So Zahid Cheema gets the wicket. You'll feel a lot better after that. The key is, I suppose, continue to take these wickets. A new ball flying through, you can see that. There's a bit of life in this pitch, but it's not your traditional artificial surface. I think no doubt about it. Or it doesn't have as much bounce as we've seen, but the old one will take off. It does replicate a natural turf pitch in a lot of ways. It's a slight bit of variable bounce, not too much, but just a bit. It's a bit risky playing across the line. They're bringing the mid-wicket, interestingly. Javan Maharsh comes across to the leg side. So just angles in. He comes into the fray straight away. I want to say a quick hello to Danny Hudacek as well, who is off today, but I know he'll be lurking. Hello, Danny. Good morning. Should be sleeping in, actually. But Danny, after doing 3 full days, is going to take the day off, so you'll just have me today. Maybe 1 or 2 guests along the way. We'll have to see. But yeah, Danny Hudacek doing a great job through the first part of this tournament. This one doesn't swing either, and it is pounded off the bat. I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo! What a great way to get off the mark. See, Cheema hopes for some movement, but the only movement is off the bat of Mirza Umair. who's off to the races with 6. End of the second over, the score is 24 for 1. Something not the worst over I've ever seen. Did get the man that was providing the early danger. Let's have a look at the table. These two neck and neck at the moment. Ginebrescia, just the 2 matches on opening day. Fresh Tropical, played 3. Now, these guys at the end of today will have played half their matches because you play 10 matches in the group stage, and then the cut is made. Top 4 only make it. Neither of these two in the top 4 at the moment. Ginebrescia, you see them up the top. They will be taking part today. Also Albano, who are down towards the bottom. They will be playing today, so big day for them. Tanvir has only faced the 1 ball so far. Well, that's skied. Now, I don't think it's catchable. We'll have to run a long, long way. In fact, it's going to go for 4. Well, it's Nakfi that comes in. He's got a bit of pace about him, and you can see that the batter was late on the shot there. Hassan Tanvir, but lacks a fortune, and it ends up running away for 4. It's an interesting one. I'm trying to think where I put my outfielders. It's some argument maybe for a third man because a lot of balls have flown in that direction. And it is one area where they tend to run on with a bit of spin and go to the rope. Maybe instead of a long on or the deep mid wicket, deep forward square. Although the deep square comes into play now. This should be caught and it is dropped at the last minute. Well, that was a fairly simple chance for Azim Ali. He let it get a bit low on him. I think he still tried to go fingers up here. Let's check it out in the replay thanks to Spring Productions. It was skied. Whether it was an infielder or an outfielder, I think he would have been able to reach it. He's over there by Crocodile Rock. He had a lot of that, but it just slipped out the last moment. No good for Nakvi. Now, driven. Goes straight to Mohammed Imran, who's into the side. Again, former captain, nice to see him involved again. Had a really good series here in 2021, Mohammed Imran. Just not quite the same player last year, but another opportunity for him to impress. A little bit short, hit hard. More work for Azim Ali. Fields this one cleanly. And a single. You say Nakvi is a very, very important player. Fresh Tropical. You can see there's still no Amir Sharif in the lineup, which is a bit of a loss for Fresh Tropical. A guy who we've seen dominate with the bat and the ball. So Nakvi, a bit more responsibility on him. Well, this is straight up in the air, and it's Mohammed Imran that wants it. Well, there's miscommunication, but well, Imran will take it in the end. There'll be a high five, but it comes with an asterisk because really, I think that's Usman Javed was trying to pick Mohammed Imran's pocket, but it had to be Mohammed Imran's catch. It couldn't have been more to him. Have a look at Javed hunting it, saying, yeah, I've got this. And Mohammed Imran said, what are you talking about? I can't even get out the way. But the Bermuda Triangle turns out to work out for Fresh Tropical. And another wicket falls. Asad Tanvir didn't have too much of the strike, and he won't have any more of it. He goes for a 4-ball 6. And the score is 30 for 2. I mean, yeah, the tough thing here is once someone calls for it, normally you should respect the call. But I think probably Mohammed Imran called for it as well. And he's saying, it's straight to me. All's well that ends well. Awkward 5s all round. And so 30 for 2. This brings Rizwan Tanvir to the crease. Yeah, good to see him in the lineup. He's beaten the pace first up. Nakvi had a catch taken, had a catch dropped, had an edge fly away for 4. But all in all, a pretty good over. End of the power play. The score is 30 for 2. I think that is pretty much your drawn power play. 30 for the batting team, a couple of wickets for the fielding team, something for both teams. Middle overs, super important coming up. Well, because I am alone today, it becomes more important maybe to keep me company in the live chat. ECN, European Cricket Network. Mario Patel said that was a bit like the Three Stooges. Yeah, well, at least it didn't have a blooper ending, I suppose. Sikandar Abbas is going to bowl over number 4. End of the power play, so 5 outfielders allowed from this point forward. Starts with a wide. That keeps down though. Sikander Abbas is interesting because he has this natural kind of little leg cut and a lot of balls stay down. Look at that one. That really doesn't bounce too much at all. So he's a difficult guy to hit across if you're playing for a bit of bounce. Nice is in the air and almost a catch created by Mohamed Imran at cover. It's funny, they're either both there or there's nobody there. I suppose now a bit less infield crowdedness because we are out of his crease. Great take by the keeper. Just have a look at where he's batting. He's a long way out of his crease. Yeah, he better not take off there. Great work by Sharif. He just gets it in the webbing. But yeah, obviously trying to get in the front foot. Sikander Abbas, who it's a tough guy to get away. But you know what? He's a little bit unusual. This is the next ball, which is a big swing and a miss. That's what Tanvir is trying to do because he probably knows Abbas skids through. You see how he has to really get down and hit that sideways straight over Crocodile Rock before. Hello to Sundori as well. Nice to have you with us. Seems like the chat's a bit split about who's the favourite in this game. That's another one that beats him outside the leg stump. Outside the off stump, I should say. Trying to hit to leg. And I think it's because Abbas isn't giving you that much pace. The batter's a bit hesitant trying to hit him over cover. They'll have to generate it all themselves, so they're trying to generate the pace by going across the line. This time he does go over cover and it goes very well. 1 bounce 4. Cuatro carreras. Tanvir, the ultimate hit and miss at the moment, but he gets his second boundary. No real footwork, but it's just quick hands. He goes over the man in the circle, and that will be a boundary. 40 for 2 after 4. I'm going to say hello to Julian Dawson as well. Great to have you with us as well. Let's have a look at the tail so far. Tracking that 10 and over, which we tend to think is about par, don't we? Based on what we've seen so far. It's a real interesting dynamic on this field. I'll have to look at the graph, I'm sure, at some point about the run rates. Is that Nakvi coming in for another over? It's taken off middle stump. Single out to Azim Ali. Yeah, so looking at the first 3 days. First day, 9.6. Second day, 9.1. Third day, 8.8. So that's even saying probably the low 90s is par. We tended to think it might go up. Another one taken off the stumps. This should be at least 2. We'll get a fairly easy 2. Set ball stopping. It's fielded by Hassan Jamil. Yeah, so 9.2 overall is the run rate through the first 3 days. And it sounds about right. I had an inkling that it wouldn't climb above 10 ultimately in this series, even though I expect scores to maybe get a bit higher. It's a little bit short, and that one's going to fly. That's into the potato field. Maximo! This one, Tanvir is back, and he's back with the bang. A little bit too short from Nakvi. Hopes for a mistake, doesn't get it. Great shot. And the other interesting thing, if you want to talk about the first 3 days, is we've seen more 6s than 4s. So we've seen 164 6s, 128 4s. And normally, not normally, but lately, it's been very different. If you want to look back at Cyprus, for example, where it was a lot easier to hit 4s. So here, the 4s rate is 4.5 4s per 10 overs. So that is pretty low. It was over double that in Cyprus. It takes this off the stumps as well, and this will go deep. Maximo! Mirza Umair goes large. Again, Nakvi angling in at the stumps. He's basically challenging the batter, hit it or you're gone. But Mears is up to the task and he takes him out of the ground. That's the kind of length, probably a metre, just over a metre in front of the front foot. You can elevate in the air, and if you get it in the middle, you'll get the result. If you miss-hit it, chance to be caught, of course. Last ball of the 5th coming up. It's a bit shorter, drags it. Azim Ali takes the catch. So, redemption for Azim Ali. And once again, we see a batter get going, but then have to make the walk back. Because Masood was good early, went for 16 and gone. Now, Mirza Umair, 15 and gone. So they do bat deep, but certainly that brings Fresh Tropical back into it. As we get to the end of the 5th over, the score is 56 for 3. Success for Nutfi. He'll finish with 2 for 22 off his 2 overs. Yeah, so just talking about the proportions of 4s to 6s, it's quite interesting. So in Cyprus, that's the most recent series we did before here, there were 10 4s per innings and 5 Maximos per innings. So you're looking at 2 4s for every 6. And that shows you, the outfield's quick. A lot of these balls on the ground are running for 4, and obviously it's a bit difficult for the outfielders as well. Rabas comes back. So yeah, you're looking at, you can get basically 2 4s for every 6 hit. Now here, the Maximo rate's actually up a bit, it's 5.7, but there's only 4.5 4s per 6. So yeah, the difference there is you're only getting about 0.8 4s for every 6. So the amount of 6s is pretty similar, but you're just seeing here, it's a lot harder to hit those 4s. The batters are getting encouraged to go aerial, that's what we called. And so that's resulting in a lot of dismissals like the one you just saw, caught by outfielders. It does move a bit, but it's a long way outside the line. I think you've got to call that a wide. So Kandarabas won't mind that though. He's a pretty experienced customer. He'll stay to his plan, bowling outside that offside channel. And right on cue, sprays one down the leg side. So these are the interesting things. I suppose they make cricket interesting. Even with ECN, where we have fairly standard field dimensions of 50 metres from the centre of the pitch all round, you can see how much it can make a difference, what the surface is like, the grass is like, or lack thereof. And even last year when we were here, there was very little grass. If you go back and have a look at the 2022 series, we're here in July, there were water restrictions, there was a drought. Walks at him, this is into the gap though, and very good fielding from Bilal Hamid. Take on the 2 and I'll get there. But he does well, had good awareness about where the rope was, and made sure that he was able to stop the boundary. He grabs it, seeing that he's got room to move, and then hurls it in, trying to prevent the 2, but still does save a couple of runs. Another slow ball. It's called a wide, and I just can't believe it. My instinct was it did get a tiny bit of the line, but only a tiny bit. Does he move early? He doesn't move off early, really. It's a tight one, but you see batters get those calls in this form of the game. It has to be completely inside the tram line. And if there's even a little bit of that ball is on the line, it will be called. Like I said, it's only 1 run though, and Abbas will bowl it again. Let's have a quick word with the fielding captain, Zahid Cheema. We'll bowl it again. Less is more. Chance though. It was pretty tight. They won't get an overthrow because it's thrown so hard. New batter out there, Hasnat Ahmed, who's into the side. Let's have a look at this one. It's a good clean pickup. Was to his right side, meaning his left side. Would have been home, I think. So it's Javed doing the fielding. Kandarabas wicketless. Puts the pace on this time. Again into the gap, and that will be 4 despite the efforts of Bilal Hamid. So here they seem to be finding that hole pretty consistently, don't they? At deep mid-wicket. They've got the mid-wicket in the circle. Trying to prevent a 1. And Bilal Hamid was close to be able to pull that back, but he couldn't quite get the angle on it. So 67 for 3. And a slow ball. And I think he actually gets a bit of bat on this, to be honest. See what the call is. Yeah, it's called a run in the end, and the score is 68 for 3. Mike Patel saying harsh call on that wide. I agree, it was harsh, but it probably is a harsh game for the bowlers with these wide restrictions. People want to know why our wide restrictions are so harsh. It's because it's such a short game. It's meant to discourage negative bowling and overly negative bowling. So, you know, typically in T20 cricket, probably franchise cricket, if the ball's more in than out, they'll let it go. But in ECN cricket, if the ball's not wholly inside that tram line on the offside when the ball goes past the popping crease, then it will be called. And that's because we just like to see a bit more of a contest, and we like to see bowlers being forced to bowl at the batter, not around them. What are they scared of? Probably getting smashed. I can understand that. Anyway, here is over number 7, Bilal Hamid, coming back. He bowled the first. It's a pad. Oh, wow. Okay. So it's called a wide. Bilal Hamid cannot believe this. And, yeah, I mean, let's see if anything happens here. I mean, it's definitely hit the pad. The umpire just wasn't sure about it. And, yeah, Hamid, that's a genuine reaction. I think that call is standing. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're shaking it off. There you go. That's good umpiring. I think that even the batter might have owned up there and said, look, no, hit my pad. Just don't give me out, caught behind. So that will be a dot in the end to start the over. All's well that ends well. I think that's good officiating as a team. And you can't really blame the umpire. He saw what he saw and he didn't see what he didn't see. He thought it just slid past, maybe didn't hear it. People are human. And so, yeah, in the end, it'll be a dot to start the over. And that will probably result in a slight delay while they fix that up. But yeah, there you go. And I just see now they've scored it as a leg by, but it won't be a leg by. It'll be a dot. So I'm sure they'll sort that out shortly. So it should be 68. There you go. 68 for 3. That's correct. 6.1. Like I said, I think ultimately, if you can fix something straight away, then you do. We do that better than most because of the frequency, the quantity of cricket we're playing. Takes this on, doesn't really get it. It's going to rub us. Deputising for Bilal Hamid down in that area of the ground. Keeps it to 1. So a dot and a 1 to start the over. And the other thing with Bilal Hamid there, he had an understandable reaction. I don't think it was really dissent. It was more disbelief. So he'd see something that he thought was clear. But, yeah, eventually it's fixed. Anyway, back over his head. He'll test the field. In fact, it'll go for 4. He gets a lot of power there, doesn't he, from an unusual position. Hasnat Ahmed, he just basically half drive, half pulls it straight over the umpire's hat and gets 4. Bisects. They're long on and long off. That's a really good shot from Hasnat. His first boundary. Tanvir asking why isn't Azim Ali bowling? Yes, good question. They tend to go pretty pace heavy, don't they? Fresh Tropical. Wow, this is smashed by Hasnat. This time he goes sideways, he goes large. A tree top up for the Jenna Brescia middle order batter. Maximo. 6 runs. Yeah, not the worst ball ever. It was probably a couple of stumps outside off. Hasnat took it on 1. That's the extra power you can get when you go into that kind of biologically more powerful swing zone. Hello to Planet X as well. Where are you watching from, Planet X? Let us know in the chat. Any sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN. This one sneaks past. And yeah, Azim Ali, maybe we'll still see him with the ball. Oh, dear me. Does he move early here? Oh, he moves 1 stump. Oh, still feel like that's a wide. Could argue the line moves over 1 stump. I suppose that's why the call is what it is. But I got to admit that eventually attitudes can change about these things. I'm a big fan of just leaving the line where it is. I think it's just a lot clearer for everyone. 7 overs down, it's 80 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up over the next couple of months on the European Cricket Network. I tell you, we'll be in Gibraltar for a 4-day T20 International Series featuring Gibraltar, Malta and Portugal. That's while we're still here in Milan. So Charlie Hunt will be leading the coverage there. We do have our ECI Series. That's T10 International Cricket to finish our 2 weeks here in Milan, 6th and 7th of May. That'll involve Italy, France and Romania. Then we have 2 weeks in Austria, 2 weeks in Bulgaria. Both of those also finishing with International Series. Rico is off at the moment. He will be back for Austria. I'll be doing Austria with him. Then I'll take a back seat for Bulgaria, and Charlie Hunt and Rico will take you through that series. I'm a bit sorry to miss it though, because I do love going to Bulgaria. It's quite an unusual place to visit. I've been there a couple of times. If you're missing Rico, I can do the occasional Rico for you as well. Kinasona. Hello to Vinny's wife as well, who's in the chat. Nice to see you as always. Anyway, as advertised, here's Azim Ali coming on the 8th, so they've decided to bowl him later. And it's quick ball first up, it's going to be a wicket. So just kind of beats Hasnat Ahmed for pace, doesn't he? And as Usman Javed, this time he doesn't have to give his catch away to anyone. We tried to steal one earlier. Azim Ali, again, this isn't really a spinner. This is a pace on delivery. It's kind of a quicker ball. And that is the first wicket off his first ball for Azim Ali, 80 for 4. People calling for Azim Ali. He comes good. Looking at who they can bring back here as well. This is Azim Ali, the 5th bowler. So Zahid Chima probably gets the 9th. And then I assume the plan is to go back to Azim Ali in the 10th. So bowling the spinner late. Interesting tactics. Can work though. This looks like Wasim Ahmed coming out at number 6. And so, yeah, on about 112 pace. That's not too bad. Feel between these two teams, probably about the 100 is par. Probably a bit higher than the 92, which has been the average run rate per 10 overs over the first 3 days of this tournament. West Tropical got some good players of themselves. Knocked down. He does the fielding, throws. He's a left-hander. I've been tight, you know. Again, left-hander. Spends a lot of time watching. He's just home, but only just. And when you're watching, you're not really running as fast as you can. Oh, that's out. Yeah, let's hit him in front of off stump. He swung all across it. It's actually pretty good umpiring because I think it might have hit both pads. It's kind of a double noise, but I think you just tell the bat wasn't a factor. And yeah, tossed it up and check it out here. No, it's just the back pad actually. And I think you can pretty much tell it's hitting in line. It's going on to hit the stumps. So Azim Ali getting the job done in the 8th. And he gets the result. I don't mind the spinner bowling late. And yep, there's a golden Derek. But here's the bad news. He actually scored 1. Actually, it's Rizwan Tanveer. Hold on, this will be good. That's Rizwan Tanveer that's out. And he's made 24 off 15. So, well, Andrus, I know you're keen to get the Derek going. We still have a diamond Derek who we've only seen in testing, but we haven't had a diamond duck yet. Of course, diamond duck if you get run out without facing a ball. We had a couple of them first up yesterday. Rizwan, the new batter. This is Mohammad Rizwan, who's replacing Rizwan Tanveer. So this is a brilliant over. Changing the narrative, isn't he? Azim Ali, 2 for 1. And that one doesn't bounce at all. So, yeah, they were just keeping him up their sleeve. There's a little kick stumping attempt. We saw it yesterday, actually. Baljeet Singh got out that way. beats the fielder. I think they'll only get one. So brilliant over from Azim Ali, 2 for 2. Well, you can forgive him the drop catch earlier because he's come up with a catch. Now he's come up with a really important 8th over. I'm sure he'll be back in the 10th. And so 8 overs down. It's 82 for 5. Let's have a look at what's happened to this run rate. My guess is it's come down a bit in that 8th over. Of course, the longer you go, it's harder to move that overall run rate because it's an average of all that's happened so far. That's why you see it jumping around a lot in the first few overs. But then it normally settles and you have to do something pretty significant to move it. That's a pretty big bend in the 8th over. And that's on account of just the 2 runs conceded from Azim Ali. Now, Zahid Chima comes back in the 9th. Down to the long on fielder. Zahid Chima. He's a guy that tends to kind of bowl at a regular length all the way through. Wazim Ahmed. There's the Yorker. And once again, it's not past the mid-wicket. I think 2. There's a few more 2s than regular here. And I think that's to do with the fact that the ball pulls up and fielders have to run further to get their hands on the ball. So it really does pay to run that first one hard. The other thing is that when bounce throws come in, because the field is so lush, it slows the ball down a lot. So you're really trying to get the ball to the keeper or the bowler on the full if you're fielding. This time throws his hands at it, and this is going to disappear over point for 6. Maximo! All right, the amphitheatre. As Chima, this is the risk, I suppose, of bowling this kind of length, where it's not quite a Yorker. Gives the batter the ability to try and get under it. And you'll see it there. Very good shot from Wazim Ahmed, who breaks out. This one, pardon me. What a good shot. That is, takes him to 8. There he goes straight. He hasn't really got it. Just be one with a clean pickup. Skandarabas does pick it up cleanly. They've done pretty well, Fresh Tropical, just to keep that run rate under control. We're kind of heading for 115-ish. Now the projected is around about the 104, 105 mark. Let's see if Wazim Ahmed can give a double dose of Maximo. Short in the air. Fielder goes right back and can't do it. Maximo! Right on cue. Wazim says, I'll come to the party as well. Chima drops a little bit short, and that's risky on this pitch because it kind of sits up. And Wazim Ahmed did the rest. Good batting. So, yeah, pace back on the ball is suited. It's really suited these two. I feel like if they had another spin option, they'd use it. I mean, Muhammad Imran maybe is an option. Don't know how much he's bowled lately, but Chima, he's a bit expensive here. Last ball of his spell. There goes leg side again, and it's going to be the same result. Maximo! Back to back as that over goes magical. 2 6s, 2 4s in that over. In fact, it's a really, really productive over, isn't it? For Gino Brescia, who go past the 100 marks, 103 for 9. So for all the work of Azim Ali, that one ends up going for 21. So yeah, 3 6s and 3 singles, pardon me, in the 9th. Azim Ali's got to come back for the last now. So those last 2 overs, they kind of cancel out, don't they? You got the 2 and the 21. 10th overtime. Lack of pace. Doing the job again. This time it'll just be a single. See what happened here, because just kind of overbounced him. He went over his ankle there when he tried to hit that. He certainly seemed a bit uncomfortable there, didn't he? Mohamed Rizwan. And bowled. So Azim Ali makes it 3 for 3. Such a funny game, isn't it? Normally you'd say, well, the quicker you bowl, the harder it is for the batter, but sometimes it's the opposite. as he takes a lot of pace off this one. It's a regulation at a off spinner. And you can see the batter mistimed his stroke. So yeah, Ginebrecia with a good finish here. Could get up to kind of 115, 120, but Fresh Tropical with a good finish might still keep them below 110. A pretty even game so far. Hello to Tim Reedman, nice to have you with us as well. Just me today, Danny's off. Hopefully Danny is enjoying Milan, because he was here with me in 2021, but because of the COVID lockdowns, we couldn't really explore any of the city. So Danny, hopefully today, he's having a nice leisurely morning, and then he might make the trip into the centre and experience some of what Milan's got to offer. It certainly is beautiful. It's a great place to go shopping for colourful stuff as well. I'll tell you that much. Might not end up with too much in my wallet by the end of the day. 4 to come. Oh no. Keeper hasn't covered the line of this shake, and this is going to be 4 byes. Oh, this one really hurt. Yeah, it's just a case that he does. It's hard to put my finger on this, but you normally need to try and keep your eyes behind the line of the ball. And Irfan Sheikh just misjudged the line of that. It was passing before he really knew too much about it. That's a frustrating one. It could be important as well. Doesn't go against Azim Ali's figures though. He's still got 3 for 3. Right off the toe of the bat, get a single. So yeah, Irfan Sheikh can see he's annoyed with himself about that. Azim Ali 3 for 4. What figures? Everyone was calling for him out there in TV land. He hasn't disappointed. Couple to come for Reed. We're going for it. He does make some pretty good contact. An easy stop. Kick stop. That will allow it to. Mohammed runs out there. Here's one of those fields I think the hand would be the way to go, especially if you get down. Nice soft landing. Last ball of the 10th over coming up. 1-1-1 for Ginebrecia. Plus whatever happens this ball. It'll be 1.5. They'll probably go for it. They might get it, you know. Mahash has to move pretty quickly, and he can't get the throw back in time. So it'll be 113 for Ginebrecia. Not a bad innings at all, but it was a kind of team effort. I mean, the highest score is actually Rizwan Tanvir with 24. The next highest score is 16. So he actually had 6 batters out of the 8 hit double figures, and a lot in the kind of 12 to 16 region. So it's a community pot, really. First game of the day for Ginebrecia, but they do put a good score of 113 on the board in their 10 overs. Early on, saw Shabazz Masood and Asad Tanvir coming out. Shabazz was the early catalyst, wasn't he? 2 4s and a 6 on the way to his 16. And then he nicked off to Chima, who was fired up, but that was probably as good as it would get for Zahid in this game. This was worked away for 6 as Mirza Umair took up the attack as well. 2 Maximos for him. Assad was kind of starved of the strike. That one went down. Azim Ali, bit of a low point for him, but he'd come back strongly later. It was an interesting one. Tanvir eventually, he went. It was Sky. Mohammed Imran took the catch. Had to take ownership of it. Javed was trying to pick his pocket. And Skandar Abbas came on. And again, he was one of those kind of rolling cutters. Not easy to get hold of. That was a nice shot. I like that one. As Rizwan Tanvir would set about making 24, which would be the highest score in the innings. That was a nice shot as well. So the approach is there. Ginebrecia and Fresh Tropical for that matter. They both played a lot of this format of the game. Azim Ali back in form. That was hit straight down his throat and he held on. And Skandar Abbas, yeah, he was a little bit expensive at times. Bilal Hamid couldn't keep that one in the field of play. This was a pretty good shot. Hassan Ahmed came out and, yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it was a bit of a community effort, wasn't it? You had 7 players out of the 8 hit boundaries. The only one that didn't was Farid, who only faced 2 balls. Eventually, Usman Javed got a catch of his own, but Azim Ali came on and he changed the game in the 8th. And there were only 2 runs off this over. There were 2 wickets as well. But then Zahid Chima kind of hit the control Z and undid it with 21 off the 9th. He just bowled a length that the batters seemed to be able to get under. And with this one going for 21, including 3 maximos, it basically cancelled out the 8. They kept on that 11 and over or so. Then they get 10 off the last. Lazim Ali, including 4 buys though. You can't really blame him for that one. All things considered, it's an above par target, but obviously Fresh Tropical, they've got some big hitters in there. I think Ginebrescia will be the happier of the 2 teams at the halfway point. 24 for Rizwan Tanvir, but you can see what I'm talking about with 5 batters scoring between 14 and 16 there. Extras 9, probably about average. Not too bad on the wides. The 4 buys did kind of sting a bit at the end. 113 for 6 for Ginebrescia. Looking at the bowling figures, 3 for 8. Azim Ali came on late, but better late than never, and his 2 for 2 over just swung things back. Without that, they're probably chasing in the 120s, and maybe even worse. Azim Ali with 3 for 8. Zain Naqvi 2 for 22. Zahid Chima got the other wicket, but he was a bit expensive, wasn't he? Finished with 1 for 35. It just seemed a little bit troubled by that back injury on the way to his 1 for 35. Azim Ali, though, you got to hand it to him. Bowled really well. And I think maybe Fresh Trouble needs to look at another slow bowling option, whether it's Mohamed Imran or somebody else, because I think that proved very effective. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you through the second half. Fresh Tropical, they'll be throwing everything at the wall, won't they? They'll need 114 for victory. Ginebrescia hoping to get their second victory of this tournament. Join us very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Start of day 4 has been entertaining. There's plenty more to come. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode ECS Italy Milan. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Milan in the north of Italy, where it's time for the second half of the first match of day 4. It's match 16 here in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you for ECN as we head into the big chase. Fresh Tropical, team that won here in Milan last year, but this time they've got some company in the form of other top teams, including Brescia, who they're taking on here for the first time in ECN cricket in Milan. As they started this game, Fresh Tropical won the toss, selected to bowl, and that meant Brescia were batting. They scored 113 off their 10 overs. 114 the victory target for Fresh Tropical. It'll be challenging. You know, they've got some very good players though. Brescia, likewise, they're a team that came second in the Super Series, which was the culmination of ECS cricket last year in Italy. They combined all the regions. Fresh Tropical, though, came third in that tournament. So not too much between these teams at all. Zain Natfi faces up Wasim Ahmed with the ball. First ball's an in-swinger. And it's dragged down to long on for a single. I want to say hello to everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Great to have your company. So left-hander Usman Javed gets the call up to open the batting. Up and a chance straight away, and it's gone. It is gone. Yeah, he stays inside, and that's Asad Tanvir. Almost got the journey, didn't it? And he was hopping along hopscotch style, but he made sure he stayed inside that rope. And so wicket first up. It's a golden derrick for Usman Javed. You see there, he's hopping, he's watching, and he makes sure he doesn't touch the rope. So, yeah, disappointment for Usman Javed. That's the first time golden derrick has been allowed out of the cage this morning. If the first wicket falls 1 for 1, I suppose if you're going to go down quickly. As they say in the classics. And so, yeah, very nicely taken catch, because, yeah, had to think about catching it. Also had to think about staying inside the rope. So it's not super easy to multitask. Some people can do it better than others. No, this is absolutely cracked. That's all hands. As John Mahash comes out. That's a brilliant shot first up. Kind of countering the in swing from Wasim. But yeah, that's just uncorking the wrist at the right time. What a brilliant start for John Mahash. Times this one really well as well. Looks out the fielder. He hurls it in. Feel like Natfi would have been home. So, I mean, no one likes getting out for a duck, especially a golden duck, but I mean, it's probably the best duck you can make, because at least it gives opportunities and more deliveries for other batters. You'd rather make a golden duck than, say, like a 2 off 8 or something like that in this form of the game. Natfi misses out on this one. His keeper, Umair, takes it. Let's have a look at this one. It's just snuck inside the line, I guess. A tight one. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Any of that outside edge of the ball touches that inside of that line, they'll be called. Natfi just works this away towards mid-on for 1. Mid-on back on the boundary. Into the first over. 7 for 1 after 1. Pretty interesting start. A little bit behind the 11.5 they need. Well, we're in single digits as far as golden ball counter goes, because it's only yesterday that we had a golden ball. And I'm sure we'll get that figure up shortly. Looks like Rookie Ahmed's going to bowl over number 2. There we go. It's 3 matches since the golden ball. That's because yesterday we had one, and it was an absolute crazy match. Trentino Quilla taking on Cricket Stars. Cricket Stars lost 8 for 17 to tie. Now, half a chance. Forward and run out as well. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It was a low full toss, clunked off the bottom of the bat. Does it reach him on the full? It did. In fact, it clonked him on the, well, between the shin and the ankle. Rookie Ahmed couldn't believe it. And then a tight one at the bowler's end. So yeah, just remember that. That was a chance to remove Naqvi on just 2. And Naqvi's a real key to this chase. Leg side. This one's called wide. I do like some of the debates about umpiring decisions in the chat. People are a bit one-eyed, I think, when they analyse decisions. I think that one was fair enough that it wasn't called a wide. To me, it seemed like the whole ball was inside the line. Only just. Full toss into the gap. Let's see if this will run away. Not. They go for 2, though. Mahash does well. He runs the first one hard, allows him to come back for a second. I suppose you've got to realise also, as far as umpiring goes, there's a kind of grey area where if you see it live, you could call it one way or the other and they'd both be fair enough decisions because it's not immediately clear. Broom said he's still recovering from the golden ball yesterday. Yeah, that was a heart stopper, wasn't it? A bit of a heartbreaker for Cricket Stars fans. Well, steps back, and that's a remarkable shot. Over cover, cover point, Maximo. Mahash has come out, and he's absolutely crunching them. And he wants the offside because there's nobody back there. But it's a risky strategy because he pretty much gives up his stumps. But he's hit that 4 rows deep, as you can see. What a shot. Fresh tropical. They like to do everything fast, don't they? And Rookie Ahmed, who's a really reliable bowler. I suppose the thing with him is he's so consistent. He might be a bit predictable, you'd say. But that's more of a strength than a weakness for the Ginebrescia skipper. Now full toss, and this is going to go for 4 as well. So I like the line there from Rookie, trying to get him reaching, but because it's a full toss, just makes it a bit easier. Mahash is off to the races, 17 off 5. This is just the power play, just the second over that Fresh Tropical were looking for. Both these teams had their ups and downs in the tournament so far. Fresh Tropical with a 2-1 record. Saw them on Tuesday. Saw Ginebrescia on Monday. Split their matches 1-1. Kind of just takes his medicine, charging, looking to drive, but it was in the block hole, so he didn't play the expansive shot there. Javid Mahash just knocked it and ran for a single. That's smart cricket. Not going for absolutely everything. Yeah, runs on the board stand up more often than not in this kind of a game, but partnership's so important. We saw what happens when you don't have partnerships in that Cricket Stars chase yesterday. Standing deliver job from Naqvi. Hasn't quite hit his traps yet, but he's still there. Rookie Ahmed's over goes for 16 and 2 overs in with 23 for 1. 11 teams taking part in this FanCode European Cricket Series. This is the predominant format this year. It's a really exciting 12-day format with 5 matches a day through the group stages, then a 4-match finals day on the second Friday. But with 11 teams, only 4 teams can make the semi-finals. Both these two slightly out of the 4. I think they're 5th and 6th respectively, but some matches in hand, of course. Here's Wazim Ahmed coming back. And this one almost takes his head off. That is going to fly away. Headed for the cube. Cuatro carreras. And not a bad shot. Nice and straight. And even despite the fairly slow outfield, that one goes for 4. Yeah, just looking at this, be tempted to have the long off a little bit straighter. Although I suppose we're in the power play, so long off's probably trying to cover a bit of the cover as well. You can understand that. Now it goes in the air. Pretty much that straight long off I was just describing. They want to go for 2 and they'll get it thanks to a bit of a fumble from Rizwan Tanvir. So yeah, the game's being attacked. That's what you can feel at the moment by Press Tropical. They're really going after this power play. Full toss. Oh, up to chance. Let's have a look at the height of this. I think it does dip a bit, this delivery. Yeah. Again. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think because he's got a bent knee there, I think that's a legal delivery. There's no problem there. So we'll continue. That's well done by the umpires. There's the standings. We'll might come back to that after 2.6. Swing and a miss this time. So you could come back. That's Ahmed, good player. Let's see his importance. He knocked a couple of 6s up in the first innings as well. 14 off just 5. 3 players scored 14. There was a 15 and a 16 in the first innings. Slow ball. Is it going to get over the fielder? It does not. Mahash is going to go. The change of pace works. It's Asad Tanvir that takes the catch, and a big wicket because Javed Mahash was looking on, wasn't he? But he just couldn't generate enough pace off that kind of rolling, kind of fast leg spinner really from the bowler. And clever guile and skill from Wazim Ahmed outsmarts Javed Mahash. And so Fresh Tropical lose the second wicket. It's 30 for 2. And he did provide another little boost, didn't he? Mahash 18 and gone. It kind of continues the trend of batters looking good early but finding a way to get out in this match. And it's a super interesting match we've got on our hands at the moment. You just feel if one batter can get in and stay in, they might be able to take the game away. Azam Ali comes out. We know how attacking he is. And always looking forward to seeing the way he approaches it. Normally he's pretty proactive, put it that way. 31 for 2 after 3. Very similar power play, isn't it, to the first innings of the day. Yeah, just having a look at the table, we were talking about it a moment ago. Fresh Tropical 2-1, Ginebrescia 1-1. But if Ginebrescia can win this, they'll be all tied up at 2 apiece. We seem to think around about 6 wins minimum to be in the frame for the 4, and I don't think 6 will necessarily be good enough. It might be a net run rate situation. Depends. But all these teams, very, very good cricket teams. No doubt about that. Good match. This looks like Sukhvinder Singh coming into the attack. Handy bowler. Also provides a bit of variety with his left armers. Bangs it in. Azim Ali takes it on. Has he got the distance? He does. Maximo flicks the branches. Sukhvinder Singh rolls it ice first up, bangs it in, but Azim Ali is ready for it. On the walk. Takes that from, probably chest high, maybe a bit higher than that. Doesn't try to keep down, goes up and gets the result. What a shot. Zayn Nakvi at the other end. It's a player I remember very, very well for many reasons here on ECN. This one's not as short, but still is pulled. Let's get a single here. Yeah, Zayn Nakvi, I'll never forget when he hit the last ball of the game for 6 to beat the England 11 in the ECC back in October 2022 during Championship Week. They needed 2 for a golden ball, 3 to win. And Nakvi smashed Andy Rishton for 6. Pitches outside leg stump, can't be out. Good umpiring. So Winder saying, hey, where did you go? The umpire rightly. If this pitches to the right of the stumps, can't be out. And pitches a long way outside leg stump. Very good umpiring. They've been excellent. Yeah, so that game was a brilliant one, actually. England 11 versus Italy on the 11th of October 2022. And the celebration from Nakvi was class as well. I think he scored 29 off 8 in that game. Yeah, well bowled, goes Fuller. And so pretty much we'll see the red line at the end of the over, and we'll see kind of how they're tracking in this chase. But pretty much they're right on the red line at the moment. Microscopically small amount under it, I suppose. Haseeb thinks these 2 batters will be dangerous. Yeah, agreed. Well bowled, they should get a bye. That's really good running, assuming he makes it. Doesn't really bounce from Sukhvinder. But what I like about the running here from Azim Ali is look, he's backing up, and as soon as it hits the keeper, he's off. I feel like he would have made that. Yeah, well judged. They're just the ones that turn a dot into a 1. They all add up at the end of the innings. Smart cricket. Takes this on, finds the gap though, and that's 4. It was all about the placement. To be honest, this is a gap that Ginebrecia found a couple of times in the first innings. Again, he's on the walk, but he's still able to kind of play that pull shot. Wasn't super high, about thigh high, wasn't it? Azim Ali likes to get on with it, we know that. And that will take us to the end of the 4th over. It's 45 for 2. And this will tell you, I think I'm visualising that the run rate at the moment is right on that red line, which is basically the par run rate. It's actually the golden ball rate. You can't see it there, and the reason is that it's hidden behind the red line. So we've got a real game on our hands. This partnership becomes super important. With both these guys kind of set. Nakvi's faced 10 balls, Azim Ali's faced 5, but he's got 13. The trend in this game is batters have been getting in, but they've been getting out. They've been getting out in the kind of 12 to 18 range. Ghulam Fareed, the bowler, in over number 5. A little bit short, that's going to go. Adios, pelota, Maximo. Nakvi all over it like a rash. It never really got up from Nakvi. And Fareed, yeah, not really getting up for him. And let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, top of the pad. Fareed pace. Nakvi was spotting that one early. Pretty short boundary sideways. It's converted football ground here. So yeah, probably even shorter than normal sideways. Nakvi taking full toll. Now gets something on the leg stump. And he makes that into something as well. That'll be 4 this time. Yeah, but Nakvi, little step across outside off. He's looking for that leg side and he finds it. 1 bounce 4. 50's up for Fresh Tropical. This partnership looking dangerous. Nakvi's broken the 20 barrier. That was only broken once in this game so far by Rizwan Tanvir, who ended up out for 24 late in the piece. Deep backward square, but he's pretty much sideways. Slow ball. Good variation. Run hard here, but the clean pickup should just be one. We have been treated to so many close games. And to be honest, it's not luck. It's predictable that we'd have a lot of close games here in the north of Italy. A lot of very good cricket teams. A lot of very good players on them. There's no Gumbies up here. On the walk again. This time he gets a bit lucky. The thing with Azamali, he's super critical, but yeah, he's on the move when he's playing a lot of his shots. One right off the toe of the bat goes down. So it's difficult if you're on the move, I suppose. Your eyes are moving, your body's moving. You look like a millionaire when you hit it, of course. I suppose more of work than haven't for Azim so far. Now goes the uppercut. That's smart batting. And I like this because it kind of opens up the offside if he's not wandering down looking to pull everything. And you rarely see this quarter of the ground protected with an outfielder, but you do see bowlers bowling that line quite a lot. So Azim Ali with a boundary. He's still in the kind of twilight zone, the 12 to 18 twilight zone. Let's see if he can break out of that. 60 is up with the ball to go in the 5th over. Fareed's gone for 15 in the 5th. And he bowls him. Really good comeback from Ghulam Fareed. It was Fuller. Azim that time does stand still. He thought it had to go as well. Just trying to clip across it. So he is caught in the twilight zone. 17 for Azim Ali. Again, he's on the walk. Hits the outside edge of leg stump. So Fareed hits the timber. And this game takes another turn. Partnership broken. It was a pretty good one of 30 in 13 balls. The score is 60 for 3 after 5. Having a look at the run rates over the first 3 days. 96 first day, 91 second day, 88 third day. Overall, that's 92. Now, how does that compare to the last couple of years here? In 21, it was 10.2. In 22, it was 8.8, which surprises me because there was pretty much no grass on the field. So actually, this is faster scoring than last year. Overall, it does kind of tell you that kind of 90-something is par on this field in these conditions. Would have thought last year would have been higher from memory. But I think also there's a lot of really good bowling options in this part of the country, and also the fielding for the most part is pretty solid. The batter's getting less chances. Looks like Asad Tanvir is going to bowl over number 6. Bowled to Naqvi. Short, Naqvi will eat that for breakfast. He does, and he cashes in. Maximo! Yeah, you're dicing with danger. That one is solar plexus high, and he turns it around the corner. Genuine hook shot, really, behind square. With that run rate where it is, it's about where it started, about the 11 and over required. 6 off the first ball really makes you feel like you're in control of the over. Tanvir, no time to settle. This one's a little bit short as well, maybe a little bit quicker from Tanvir. This will be a single. Yes, Ajit saying there's no need for that shot from Azim Ali. I suppose hindsight's 20/20. That's the way he's played his cricket all along. Yeah, so if you're going to mess with the ball, you're going to get the horn sometimes, I think. Off the pad. I don't think this will go to the boundary. Can we get 2 leg byes? Yeah, off the pad doesn't really roll as far as if it was off the bat. Leg byes signalled. Hassan Jamil, the new batter. Not off the mark yet, but does get a couple for his team. Yeah, so it's always easy when someone gets out to say you didn't need to do that, but you probably didn't need to do 2 or 3 before, and he nailed them. So it's tough to get one without the other. So off the pad, half-hearted appeal even from the bowler. Hassan Jamil tied up a couple of times. Yeah. Very clear off the top of the pad. Even the keeper not really appealing. You know it's really not out when the keeper and the bowler don't really ask the question. That's better length, I think. Up in the block hole, low full toss. And we drag it away for one. It's been a reasonably good comeback from Asatanvir. That first one got away from him. 6-1 leg by dot one. It's that 9 off the over so far. Bearing in mind, asking rate about 11 and over. So with the ball to go. A boundary here means it's a winning over for the batting team, but a dot here or a wicket that be a win for the bowling team. It's wide, so it comes 10 for the over now. Sujit saying outfit looks really slow. Yeah, it's just the way it is here at the moment. I'm also a little bit surprised when I turned on the TV on Monday. I was still in Cyprus actually Monday morning. Made the trip on Monday afternoon, Monday evening. There was this green substance that I hadn't seen here for a while at Milan Cricket Ground, and they told me it was grass. There's plenty of it. All right, well, would have been a wide, and he spoils it. He'll probably only get one for it, or does he? They'll get two. I think this is fine, but definitely worth a look. Look at on the replay. That's fine. Holding the ball. Probably the next. I think these next two sets before he lets go. Maybe this one is the one I'm suspicious about. That's fine so far. I mean, yeah, you can't really tell. I think you've got to say it's fine because the benefit of the doubt goes to the fielding side. So if there's doubt, they'll say it's fine. Obviously, I think he would have also said something if he'd stepped on the rope. So it'll be two. Takes us to the end of the over. So 11 and a leg by off that over. 2 leg bars, I should say. So it made 13 off the over total. And it's 73 for 3 after 6. Required rate 10 and a quarter and over from here. Oh boy, another close game. I need to make a chamomile tea to settle myself down. Rookie Hamid comes back on and gets the first one past the bat of Hassan Jamil. Yeah, we thought we might get the grass cut last night, but obviously hasn't happened yet. Apparently the lawnmower is about 1 metre wide, so it will take a long time. That's the word on the street here. Goes after it, won't quite carry, and it's a ball goes upfield, it goes down, stop. It'll only be one. It was an interesting one. He thought about catching it, then he was backing off, and when he backed off, he lost his balance, Wazim Ahmed. In the end, reminded me a bit of some of my old gym classes. It was one of those down then star jump manoeuvres, but it is only a single. Nakvi, he's the set batter. He's got to have the responsibility. He's on 31. Goes straight, this will be safe. Don't know if it'll be more than one. And they'll get the second on the fumble. And so, yeah, that's good running once again. And the thing is, Jamil comes back and maybe even a perfect throw after the fumble might still have been out, but he knows it's worth going for. Let's have a look here. He runs the first one hard, sees the fumble and says, let's go. And he knows he's running the danger end and he's a bit more dispensable. So, yeah. Smart cricket from Fresh Tropical gets Nakvi back on strike. Now he gets a Gundy ball and it's going to disappear. Not a good ball. Maximal. As Nakvi moves to 39. He's the highest score in the game so far. And steps back. Yeah, I think that's fine for height, but it's not fine for the result for Rookie Ahmed. He'll be the first to admit that wasn't a good delivery at all. Nakvi drives, gets one. So as long as he's there, you feel they've got what it takes to get over the line. Moves to 40. Like I said, there's a lot of batters in this game that have gotten to double figures but haven't made it to 20. They've hit out and they've gotten out. To be fair, nobody really wasting too many balls either. There's Jamil, wants to run hard. Nakvi would like the idea of 2, but he knows he's not going to make it because that would have meant he had the strike. But as it is, Jamil will be facing up as we head into the 8th over. 7 overs down. It is 84 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. Fresh Tropical versus Albano. And this is a replay of last year's final here in Milan. Fresh Tropical won that one fairly comfortably. Kulit Singh as well as Pavin Kumar. The pin code coming in for Albano. Also Ravinder Singh coming in. Fresh Tropical playing back-to-back matches. That's all they'll play today. And we'll be back in around about 35 minutes with that. News from the toss. Albano won the toss, selected to bowl, so Fresh Tropical will continue with the bat at the start of match number 17, the second match of the day. That's a Tanvir to bowl over number 8. Jamil's on strike. He just needs to get a 1 and get out the way at the moment. So they still need 10 and over exactly from here. 30 off 3. So let's track this over and see if they get more or less than the 10. If they get more, Fresh Tropical stay ahead. If they get less, probably Ginebrecha ahead. It's a really close game. Short again, but this is the top edge. How far? Far enough. Maximo! That is a short boundary because the tree's been there for about 700 years. So that's why that is in a bit. And probably lucky because I don't think he gets all of that, but he gets enough. And once again, the short bowling not working out too well for Ginebrecha. Nakvi to 46. Change of angle now goes round the wicket. Nakvi on a heater. And he gets another ball on the hip, and this is his 50. Maximo! Zayn Nakvi has batted so well here, 50 off 21 balls. He brings it up with his 5th Maximo, 2 boundaries in there as well. He has been dynamite. Remember, it was a tough one, but gave a chance when he was just on 2. A sharp return chance to Rookie Ahmed, who couldn't hold on. Right now, Zayn Nakvi's cashing in. 17 off 15, and Fresh Tropical certainly well ahead in this chase now. Back over the wicket, Tanvir. Needs to find a Yorker, I think. Doesn't, but he beats him. Having said that, you get Nakvi now. I think any time there's more runs than balls required on this field, you can't cut out the fielding team because you can give a bit more of an attacking field. Nakvi wants to stay to the end, wants to finish the job. Beaten again outside the off stump. I kind of said a bit earlier, maybe the difference could be one batter that's able to go on with it. And right now, Nakvi is. It's a good call from the umpire. That one just sneaks inside the tram line. So Nakvi, 17 off 13 required. Let's go the 1 here. Probably looking for 1, but if he gets a bad ball, he won't be hesitant to put it away. Hits down the ground. And this is stopped. Do you think they're going to go for 2 here? I suppose that's a vote of confidence in Jamil. I would have been tempted just to go for the 1 there, but I suppose every run counts when you only need about a run a ball, which is where we're at. It's 15 off 12 left for Fresh Tropical. It's 99 for 3 after 8. So you can see how they've just pulled away, haven't they? Getting that over. They're still kind of neck and neck. You can bowl a good over here. And remember, this is when around about the time that Azam Ali came on and really shut the gate, the Ginebrecha innings. Otherwise, it looked like they'd be chasing a kind of 125 or so. That's turned out to be quite important. Jamil will face up 4 off 7. Just has to find a way to get 1 off every ball he faces as a minimum. It doesn't need to do anything crazy. They've still got the mid-wicket back. They probably have the mid-wicket up. They do have a cover trying to cut that single off. But yeah, Nakvi is at the non-strike because he wants to get back down the business end. Not a bad shot. In fact, this could be 4. Again, the extra pace hasn't really worked for either team in this game. Sukhvinder Singh, too short again. Pitches outside leg stump. It's just a matter of Jamil having their hands fast enough to get through it. He does get a boundary, so gets it down to a runner ball now, 11 off 11. Ginebrecha, when they look back at this game, they'll know that haven't really, well, either they've got the wrong plans or they've just executed their plans badly. They've bowled way too short on this pitch. Well, this is a chance, or is it? Could be a Bermuda Triangle situation. It is, just the single. Jamil gets away with it. Again, if you block that single, maybe that turns out to be a wicket if you've got a mid-wicket in the circle. I think, yeah, Ginebrecha, the pitches in Brescia probably offer a bit more to the bowlers as far as bounce. So this is the kind of length they can probably get away with and even kind of dominate with, kind of boss it a bit with. But here, it's just not as much. assistance when you bang the ball in short. 10 to come, 10 required. Nakvi engineering the chase. Here's the top though. And this is no foregone conclusion. We saw that yesterday when Cricket Stars needed 5 off the last over. They ended up getting 4, forcing a golden ball but not being able to win. It is the kind of field, because it is slow, that you can choke the scoring. That could be 10 off 9. Can you feel the boundary this over really puts Fresh Tropical in the driver's seat. Oh, he throws the hands at it and he gets it and it's out of here. Maximal! Zain Nakvi has been top class here in his fast hands. It's a bit too much width. He steps outside leg, but he can still access it. That's because he's in. That's because he's such a good player. 60 off 26, and now they can finish it with any boundary, 4 off 8 required. Again, haven't seen too many balls kind of jammed in the block hole design in this innings. 4 to win, still 2 to come in the 9th. And so that could be it if it goes. It will go, and it's Fresh Tropical with the win. They win with 7 balls to spare. Zain Nakvi, player of the match, 64 off 27 balls. I mean, I know Azam Ali bowled really well, but I just don't think you can look past that innings because Nakvi was so much better than any other batter in that innings. Yet Nakvi picked up a couple of wickets of his own in the first half of the game. So Fresh Tropical, the defending Milan champions, they are the victors here. They beat last year's ECS Brescia champions with 7 balls to spare. This is what's coming up. Fresh Tropical back on again, and they're still batting. So I think it kind of suits because Nakvi can go back out there and basically can pick up where he left off. And interesting to see who he opens with. Albano, their first appearance of the day, did get a win on Monday. We're desperate to get some traction here. Barty Banger in there, of course. FanCode Kumar making his first appearance of the series. Let's have a look at the highlights, though. Fairly challenging target of 114 when you take into account the conditions. I talked about a duck being a good duck if you get out quickly. If you have to make a duck, Javed did get out first ball, but it did leave some more balls. Maharsh came out and he's absolutely spanked them while he was there. And that with 18 off 8. Nakvi gave that slight chance when he was on 2, didn't he? I mean, it wasn't an easy one for Rookie Ahmed in his follow-through. And yeah, Maharsh looked like he was going to be the man as the scoring accelerated. There's a nice shot down the ground. But he was undone, Maharsh, by a bit of a slower ball from Wasim Ahmed. Hassan Tanvir took the catch, so he's another batter kind of caught in the twilight zone between 12 and 18 in this game. So many scores in this game that were like that. I think 7 individual batters were out between 12 and 18, including Azam Ali, but yeah, it was the Nakvi show as he made his way and really made the bowlers pay for some mistakes, didn't they? Bowled a bit too short. Azam Ali, like I said, made a start but got out, went walkabout. Hassan Jamil came to the crease and just the one boundary, but it was steadying from Hassan. And you felt Nakvi was in control as he accelerated at just the right time. Just was picking up the 6 and over that they needed, as in the 1 6 and over, which kept them up with the rate. And that brought up his 50 off just 21 balls, but he wasn't done yet. Had to finish the business, and he did. Again, Gina Brescia, they'll look back at this. They'll know they can bowl better than this. I think that they'll be disappointed with their bowling performance. Just not creating enough opportunities and not really giving himself too much of a chance. They need to adjust to this pitch. Zain Nakvi ends up getting the 4 runs down to third man. That bring up the victory target for Fresh Tropical in a game that looked like it might go down to the wire. It didn't in the end. Fairly comfortable looking chase. Probably doesn't tell the whole story. But Fresh Tropical, they score the winning runs with 7 balls to spare. 64 off 27 for Nakvi, who goes undefeated. 6 sixes and 3 fours in his innings. Had some assistance from Maharsh, 18 off 8. Azim Ali, 17 off 8. And Hassan Jamil was an ally at the end, wasn't he? Gina Brescia, look, the extras say the bowling looked disciplined, but I think that, as I've said many times already, a bit too short, a few too many balls outside the kind of front hip of the batter that they could whack away to the leg side. But despite that, you had 2 for 15 Wasim Ahmed, who had some pretty decent figures. 1 for 15 Fareed with the other wicket, but I think it was outside of Wasim Ahmed, all the other bowlers going 13 and over or more. And that's the reason that they're not able to hold on to this first innings total of 113. Fresh Tropical get there in the 9th over. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes, take you into the second game of the day. It'll be Fresh Tropical back on the rack. They'll be batting first. They're going to keep going. And let's see if Naqvi can continue turning it on. Albano desperate for a win. Let's see if they can get on the board. Should be a great game. Rematch of last year's Milan final. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here for ECN. I'll be back with match number 17 just after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. It's time for the second match of the day, match 17 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. 11 really good cricket teams here. Only 4 make the semi-finals, only 1 will be able to raise the trophy. And right now we're going to see Fresh Tropical versus Albano. It's a rematch of last year's final here in Milano. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. A little bit earlier when Rob Kemming had the 2 captains.
Your call. Tails is called. It is tails.
Very well bowled there by Monulal, who wins the toss and elects to field. Interesting one. I mean, Fresh Tropical, they normally like to field first, so I suppose you take that away from them, but they were batting pretty well. In particular, Zain Naqvi was batting very well in that last game as he cracked 64 not out of 27 balls. Had some assistance from Azim Ali and Javed Mahash in there as well. Albano, though, they lost both their games on opening day. Wasn't the start that they wanted at all. And we saw them go down in a really tight one in match 3 to Brescia EC, 95-93, last ball thriller. But then Chivadante put them away, in particular Zain Ali was able to do a bit of a number on them. But you see that Kuldeep Singh comes in as well as Parveen FanCode Kumar coming into the side. The problem with FanCode Kumar is he's number 21, so he's lost his 4-digit number, which I think is a bit of a shame. Anyway, Fresh Tropical, 17-run favourites. You can understand that based on recent form, and even if you go back to last year, it was a fairly one-sided final. How it was last year is that the top 2 teams here in Milan made it through to the Super Series. So both finalists did get to go through. That's why we did see Albano in the Super Series as well as Fresh Tropical. Fresh Tropical ended up finishing 3rd. Albano not able to qualify for the semi-finals. But yeah, last year it was not as one-sided as you'd think, I suppose. 88-78. Fresh Tropical won the ECS Italy Milan final over Albano in 2022. But I mean, there were a few late runs for Albano from memory. Anyway, let's get going. And it's going to be Ami Nirman to get us going. So Naqvi's out there. And he plays the first one away for no run. Yeah, in that game, Fresh Tropical, they did make 88 for 8 off their 10 overs. Albano found themselves in a bit of trouble. And by a bit, I mean a lot. They were 48 for 8 in the 8th over. Did have a bit of a rebound effort to get to 78 in the end. But yeah, never going to win, were they? This is worked around the leg side by Naqvi, and it'll get to the boundary. So bowlers haven't learned their lesson today to Zain. They've been drifting into his pads. And look, you look at the line of that, it's probably on off stump, but Naqvi's looking for it, and he's already seeing them so well. He's just shuffling across a fraction, and then flicked it away for 4 runs. Oh, close. And he's gone. And he tries the trick one time too many, Zain Naqvi. And he's been in, hasn't he? But this time he just swings all the way across one. And this is the downside of that tactic. Yes, you open up the leg side, but if you get a bowl to straight one down the line, let's have a look on the replay. Oh, looks fair enough to me. Pretty much hits him right in front of off stump. I suppose the question is it on off stump or just outside? I think it's hard to say the whole ball's outside the off stump on the impact, so I think Zain Naqvi's only got himself to blame there. So an early scalp for Newman and a big one as Naqvi goes cheaply in match 17. It's 4 for 1. This brings Javed Mahash out to the crease, and he was absolutely cracking them in the first game of the day. Let's see if he can do more than last time. He kind of got out in what I was calling the twilight zone, 12-18. People kept getting out. Here's Ami. Probably just sliding. Not sure if there's any batting this as well. I think this one doesn't really straighten down the line, the one that the previous one did. Wasn't miles away. You can see there hitting the knee, probably maybe just in line, and Heading down the leg side. Good umpiring. It's 2 for 2 right there. Hello to Nick, who's joined us as well, and anyone else that is watching, why don't you drop us a message in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Always great to have your company. So it does straighten. Beats the bat of left-handed Usman Javed. Well, he is coming off a golden duck in the previous game. Didn't hurt his team too much. Like I said, used the one ball. The batters were able to come and pick up the slack. And he helps this one around the corner. Let's see if it's got what it takes to get to the boundary. It does. But typically we see the field quicken up a little bit during the day. Probably not as dramatically today because it did start fairly dry. But once that ball pitched outside the leg stump, Javed was happy to help it on its way and does take us to the end of the first over. So it's 9 for 1 after 1. The first runs of the day for Usman Javed. He'll be feeling a little bit better about himself after that. Tim saying, what a game the first game was. Yeah, Tim, it was a good one, wasn't it? Fresh Tropical getting up with 8 balls to spare, but I don't think that really tells the whole story. 7 balls to spare in the end, in fact. Doesn't really tell the whole story of how even that game was for a while. Naqvi just breaking away at the end. Here's one of our favourite names in European cricket. It's Barty Banger to bowl over number 2. Now, Danny Hudacek does have his day off today, but he'll be super disappointed. That's the day where we see Albano on the field. We'll see them 3 times, in fact, because he is a huge Albano fan. Edged and gone as Mahash swings at what would have been a wide. And it's a thick edge that flies through to the keeper. It's Anmol Singh with the gloves. Again, no real footwork. We've seen this happen a couple of times today. So Barty kind of gets away with one there, doesn't he? And that's the luck factor. And there's Derek. Not quite the Rico duck noise, but it's my best attempt. These stumps never, the feet never really come out from in front of the stumps. Just throws the hands at it. You can understand that. That's the luck of the draw. I mean, he's punished for getting closer to that. If he misses it completely, then it'll be a wide. Instead, it's a wicket. And it's 9 for 2, a couple of early ones. Albano hoping to turn the tables. Yeah, like I said, they went down a couple of times on day one. Azam Ali comes out at number 4. That's his first one go past. Didn't want to suffer the same fate as his predecessor. Azam Ali, very attacking batter. He was one of the batters that was caught in the twilight zone, as I was calling it, in the first game. He was able to score 17 off just 8 balls. On the walk, this time he hits straight and he hits pretty well. That'll be 4. So power play batting, they had the long off, but no long on. Goes and fetches it, kind of picks his spot, wants to go straight and he gets it. So 4 to the total. And Azam Ali certainly is a grip it and rip it kind of batter, isn't he? Can't be fooled by the lead first ball. There it goes in the same direction, but doesn't quite get it as well. Hangs up in the air. Turns out to just kind of plug and results in a single. Hello to the robot as well. I think that binge watcher saying that was an uncle duck. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Tim appreciates my try. I don't think that I'll be trying the duck noise too many times. I think we've already had some complaints from the crew about how loud it is in the ears. In the air, this should be out really. Catch for FanCode, he'll take it. So it's a a drive that Gervais never really gets close to the pitch of. He tries to take on the offside infield because it's up in their circle, but he can't clear them. And so 2 wickets have fallen in quick succession. And it's Banger doing the damage. He's got 2 for 5 in this over. And overall, it's 14 for 3, and Fresh Tropical hitting the skids early on. Well, Nick just letting me know, Nick Devonshire that is in the chat. He's 30 years older than me. Congratulations, Nick. I hope I'm as articulate as you when I hit 72. All right, here's a moment I've been looking forward to. Mohamed Imran is coming out for Fresh Tropical. And here's a guy, he was outstanding in 2021. Had a high score of the week here. He scored 97 not out against Milan Cricket Club. He was absolutely smashing them, but then couldn't really reproduce that in 2022. Let's see. Kind of Mohamed Imran comes out there now. Recently had his 40th birthday. Bad looking drive, but bowler gets a piece of it. End of a really good over from Banger, who picks up 2 scalps, and Fresh Tropical are 14 for 3 after 2. Hello to Jorawar Singh as well, Albano player. Jorawar, how are you? Missing you. I believe Jorawar isn't in the country at the moment. That's why he's not playing for Albano. Looking at the table, that's not something that Jorawar or any Albano fans will want to see. They're rooted at the bottom, but having said that, they've got games in hand. They play 3 times today. Look, if you could get 3 wins, and suddenly you're the same record as Bergamo CC that are up in 3rd. So certainly the opportunity is there to turn things around for Albano. But it creeps up on you, these 10 games, because most teams, not all teams, but quite a lot of teams have 4 match days. 2 days where they play 3, 2 days where they play 2. And so it's just 4 match days of cricket to state your case and try and push into that top 4 for semi-final qualification. Nirman comes back. This is helped round the corner. Fielded, no run. Hello to Nico Fernando as well. Player we've seen in the past playing for Pianoro and also Kent Lanka. Hopefully you are well. Saying hello to me. And how am I going? Looking forward to the Rome edition. I am. Rome edition, though, will be in September. So there's a bit of a gap between the Italian series this year. We said this year will be a good season for us at Kent Lanka, hopefully. Well, wishing you all the best for the summer, Nico, of course. Pitched up. Valley swings all around it. Pretty disciplined stuff from Albano so far with the ball. Yeah, looking forward to the Rome series as well. What an interesting time we had in Rome last year, because we had the Rome itself series, and then we had the Super Series, which was the winners of all the previous ECS tournaments in 2023, different locations, as well as Albano as the lucky loser, if you like, here in Milan. Another ball in the hip. This will be turned away for 4. Just cannot bowl here at the moment. It's short, it's angled in, and the batters just have to get their hands through these. Zimali swings that away to an area that's been peppered with cricket balls this morning, mostly because of the bowling. Yeah, so Nico, best of luck to you. Kent Lanka haven't qualified for the finals before in an ECS, but I feel like this could be your year, Nico. Dragged out straight to the fielder. Kent Lanka might not have qualified for a final yet, but they did provide us some golden ball drama back in 2021. Remember that very well, back in March 2021. See, against Roma CC, who played 2 golden balls in pretty quick succession. This is a pretty good over from Nirman. Away the boundary, but nothing else. Now this is off the end of the bat, and they won't get a run either. So yeah, there's that 1 Gundy ball. Wasn't super Gundy, but it was a little bit. But apart from that, he's delivered 4 dots. So only 4 off this over so far. Fresh Tropical really having a hard time getting after the power play. Last ball of the over. Last ball of Newman's spell. Pretty good one. Dug out by Azim, but he'll just get a single and he'll retain the strike. Really good power play for Albano. They've come to play this morning, that's obvious. And the score is 19 for 3 after 3. looking at the field now, and it'll change because you go from only being allowed 2 outfielders to being allowed 5 outfielders maximum. I do think it's a bit of a tactic. If it's working, do you kind of persist with it? We've seen a lot of balls hit the infield and not get any runs. So there'd be a school of thought would say, look, I know you are allowed to put them back, but do you kind of keep going and try and keep this kind of pressure on, especially with Banger coming off 2 for 5 with that field? But as expected, we see everyone scurry for the boundary, and we have 5 outfielders. Barty Banger coming back, so bowling both their openers out early, trying to get as far ahead as possible. And that means that this is a single. The last over, it was a dot. I mean, I suppose Albano, counter argument is, you know, they don't mind if it's just singles. That's the thing. They'll say, fine, we'll give you singles. We're happy with that considering where we're at the game. We know Fresh Tropical would have to counter-attack at some point. We want to have the protection to guard against that. There it is, and the fielder goes back and he tips it over. I think that's 4. Well, we'll have to see on the replay. Maybe it is 6, actually. It was, just had to be 1 step back. Let's have a look. This bounce will tell the story. It is, oh yeah, I think, well, might have, has it hit the rope on the full? Yeah, probably has hit the rope. So I actually think that's a correct call because the rope moves. Does it hit the ground just before it hits the rope? That's really close, to be honest, even with the replay. They called it 6. I think they're going to stay with 6. Yeah, fair enough. Frustrating one for Dev Chima, though, down at long off. Maximo time. Now this is miles in the air. Well, good luck. Keeper's going for it, and he'll take it. Anmol Singh needed the gloves, I think. So 6 and out, Muhammad Imran. So he's got a bit of a lucky break the last ball when Dev Chima tapped it onto the rope. But he's fresh out of luck next ball. He gets a fair piece of it, but it just goes straight to the heavens and back again. And with no real wind, it's a bit easier than normal for Anmol Singh. So disappointment for Muhammad Imran. Those 6 will be his only contribution on the scoreboard as he departs. It's 26 for 4. This brings Bilal Hamid to the crease. I'm super surprised that we haven't seen him batting higher. I think it's partly to do with the fact they want to give some more opportunities to guys that kind of in the team specifically for their batting. But he's hit the ball as clean as anybody when we've seen him. So yeah, thanks Nico for your reply. He said a lot of memories from 2022 and he's looking forward to this year. Sujit saying hello to him as well. Loving the chat. Let's see how quick Hamid goes after it. We haven't really seen him batting this early in the series. First one goes past him. Yeah, the thing, when I say this early, it's not so much about where he's batting the order, but at what point in the innings he's bowling. There's Barty Banger. Bit of a cult figure, understandably so. Now this is skewed in the air, but I think it'll be falling into open space. I'll just scramble through for a single. Yeah, Albano played on Monday, seen here on Thursday. They've got a couple of games on Sunday, and they finish with 3 matches on the following Thursday in a week's time. The Thursdays are their big days in this tournament. Hoping to open their account here. Made a good start. Leg side. I think it's going to have to be called a wide. Yeah, misses the body. Same thing down leg side will be called a wide. Jorawat is enjoying Barty destroying the Fresh Tropical batting lineup. Well, Jorawat, how are you going? Let us know where in the world you are, Jorawat. Sure you'd love to be out here. Of course, one of my favourite players to watch as well, with your brisk leg spin and your big hitting. I've seen him playing for the Italian national team as well. That's a classic last ball of the overshot from Azim Ali, who's just happy to bunt it for one and run, and he'll retain the strike. 4 overs in to this match. The score is 29 for 4. Barty Banger, very good figures for him, 3 for 15. And he does get the wickets of Javed as well as Maharsh. No, he didn't run as well. 6 and out. Have a look at the run rate. Nothing to write home about yet for Fresh Tropical. Going at 72, 73 pace. Now we're going to have a change of speed with the balls. Arvind Kumar, who's going to bowl over number 5. Got to say, Albano, they got some new kits as well. The kit game is very strong here in Milan. Really in Italy, full stop. No surprises that they're so well dressed, to be honest. Yeah, so Arvind, let's see what he brings to the table. Oh, it's a little floating out. Swing out. Maybe a tight one on the wide. Let's see if we can pinpoint where that passes. Maybe just snuck in before it swung past the tram line. Of course, you've got to pinpoint where it passed the popping crease. Now, second time into the gap, and I think this will be 4. Yeah, 1 bounce 4. Azim Ali targets this gap that we've seen hit a few times today. It's one of the longer areas of the field. But, yeah, both fielders kind of powerless to stop that one. So Kumar's kind of shaping the ball off spin, but more or less they're little outswingers, aren't they, so far? The first 2 anyway. Yeah, Arvind. Oh, he might be gone. Yeah, I think this is out. And yeah, it's given. Some thought it might have been a bump ball, but I didn't read it that way. So Azim Ali goes to the twilight zone again, 16. Watch him take this low down. It was a clean catch. There. Yep. Nice hands. And then tries to run out for good measure. That wouldn't have been out, but the catch is out. And Azim Ali, he'll be so disappointed because there were signs that he was the one that could have put in a shift to dig Fresh Tropical out of the mess. Well, he's going to have to go for 16 or 14. And it's 33 for 5. Change of pace, change of luck for Albano against Azim Ali. Yep, you saw it. 2 hands to it. And a good hit for good measure. You see that one never really got higher than ankle height, or shin height. But it was hit flat, it was hit hard. And Arvind does the rest, gets his first ECN wicket. Well played. This will bring Sikandar Abbas to the crease. Again, he's better than your average number 7. This guy seemed to step up when Fresh Tropical really needed him last year in the big games. So a very handy medium pace bowler with a few tricks, Sikandar Abbas. Calling him coach because he was wearing the coach jersey last year for a certain amount of time. Pushes and runs first ball. I mean, they've got 2 genuine batters there, that's the thing. Oh, in the air, fielder comes around, can't quite track it. Sajay Kumar. It'll be a single. And it's Kuldeep Singh. So they've done a pretty good strangling job here, Albano. I suppose the question is, how many will they feel comfortable chasing? This time throws the hands out. That's a really good cricket shot. And I think that's gone for 4. Yeah, it has. A little bit wide, there's a little bit of outdrift, and I'm surprised. I'm not really that surprised, but what I would say is not enough batters have really gone for that area of the field, considering where the bowlers are bowling or trying to bowl. This is the story of the run rate over the first 3 days. So 96, 91 and 88 are the par scores for a total par of 92 this series. That compares to 102 in 2021, 88 in 2022. So overall, you can kind of see, you get the 90s, got a game on your hands. So Fresh Tropical 39, not the worst. If they could go, say, 10 and over from here, get some 89, I still think they'll feel that's a 50-50 proposition. This is in the air. Again, this outfield's pretty forgiving. And will just be a single. Yeah, so Albano with the bat. They scored 93 and 95 on day one. Tells you both throws about the average, aren't they? So that tells me you don't have to go all out here to bat well. And you're a little bit conscious to think of losing a wicket. You don't want to lose a wicket with two genuine bats still there. Anyway, this will be a good result for Fresh Tropical. Maximo! Skandarabas gets the ball on the hip, and again, it's a bit of a bowling error, isn't it? There's Monulal, the enigma, that's come in, but that is picked up off the knee and escorted down to the ground. 6 runs, and seen too many deliveries in that area today from all teams, really. Skandarabas, maybe he can step up. Always helps if you can have one individual get on a roll. Can be the difference sometimes in these contests. Pitched up, very bottom hand shot, but this will go for 4 as well. Just turned the face at the last minute. I don't think he was attempting to hit this square first up, but yeah, last minute, just kind of drags it to the leg side, but with the power, it gets into the gap. Short boundary, square of the wicket as well. 6 and 4. Skandarabas. There's the look in the eye of a man who is hungry for more. Oh, this is such a good shot from Arbas. That is bottom hand power. Maximo! Well, this is a big over. The 50's come up the ball before. This one goes miles. It's not a terrible delivery, but he's so powerful and he times the absolute underwear off that. Have a look at this. Bang. To get that kind of power, to get it over the rope, because there is a fielder guarding that area of the boundary. That's hit so well, and a magical start for Skandarabas. He's 21 off his own personal over. Just like that. Run rate for the innings has increased to 9.6, which is around about average. So Albano really need a wicket to nip this in the bud, don't they? Edged and gone, and he can't believe it. Oh, I almost needed the cue extended to reach that. And that's 2 balls in this innings that would have been wides, but instead they're caught behind. It's right off the toe from Skandarabas. It's a very wide delivery. But you're in a hitting mood. That's the thing. I suppose it's a skill in itself to spot a wide and leave it alone, because you don't want to get into trouble that way. Again, if he'd missed it, would have been fine. Would have been a wide. He gets penalised for getting closer to the ball. As Admiral Singh gleefully accepts the catch. That's his 3rd catch of the innings. He's doing a very tidy job back there. Cameo from Skandarabas, 21 off 7. Monulal didn't have a great over. 17 came off it, but at least he can be thankful that he got the wicket of Skandarabas. And you know, I think you'd almost trade 17 off the over with the wicket of Sikandar, because there's still 4 overs in this innings and he could have done a lot more damage. This is Shoaib Malik coming out at number 8. What a break for Albano, really. Oh, almost caught. The initial reaction was he didn't want to be physically hurt by this, and I can understand that. Hamid Kumar kind of turned. He didn't turn towards the ball, he turned away. He said, well, hold on. And then realised, I've got time to throw a hand at this. Anyway, could be another opportunity. It is, and it's caught. Wow, it kind of works out even better, as it is pin code Kumar. 2-digit pin code these days. Takes the catch and lifted up, but not lifted over the field. It's low on the bat. That's why it doesn't carry. And so it's quite clever by Arvind. Yeah, he saves a broken hand, but next ball he gets the result. 56 for 7. Running out of resources here, Fresh Tropical. No strangers to getting bowled out within the time. Irfan Sheikh comes in at number 9, and we saw him batting high up the order. Well, we saw him on Tuesday, but didn't have a great time of it, struggled to get too much going. He is a very talented player. I mean, it's a player we've even seen playing for Italy in the ECC. But form's a funny thing and confidence is a funny thing. Just looked a bit low on both of those things earlier this week. Maybe coming out at 9 will just take the pressure off a little bit. Yeah, you're fun. I mean, yeah, he's definitely better than your average number 9, that's for sure. There's 4 overs left in this innings. You don't want to go too defensive either. Happy to try and work a single, and he'll get it. Over to Shoaib Malik, who's actually batting a slot higher than Irfan Sheikh. Those of you that are wondering where Danny is today, he is off. Well-deserved day off, because we do 7 days a week now. We'll find occasionally people are missing. Need to have their day off, keep them fresh. Hit straight, hit pretty hard, and takes a friendly hop. Bit of a collision. I think they're okay, which is good. I just noticed some balls have been skipping on. This is one of them. As it's hit flat. If it came from a bigger height, I think that pulls up, but gets a friendly bounce. Zips on, and Shoaib Malik gets a boundary with his first delivery faced. See if he goes it again. Wants to. Fielder goes back, can't get there. Get a 2 in the end. I think a ball watching a little bit both batters. See if that was going to get caught or whether it was catchable. Just a single. Yeah, so Danny's off today. Rico, getting a lot of questions about him. He's on vacation at the moment. He'll be back, don't worry, for the next series. Oh, almost out. Could be run out now. I think he scrambles back in time. You're going to have a look at it. It was a good heads-up play from Arvind. In first, he was sent the wrong way. And then he kind of gets it on the stumps. But I think by then, yeah, he's back. Yeah. Just gets the bat down in time. You can see that. Just kind of what we saw live as well. But I suppose dot ball's a good ball, isn't it? As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score 62 for 7. So yeah, regarding Rico, he will be back for the Austria series, which starts on the 8th of May. I'll be travelling that day, and I'll be there for the second date in Austria. And Danny will be with me for the rest of Italy, Milan. Looks like Charlie Hunt is all teed up for Gibraltar T20 Internationals, and get a bit of help there from Joseph Marples as well, Gibraltarian International. Charlie will be back again with Rico for the ECS Bulgaria, which is the one I'm sitting out. A little bit, what's the word? Got a little bit of FOMO about that because I do love going to Bulgaria. This has to be a wide. Oh, well. I mean, does he have a movement? Yeah. I know he has his toes outside off, but I think that's got to be a wide. No. So Malik says, you're not going to give me a wide. I'm going to do it myself, and he does. Maximal! Dev Chima. He muscles this out of the ground. Absolutely smashes it for 6. And yeah, fresh tropical. It might be 7 down, but they're going to keep swinging. No doubt about it. Bowling by Chima this time, up in the block hole. It's a slightly slower ball, but he picks out the fielder and he's gone. So Shaq can't take a trick in this series. I mean, he absolutely crunches that. And he picks out the fielder. It's Kuldeep Singh out there that takes the catch. Well, sometimes when you're in a bit of a run of outs, and these things happen. I mean, he hits that really well. That's the side of the field I'd be targeting as well, because there's only one fielder there as opposed to the 3 that typically guard the leg side. But he picks him out, doesn't he? So Irfan, he's probably wondering what he did to deserve that bit of luck, because he hits a pretty good shot, but he's going to have to go. He's the 8th wicket. So 69 for 8. Devchima chips in with one. Around a minute to the clock, but not really any trouble with regards to the time. Of course, you need to bowl the last ball of the ninth over before that clock runs out. The ninth one is called. This one a fraction even wider, to be honest. Sneaks this one in. Hassan Jamil, the new batter. Oh, that's a wide as well, gotta be honest. Yeah, so fresh tropical. I have a couple of calls there that be frustrated about. I have to eat a couple of dots, and it's 70 for 8 after 8. Hello to Saki, who says in the chat, what a catch that was. Yeah, it was a great catch. Kuldeep Singh doing the business. His run rate has been fairly decent considering that they've lost a wicket pretty much every over. They lost 2 in the second, none in the third. But apart from that, well, I mean, put it this way, they've lost 8 wickets in 8 overs. So typically they've lost 1 wicket and over. Despite that, they've kept it just below par. Manu Lal is going to bowl again. He did get a wicket last ball he bowled, but he went for plenty before that. That one will be called a wide, rightly. So Malik, it's been pretty impressive so far. It goes offside. I like targeting this area. Test the field, but he does well. Should get 2. He'll get it. There was Khan in the chat saying, can Fresh Tropical defend this? Well, I think so. I mean, we have seen some pretty good defences. And Fresh Tropical, whenever I see a score in the 70s, I think of the 2021 final, where they had to chase 74 against Bergamo United. It was an absolute cracker of a game. Wide this time. See the bowlers saying if the umpires are going to be pretty generous to us out there, we'll keep testing them out. Oh, gets a bit of this, but it's more up than away. Should be caught and is dropped. He just lost his composure at the last moment there. That's Nirman. Seemed to have it covered, but it kind of burst through his hands. And as he felt it getting away, he clutched at it. Have a look at this on the replay if we've got time. Yeah, this one. Oh, well, I think that's wrong. So that rights the wrong of the last over, but they're still owed 1. Now in the air and adios. As Shoaib Malik pumps this one. He's into the 20s. Yeah, like that. Stays fairly still, doesn't he, Shoaib Malik? And he just generates a lot of power. Here's the drop catch from earlier in the over. You see in the last minute, his hands blew apart. Anyway, now goes straight down the ground, but finds space. Probably like the idea of 2 here. It's not going to be there. Excellent fielding. Shoaib Malik just getting Fresh Tropical to what I'd call a kind of ugly 90-something at the moment, and they could still get the 100 potentially. Just a single for Jamil, who is batting a lot lower than he normally would. Hassan Jamil. I mean, yeah, he's better than average number 10. As this is lifted up and over and out of the ground. Maximal! Malik breaking out here. What a fantastic effort it is. Fresh Tropical, they've lost wickets along the way, but they're still putting something competitive on the board. I mean, Jamil batted 5 last game. We've seen him batting as high as 3. He's batting 10 this game, so he's no bunny. 91 for 8 after 9. All bowlers getting amongst the wickets. Manu Lal was particularly expensive in this game, wasn't he? And that over goes magical in the end. 21 off that, 17 off his first over. Apart from that, the bowlers have kept it pretty tight. Dev Chima comes in, and he gets escorted away. Another catching chance, but this one's dropped. Well, considering there's 8 wickets down, I feel like these do kind of matter because you can polish it off, bang, bang. Zahid Chima, the only player not to bat yet, the captain. Again, it's unlucky in a sense from the batter that there's only one outfielder out there, but they picked him out again. Kumar couldn't manage. Run hard. Shoaib Malik would like the idea of 2, but have to settle for 1 now. Yeah, Hassan Jamil, I just think it's a natural rotation that he's batting so low. They feel they've got 10 genuine batters in this lineup. They want to give opportunities all round. The bad shot. Should just be a single. Jamil gets 1. You can see from that he's no tail ender, Hassan. So he sets up a really interesting chase. No matter what happens here. Can Malik swing them past 100? Try and get 1. Don't need to throw. I think it's a good misfield because I feel like he's going to horn that in the stumps unnecessarily. Just a single. Over to Hassan Jamil, see if he can do something. Oh, man. That's a big wide, hey. That's 3 that have been missed. There's no movement this time. That's definitely over the line. And now they won't get any further. Oh, fresh tropical. I'd be muttering things to myself, probably not to anyone else. It wouldn't be stuff that you could say on television, that's for sure. But they are held 95 for 8 off the 10 overs. And so 96 will be the target for Albano. We could have another nail biter on our hands, folks. Don't forget that Albano scored 93 and 95 on day 1. If they score 95 here, we'll have another golden ball. Don't count it out as we go back to the highlights. Naqvi turned that one away for 4 first up. But he would only last 1 more ball. Swing across the ball that I think hits him in front of off stump. Pretty good decision as Ami Nirman got the big breakthrough. And that does change the complexion of this innings pretty significantly. Javed scored that 4, but that's all that he would get as well. Mahash swung at a really wide one, found a way to nick to the keeper. Nazim Ali came out there. Javed found a way to get himself out as well, trying to clear mid-off, but couldn't. Presented a pretty simple catch for Pinko Kumar. We didn't see bowling in this innings. Just the odd Gundy ball, just semi-Gundy, but easy enough to turn off the hip. This one was tapped into the rope. 6 runs were scored off that. And Mohammad Imran, though, very next ball, he felt the 6-and-out virus as he hit one into the clouds. And the keeper, Anmol Singh, did the rest. Nazim Ali, like I said, he was threatening, wasn't he? He did hit 3 boundaries, but then a low chance was taken. Nice bit of work from Arvind Kumar off his own bowling. Ended that particular avenue of attack. But the thing about Fresh Tropical, they're all going to keep swinging. And you can see that Skandarabas was looking dangerous, wasn't he? He raced to 21 off just 6 balls with 2 4s and 2 6s. And this was probably the shot of the innings for me when you consider how much power he generated. But then he found a way to nick off to a ball that would have been a wide. Or we think it would have been a wide. As we saw the overs ticking past, Arvind had another chance for a catch. Wasn't able to hold that, but didn't matter too much. Again, next ball. It's always the next ball. There seemed to be a few second opportunities. Still, Hamid had to go. Get that out of the middle of the bat. Good late hitting from Shoaib Malik, though. I say his little cameo was pretty impressive. This was a tight call again. A scramble from Arvind after putting down a one-hander. But just look at Shoaib Malik, 31 off 12 with 3 Maximos and a 4. I'll say that was a brilliant shot from Irfan Sheikh, but he picked out the fielder. Nicely held. As things wound down, it's just fairly simple catch, which was dropped. And I like Malik. I mean, I think they wanted to give an opportunity. This is kind of the idea with them rotating their order. They want to give people opportunities to show what they can do. And Fresh Trouble, they do kind of pride themselves on batting deep. That one's put down as well. It would have been the 9th wicket in the end. They scramble their way, not quite to the 100, but I think 95 for 8. But given where they were at one point, I think they'll probably take that 95 and they'll feel they have the bowling to defend this. Bear in mind, they've already played it this morning. 31 not out. Malik is the top scorer, Shoaib Malik, from number 8. Just 12 balls faced, 21 for Abbas, batting 7. Azam Ali, the only one in the top 6 to reach double figures. He scored 16 of 14 balls. Pretty disciplined bowling in a way that only 5 winds were given up in the 10 overs. As far as the bowling figures go, I mean, all the bowlers were pretty economical with one notable exception, and that's the captain, the Enigma, Manu Lal. That's why he's the Enigma, I guess. 2 for 16, Arvind Kumar, probably the best of the bowlers. Bharti Banga actually would probably have issue with that. 3 for 15. Wickets also for Newman and Chima. But yeah, Lal did take the wicket, but was quite expensive. We'll take a break, back in about 10 minutes with the second innings of this game. Should be a good one. Albano need 96 to open their account in ECS 23. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. See you very shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to Milan. Great to have your company here at day 4 of a 12-day European Cricket Series, the domestic T10 covered by the European Cricket Network all around Europe this year. It's been quite an unprecedented adventure, this European Cricket Network experience. Now looking at well over 1,000 matches a year, even pushing the 1,500 mark this year. Mixture of domestic fixtures, also some internationals, a majority T10 matches, a few T20 internationals sprinkled in as well. And looks like we're getting ready to make a start. Albano did a pretty good holding job on Fresh Tropical. I think if you'd offered them this chase at the start, they would have taken it. Albano need 96 to win. Fresh Tropical 95 for 8 after the 10 overs. Bilal Hamid is going to open the bowling. Albano on Monday, we saw them. They played twice. Now, I don't want to make them feel worried, but this is the exact score that they were chasing when we first saw them against Bergamo CC in match 3. They were chasing 96. On that occasion, they could only score 93. That was a thriller. First ball is gone. I think he's taken it, and it's going to be a wicket first up. It is given. He scoops it up low down, and that's a perfect start. He just flirts. It's not a test match style. You can see it was a clean catch. And so, well, the worst possible start for Albano. Savan Kumar comes out just feeling for the ball. And immediate success for Bilal Hamid. And there's a golden derrick. I do say if you're going to make it a quick one, but he's just trying to knock it down for one. And a fairly simple catch taken there. And Shoaib Malik's having a very good game, isn't he? He already top scored from number 8, and now he takes catch first ball to get rid of Arvind Kumar. And the score is 0 for 1, brings Dev Chima to the crease. So the reason I remember match 3 very well is that I was actually on the plane leaving Cyprus, and I'd been watching that run chase all the way. Albano chasing 96 against Bergamo CC. And it looked like Bergamo CC had done enough, but then we saw Manalal, a bit of a late hitting boundary bonanza. And then I had to turn my phone off because the plane was taking off. Concede from Bilal Hamid first up to Dev Chima. Yeah, so I got to admit, I waited till the instant the plane left the tarmac when I turned off. And I think at that stage it was just 3 or 4 balls to go, and it was right in the balance. And I had to wait for 3 hours and 40 minutes till I got to Munich to watch the last moments of that game. Well, ball by Bilal, using that spot again. Yeah, certainly had me on the edge of my plane seat. I think it was 17K. And Albano were that close to a victory, but they find themselves with the big donut next to their name still. 0 points after 2 games. They'll feel this is a winnable game. And also they've got some unfinished business against Fresh Tropical, who did a bit of a number on them back in the final last year. This one ties up the batter as well. This was 88-78 in the Milan final last year. Albano went around down by 10 runs, but it was some late hitting got them that close, to be honest. That game felt dead a lot earlier than the end. They did still qualify for the Super Series in 2022 because the second-ranked team from Milan also went through because so many teams played here. Oh, this is going nowhere. Oh, yeah. It's caught. I was a bit worried for a second if Sheikh was going to leave it, but he was just making position. So Chima has a miserable time out there. A 4-ball duck for him. 4-ball duck this time. So, yeah, Chima just struggling with this slight extra bounce. As Derek follows him off. We had a golden Derek and a 4-ball Derek so far. And probably most importantly, no runs at all in his first over. Suddenly that 95 is looking a bit bigger than it did at the start. Yeah, it's not really in a position to play that. I might have noticed after the first wicket that Golden Derek's had a bit of a makeover. It's a little bit shinier now. So just wait and see. Golden Derek's going to be improved a little bit. I don't think new batter out there, Admiral Singh, wants to know too much about it. He won't go for a goal. In fact, he'll go for the first run and he'll get it. And he'll retain the strike. Manulal, the enigma at the other end, has watched it all happen. And he's still at the wrong end because he won't be facing the second either. It's 1 for 2 after 1. 2 wickets going down. 4 matches since the Golden Ball. It's about almost 24 hours in ECN land. We had a crazy one yesterday. And yes, it was second game of the day. Now this is second game of the day. Albano chasing 96 like they were around the middle of the day on day 1. All signs point to a close one. Now Albano, they made it to the Super Series last year. They had 1 win in that entire series. 1-7. Their only win though was against the eventual champions, Roma CC, who they were able to beat by 20 runs at the Roma Cricket Ground. So yeah, they're a little bit disappointing by their own account. And yeah, back in the Super Series when these two teams met. Of course, they did both meet in the Super Series. Albano bowled out for 76, chasing 116 for victory. So fair to say, Albano have struggled to get past the 70s against Fresh Tropical. Kind of got the wood on them a little bit. Now, Manulal was so good with his half-century on Monday, but he elected not to face the first ball. And I just think sliding doors could be a very different game if he had. You know, sometimes batters kind of want to protect themselves at non-strikers, and he's found himself there for pretty much an over and a half now. Well, this one always turns into a catch, but they will scramble through for a run. I mean, the first ball is the only time that the batting team can actually choose who they want to face. Every other time in a cricket match, it's mandated by what happened to the ball before. So, I mean, if you had to run the numbers on it, typically, assuming they bat the 3 overs, that the player that faces the first ball will face the most balls in the power play. And I think that deserves some consideration. Manulal gets his first ball now, 10th ball of the innings. Bad ball from Shima, picks it up. And not the best throw, most powerful throw coming through from Usman Javed at point. It will be a single. Singles aren't cutting it at the moment though, especially with the power play. Power play is probably a little bit more significant than usual on this ground, only because it is so hard to hit boundaries. And the fact that you've got less protection there in the first 3 overs matters. Also, we see a lot of dots because infielders are choking things up. Another ball knocked away for 1. So already you've seen the run rate required creep out past 11. Yeah, Albano certainly had a really good start to this game in the first half, didn't they? Had Fresh Tropical on the ropes. Had them 33 for 5 at one point, halfway through the 5th over. So they let them off the hook. I mean, some good batters down there, to be fair. All right, well, here we go. It's a chance, and it's Bilal Hamid that's under it, and he'll take the catch. So the enigma has to go, and Zahid Cheema gets help from another Cheema, Bilal Hamid, who takes the catch. And that's 3 wickets down in the first 2 overs. Disastrous start. This is pushed wider. And because he was reaching, he wasn't really in control, ended up going further up than out. And once again, I think the infield is kind of working for the fielding team because batters trying to elevate over the infield. If they don't get it, presents catching opportunities. And that's how it works out. And at the end of 2 overs, the score's 4 for 3. And no, you just got 1 over left in the power play. Let's have a quick look at the table. And Albano, obviously, want to get on the board. And failing that, they don't want to get thrashed because they do have the worst net run rate in the competition as well. Despite only playing 2 matches. Fresh Tropical, 3-1. They can be the first team to get 4 wins on the board if they can win here. Chandra Brescia, top of the table as we stand. We will see them very, very shortly as well here on day 4. Bill Ahmed comes back. No surprises there. Driven and foot stops made by Chima. Yeah, so here's the thing. I've seen this happen multiple times now. We're talking like reasonably good batters as well. Struggling to score in the power play. And I think it's because they're choked up with all these infielders. And when they do go over the top, if they mishit it, the result is a catch, or even if it goes over the infield, if they don't quite get it, sometimes you only get 1 or maybe 2 anyway, because of the nature of this surface at the Milan Cricket Ground at the moment. And gone, another one. That's a golden duck. And this time it's going to be Ajay Kumar. He goes without scoring. 5 for 4. Well, I know he won't be happy, but I tell you who is happy is Andrus, because he gets to show his new pimped out golden duck. That is very golden. I love your work there, Andrus, but Ajay Kumar will go down in history. Well, Kirils deserves all the credit on that one. So we've got the diamond duck, we've got the proper golden duck now. A lot of bling. Hamid has Velcro for hands, doesn't he? 5 for 4. What a disaster this power play is. Well, don't really know what to make of this, to be honest. Kuldeep Singh comes out. What can he do about it? About to pad. No run. So this is where you also can't be too defensive. I know you want to stem the flow of wickets, but you're also creeping behind in the game. It's come out to about 2 a ball now required. And so it's tough. I mean, are you trying to reduce the margin of defeat, or you still think you can win? That's what you have to ask yourself deep in your insides. And yeah, it finds a gap. And they might get to... I don't know what I'm talking about. The power play runs hard to come by. See, so for me, I would consider keeping the field up, even though you can put it back after this over, because it's working so well. It's not like these guys have established that they can go over the top or go through the field. And if you ask the batters secretly what they would want, they would say, actually, we're super happy once 5 outfielders go back and we feel like we can start ticking things over and start gaining some confidence. They would actually hate if the power play field continued. Feels for this. Bill Hamid's been brilliant here. 3 for 4. It's something I remember as a lower order batter sometimes coming out in this situation. And I'd be super happy that they seem so defensive. They seem so happy to put all the fielders back. I could just knock them around early, get my confidence up, kind of start building something. Whereas if you've got a whole bunch of dot balls to your name, he forces you to do something drastic to try and score quickly. This one's cut once again, finds one of those infielders. So end of the power play, and it's a very slow one for Albano, who loses 4 wickets, but even more poignantly, it's only 7 scored off the power play, 7 for 4 after 3. Bilal Hamid, 3 for 4. With 3 of the 4 wickets, he has been incredible so far. Fresh Tropical, lots of options still to come. Doing a bit of a number on Albano here. And Julian Dawson saying, the score was looking a bit like a football score. Certainly was. Entertaining football score at that. 4 for 3 and 5 for 4. Neck and neck. Here's Skander Abbas bowling over number 4. And he's going to get a wicket as well, as it swung all round. And so another wicket. That's 5 down now. And disaster striking. 7 for 5. And does get 4. That's all he's going to get. In fact, he's got over half his team's runs at the moment. So big trouble with a capital T. In fact, it's all capitals at the moment. Disastrous stuff. And Scandarabas, I was wondering actually, do you make a change here? Because Zahichima was so impressive in his first over. You could pretty much replicate the field and replicate the conditions. But I mean, everything they touch turned into gold at the moment, really. Right, who's next? It's going to be a tough road back for Albano. Next is Ranjot Singh. Skanda, wicket first ball. May have hit it, may have just hit him outside the line. It's kind of natural to be defensive now because you don't want to get rock and rolled for something crazy. Right off the end of the bat. He's going to run here. About as miserly as you get. Ranjot, third attempt. Goes for it, and he's going to get a slice of luck. And he slices a 4. So, trying to work out is there a way back. I mean, the run rate required isn't kind of out of this world yet. About the 13.4 and over, but when you've only scored 7 through 3.5 overs, it's hard to see you then going at about double that every over. Well, that's not a bad shot either, but guess what? He's found the fielder, and I actually think that Azim is out of position there. I feel like he was meaning to go back, and he actually forgot until last moment because he's not on the boundary at all. Look where he is. He's in no man's land. But the ball's just hit straight to him. So I think that that's actually a bit of luck. But everything rolling towards Fresh Tropical. Nick says he feels a drubbing coming on. Well, I hate to say that I agree with you because it's 11 for 6. This is where they really miss Jorawa Singh, I think, with the bat. Are you still tuned in, Jorawa? Let's see how good of a team guy you are. Also, Irfan Sheikh kind of was a leader for them last year. Now playing for Fresh Tropical. Doing the keeping at the moment. Skander Abbas, 2 for 4. He's joined the party. All right, here's FanCode Kumar. Nice ball, the 4th. In the air, and 6. Well, there you go. That's what can turn this around. Like I said, the run rate required isn't past the point of no return yet, but you need someone to come out and have a heater. And Parveen's come out and made everyone else look a bit foolish by that shot as he escorts it out of here. Maximo! And it's 17 for 6 after 4. Interesting shot. I mean, the only way they could do this, I think, is someone to have an individual outstanding contribution. And maybe it could be Parveen Kumar, who knows? 6 of his first delivery. Still got Asim Ali up their sleeve as well. Fresh Tropical used him late to change of pace. He bowled really well in that first game, finishing with figures of 3 for 8. Zain Naqvi, very good bowler to be able to bring in as well. That's ball for choice at the moment. Bowled to Kuldeep Singh. Oh. Yeah, that's out. It hits him in line, and to be honest, Kuldeep, I think he walked at the ball, but then he kept on walking. To me, hit him in line with the stumps, not outside. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's out. You can even see the off stump there. Gives you a nice, healthy look. It hits him in line. It's going on to hit. Very good decision. And so, 17 for 7. And it's one of those things that the more wickets fall, the harder it gets to bat. We've got a situation where we're right down the rabbit hole here. I mean, Niraman had a happy start to this game. There hasn't been too much to smile about for Albano in the second half. Niraman picks up an early wicket. Had fairly good bowling figures of 1 for 13 off his 2 overs. Between Niraman and Banger, I mean, after 4 overs, they had Fresh Tropical 29 for 4, and they were sitting pretty at that stage, weren't they? Nakvi with the immediate strike. Now they're going to take a run where there might not have been one. This is tightish. But even that, you can see a lot of balls kind of zeroing in on the stumps at the moment. He hits that into the ground, into his foot. And I think it might have been out because he didn't round his back. That would have been an opportunity. Anyway, here's FanCode. He smacked his first ball out of the ground. Something tells me he's going to try and smack his second ball out of the ground too. Oh, and he gets lucky. Gets a French cut, which saves him. And it will not run for 4. And he's only going to run 1 because he assumed that was going for 4. Well, that sums it up. Oh, now they're going to take a second. I don't know how they steal a second. So what was bad running turns into good running. So he's saying, how's that not gone for 4? And then when the ball comes in, hits the stumps, and they say, oh, well, I think we can beat you for a second. So FanCode steals the strike back. You know, credit to him, he's going to go for it here. There is an argument saying, you know, maybe just try and save face and reduce the margin, but Albano really need the win, even if it's still unlikely. Under 14 and over. Oh, that's probably a no ball. +6, Maximo. And so, wow, FanCode, it's a rare bad ball. Yep, that's a no ball for sure. And sends it up and over the fence. Good umpiring. Nakvi attempts the Yorker, gets it wrong. So, I mean, you can see that run rate required comes down a bit with that 7 up because it doesn't even count as a ball. A few people cheering on. A longer lunch break for me, but the way things are going, I wouldn't mind another close game. Yep. Here we go. With the free hit then. Oh, we'll have to signal a free hit. Nakvi is saying, all right, everyone knows. Let's not draw more attention to it. I got a feeling this is going to bowl him, and I'm going to see. Let's see where the ball goes, because I know he's going to swing hard. Free hit time. Well, no, it doesn't bowl him. He throws the hands at it, and he gets 6. Maximo. 13 off that ball. Might have clipped the top of off stump, but FanCode Kumar riding his luck, and he is counter-attacking. This would be one of the best comebacks we've ever seen. And just think back to yesterday in the second match of the day where one team came back from a position we thought was absolutely hopeless. FanCode Kumar, 20 off 4, which is really 20 off 3 because one of those balls was a no ball. Deep in his crease. Nakvi wants to see the back of him. He's seeing the ball well at the moment. And so now Nirman. I know it's early, but it's almost at the stage where I think you'd almost consider not running on this. I know that sounds crazy, but am I crazy? FanCode Kumar is the man that's going to have to win this game for you. I suppose he is going to need some help. He won't get a run. I think that suits him the way things are going. So after a very tight start, where they only scored 7 off the first overs, they score another 27 off the next 2, and the score is 34 for 7 at the halfway point. Well, I want to say a big thank you to Rohan, as well as Shahid and Ali, our umpires. Really good call in that last over. I think it was Rohan that made the no ball call. He's looking exactly like that. But the umpires do a great job. There's long hours. You've got to realise that they're all doing lots of games. There's lots of decisions to make. This is the crew we'll have for week 1 here in Milan. So big thank you to Rohan, as well as Shahid and Ali. And also big thank you to Rob Kemming for mentoring the umpires in his role as current referee. Back to the action, and it's going to start with a wicket. And so, well, that particular avenue is gone now. Skandarabas comes back, and yeah, FanCode gave me a bit of stick, didn't he, last time around. And he continued the same tactic to try and swing it across the line. And so it's almost a bit of a shame for the neutrals that FanCode couldn't last a bit longer, because he made the impossible seem like merely an improbability as he went for 21 off 6 on magical innings from him. 3 of his 6 balls faced are hit over the ropes. But maybe he just pushes us closer to the inevitable as the score is 34 for 8. Quick hello to Keanu, who's joined us. A few people following the Ireland versus Sri Lanka test. Great to see Ireland playing test cricket again. And Matt Humphries, who we saw in the ECC, making a test debut in this game for Ireland. Played with Ireland 11. Really handy spinner. Sikandar Abbas 3 for. Almost 4 for. If you can get that one on the off stump. Marty Banger comes out at number 10. I suppose it has got them a bit closer to where they need to go. Got a bit of a stat for you here. There's another ball slides across left-hander. We've had, well, this is the 6th over. Of the 6 first balls of overs, if you want to call that an over in itself, there's been 4 for 1. 4 wickets have fallen for 1 off the first ball of overs here. And there should be another one. It is another one. So Barty Banger felt the first 2. Does get bad on the 3rd. But Albano lose a 9th. And it's another duck. Put it with the rest. It's the 4th duck of the innings. And so, unfortunately, it's a banging bye-bye for Barty. And Derek has been multiplying, like that movie Gremlins, if you remember it. And Albano, it's just a bit of a chase to forget. They were certainly in the game at the halfway point. A nice catch to the left of Sikandar Abbas. Takes it one-handed in the end. I think because he wanted to use his right hand to help him land, and it wasn't coming that quick. So, I don't think Ravinder Singh, the number 11, thought he was going to be batting in the 6th over, but here he is. And he keeps it out. Now you do kind of play to save face a little bit, but how do you maximise your score? Can you get to 50 or something like that? That run rate could be super important. Well, this is where if we had the bonus point system, it'd be an interesting one. Not out. Into 6 overs, the score is 34 for 9. So we're talking about a bonus point system where the team that bats first could... Oh, wow. That's close. On second look. Anyway, let that one go. 34 for 9 after 6. It's been a good game for number 8s because both number 8s top scoring for their respective teams. So in this game, because the Fresh Tropical team scored 95, if they could keep Albano to say 66 or less, then they would receive a bonus point. And Albano, if they could get more than 66, then they would receive a point for the match. So still pretty unlikely, but at least it becomes a bit more realistic. I suppose we're 9 out. I just feel like this game is on borrowed time. Joel Malik having a great game. So he could be in the frame for player of the match, especially if he takes a wicket or 2 here. I suppose the bowlers have stolen the show a bit, haven't they? Called wide first ball. I mean, maybe Sikandar Abbas has outpaced him now, because Sikandar Abbas took 4 for 10, including a maiden. Sikandar Abbas in that previous over was a double wicket maiden. So just outstanding stuff, really. It's well bowled, but will be knocked away for 1. Yes, Sikandar Abbas also was able to crack 21 off 7 balls. So despite Shoaib Malik's 31 off 12, feel like Sikandar Abbas certainly head and shoulders in the lead for the player of the match at this stage. Not that they'll mind too much, they'll just want the win. So really drops. We've seen a few balls not getting up, haven't we? One barely gets knee high despite being pretty short. They take on a run here and they'll get one. That's all they get. Keanu saying hello to Danny, but I can't tell you, Danny's got a well-deserved day off after doing the first 3 days. And hopefully he's getting to Milan for the first time, because we're here together in 2021 and due to lockdowns, we weren't really able to get into the city. I was able to last year when I was here with Rico. But Danny's enjoying a day off. He'll be back with me tomorrow. Then I actually have the weekend off. Tell you why in a second. As this is lifted over the top. Nice shot by Milan. It'll get him 4. A well-deserved boundary. Stuck around. They're between a rock and a hard place here, aren't they? That was short again from Shoaib Malik. This time he steps, he hits. He gets 4, and it takes us to the end of the 7th over. The score is 41-9. Just quickly, let's have a look ahead to the next game. This will be a good one. Gina Brescia versus Jandra Brescia. Jandra Brescia perfect 3-0 through their first day of play. Gina Brescia 1-2. And I feel like that should be 2-1 actually. No, actually, no, I think that's right. That's 1-2. As Gina Brescia lost a fresh tropical first game today, so yeah, that is correct. And that next game's coming in about 35 minutes' time. Azamali really slowing it down to the new batter, or to the existing batter, I should say. Yes, unusual from the toss. Gina Brescia winning the toss, selecting to bowl. So Gina Brescia, I thought that was a misprint when I saw 1-2, but it's not. Azamali often will push it through, but I think in this situation, he's just trying to, he's really going shopping for a wicket because he knows a wicket will finish the innings. Doesn't really care about maybe going for a boundary. But Newman, happy to take the 1. Yeah, so the reason I won't be here on the weekend is because I'm attending the wedding celebration of Charles Croucher, who did get married in Mauritius about a month ago, but at his wedding brunch in Prague. So I'll be there celebrating. It'll take me out of action Saturday, Sunday and Monday, but I will be back Tuesday with Danny. And Danny's going to put in a shift. Very kind of him as well. So yeah, Charles, might know him from tournament referee duties, but also he's one of our regular umpires at Kartama. Does a great job, and going to be celebrating with him and his new wife, Yana. Oh yeah, liking that, it might work. All those miles in the air. Shoaib Malik takes the catch and finishes the game. So, probably the slowest ball we've ever seen. Even Lovepreet is probably jealous of how slow that one went. Hazem Ali, he has a bit of a laugh with Ravinder because he frisbees his hat at him at the end saying, how'd you get out to that? So, a bit of a lighter moment. As Albano, they are all out for 45, and look, for a while, they might not make that many. Malik takes the catch, and Azim Ali, he's having a bit of fun. Why not? He finishes the game with a wicket. And have a look here. Takes his hat, and Ravinder's walking away. He says, hey, wish. What are you doing? How are you going to go out to that? But anyway, he was there because Fresh Tropical really wrecked this innings at the source, didn't they? And they had a bunch of early wickets. They only conceded 7 in the power play. Had them 17 for 7 at one point. They do rebound to make 45 in the end. Yeah, coming up next, Gina Brescia versus Jandra Brescia. I mean, Yadav, let's see what his fitness is like. He is named in the team. Kudik Lal is a good pickup. And Amadullah Safi, number 1, Mr. 100%. He will be out there for Jandra Brescia as well. Can he continue his good start to this series? Join us in around half an hour. We'll take you into match 3. Have a bit of a break for lunch, though. Let's have a look at the highlights. And yeah, looking at this, it's Fresh Tropical, who just took a bunch of early wickets, and it started with the first and the 5th deliveries, both wickets. So we had a 1-run over that went for 2, and we saw wickets in every single over except the 7th. So it was just a bit of a shocker, to be honest. At one stage they were 7 runs for 5 wickets, 11 for 6 wickets, 17 for 7. In a sense, you'd say they did well to get to 45 in their last 3 wickets, put on 28. And the sting was out of this game by then. Pinko Kumar, though, he was the only man that was able to kind of reverse the trend. He came out, he counter-attacked, smacked his first ball for 6. He scored 21 off 6. looked like a completely different game when he was on strike. And well, that was a lovely shot that he just smacked away to the leg side, but then he went, and really any faint hopes for Albano walked off the field with him. Nice little cheeky one-hander for Sikander Abbas, who scoops the pool with 4 wickets. He does get the player of the match for his quick fire 21 and the 4 for 10. As the slowest ball that we've seen so far in the tournament took the 10th wicket. Can't really blame the batter though. He said, look, okay, I'm going to have a go at it. If he hit in the middle, probably goes for 6. He makes a mistake, probably gets caught. Bit of ultimate frisbee skills from Azim Ali there with the frisbee forehand. And Press Tropical, they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves. They're the first team to register 4 wins in this European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at the scorecard. If you've got small children, look away, as it might bring a tear to the eye of some of the Albano supporters, with 4 ducks in there, including 2 Goldens. And Parveen Kumar, 21 off 6, the only batter to have any kind of respectability in his innings. Yeah, Danny Hudacek, well, I hope he's on the way to Milan, and he didn't see that. Don't forget, we will see Albano a couple more times today. A bit like Cricket Stars yesterday, who had a bit of a shocker in their first game. They could turn things around before the end of the day yet. 4 for 10, including a double wicket maiden for Sikander Abbas. 3 for 4 though. Bilal Hamid started all off with Zahid Chima, 1 for 3. Wickets for Nutfield, though he was a bit expensive, and Azim Ali with the ethos gets the 10th wicket. So 50 runs, turns out to be a bit of a spanking, doesn't it? But we have a really good match for you coming up. These 2 teams will take a bit of a break, and we will see the guys from Jinnah and Jandra in the 3rd match. In about half an hour's time, we'll have the first ball. Until then, Smitty Sandy, Mr. Maximo. I'll take a quick break for lunch. Hopefully you can have a quick break too, but you can join us back very, very shortly. When that clock runs out, it'll be time to go. Jinnah versus Jandra. It's an old rivalry. It's a good one. So I think it'll be worth watching. See you then for match 18 right here from the Milan Cricket Ground. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We are 2 games into a 5-game program, 4 really top quality sides on show today. Coming up next, we have match number 18 on the calendar, which is Jandra Brescia versus Gina Brescia. A little bit earlier, the 2 captains were at the toss with tournament referee Rob Kemming. Let's see what happened.
Your call. Head. Heads is called. It is tails. Ball first.
So you see at the news from the toss. We knew that one Brescia team would win the toss, but it was Gina Brescia won the toss and elected to bowl. And so it will be another team electing to chase, and it hasn't always gone the way that teams have wanted. But, let's have a look at the 2 teams. Jandra Brescia, they've got a very strong side, probably some reinforcements compared to last year. And Vibra Yadav and Kudik, they'll make that even stronger. Aminullah Safi back with Jandra Brescia after his journey to Brescia GC last year that took him to the ECL. Gina Brescia, though, I had to check if that was a misprint 1 and 2, but Gina Brescia, they are just 1 wins out of their first 3 games. They won the ECS Brescia last year. Jandra Brescia met them in the final. So, the first game of the day, we had a rematch of the Milan final from last year. And now this game, we have a rematch of the Brescia final from last year. Anyway, let's have a look at the bat versus ball. Well, Jandra Brescia 2-run favourites. Interesting that the supercomputer favours Jandra. I suppose we've gone very recent performance, that's fair, but across the board, a lot of people would have Gina as favourites. And Gina went down to Fresh Tropical early in the day. Despite a decent batting performance, they put on 113, but Fresh Tropical were able to get home with 7 balls to spare. And, well, there's a man I'm always happy to see out in the middle. Got Fiaz Ahmed, who affectionately I dubbed the Fridge in 2019. Really good to see him back. Yeah, so Fiaz opening up. The Fridge is open for business, but he's going to be watching from the non-striker's end. Yeah. First time I've seen Fiaz in a while. Yeah, I think it's the first time we've seen Fiaz since the ECL in 2019. So, I think first time in almost 4 years we've seen Fiaz. But almost ready to go. Wasim Ahmed is going to bowl. And he's another player we have seen previously for Jandra. His brother Naeem on the other team. Naeem Ahmed. So, yeah, plenty to look forward to in this clash. The 2 traditional rivals. Let's go. Match 18 on the way. Biboy Yadav out there first up. First ball away. Now, Yadav had some concerns about a knee injury the other day. Slightly twisted when he was either fielding or bowling, but then when he batted, he hit 6 and ended up retiring hurt. It's good to see him back out there and in his regular opening position. Goes straight pull. Just won't have what it takes to get to the boundary. It will be the first run of the match. And Wasim, a pretty good day the other day. Jandra playing 3 matches, winning all 3. Fiaz Ahmed, always happy when I see players that take me back to my roots with ECN. About 3.5 years ago now. Let's see what his approach is. It's normally attacking. Well, there you go. It is attacking straight away. He's wasted no time. This is working away and gets to the boundary. So 4 runs. 4 carreras. Oh, the Fridge serves it ice cold. Goes and fetches this with a natural angle and movement of Wasim. He gets the boundary. See if he goes for it again. He's up for a reason. Fiaz in the power play. Now cracks the shot behind point. And now that will be a teaser, but that will be another 4. Well, the fridge ain't lost it. And, well, as long as the fridge is running, I think Chandra Brescia will be happy with what he's delivering. Yeah, that'll be a record, the longest gap between ECN matches, because the last time we saw him was the 31st of July, 2019 on ECN. That's 1,366 days. He's lost none of it though. This is going and probably pulls up. Well, Fiaz, I didn't think he was going to get, wasn't going to get a 2, so it's a long single. And so Fiaz Ahmed, I guess he becomes a record holder now. He warrants in scoring some runs, I'm sure. Yadav, outside edge, can't beat the short pseudo gully there. End of the first over, 10 without loss, so pretty entertaining. With Fiaz getting 9 of the 10 runs. And I suppose that's a bit of a draw for me. Around about 10 and over seems the par, maybe a touch under. Maya saying, going to be a good game this. Shame that I have a meeting in 30 minutes. Well, you can always catch it up, that's the thing. But, yeah, just got to say, I'll have to put that one in the record books for Fiaz. Chandra certainly have reinforced, like I said. 3-0, they go 4-0. They're the only undefeated team left in this competition. It's going to be witnessing to bowl over number 2. Very useful left armour. Wow, that's loose. And Miraza gets a glove on it, which stops it potentially going to the outfield or to the boundary. Will be 2 wides. Proper loosener. Want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well, including Maya, of course. Drop us a line. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I want to say hello to Nish, who popped in during the break as well. I saw that. Hello, Nish. Hopefully you're doing well. He's studying in Wales at the moment. Hello to Keanu as well. Cracked by Yadav. I won't get a run. Yeah, a few people looking forward to the Brescia derby. It's kind of there's a few Brescia derbies, to be honest, because you've got to include Brescia CC in that as well. But they're always great matchups. We've been talking about 3 of the top 4 teams in the ECS last year in Brescia. Chibadate, you can probably throw them into the mix as well. Janjua represented Italy in the ECL in 2019, but Gina Brescia have never had that honour. They were about as close as you can get, to be honest. If it was done on, if the qualifying was done the same way it was 2 years ago, if they used the qualification criteria they used last year, then Gina would have made it. But they fell to Brescia CC in what they call the Super Cup, which is like the final of all the finals. The final of the 2 winners of different competitions here in Italy. And that's why we saw Brescia CC at the ECL in 2022 and not Gina Brescia. Brescia CC ended up finishing in 3rd place. This is going to be a dot. Feeling, call me crazy, but this power play fields works today. And I think we might even see some teams employing it or a variation of it past the 3 over mark, because it has been so effective at cutting off runs at the source. Bold, natural angle there, across. Left armers, that's why I think I really like this angle of approach. The Yadav, not quite the Yadav that we know at the moment. Let's see if he can get going. Short, gets a bit of a gift, doesn't he? Fielder will be able to skate around and keep it to 1. And a well-positioned deep backward square leg. Got to say a big thank you to all the crew here for my lunch. And I've got a confession to make. I also ate Danny's lunch, which came 2 bowls of penne pasta with zucchini and broccoli. Very delicious. And I've got another confession to make. Fresh Tropical. They do like to make me biryani. They're making a bunch and they gave me a portion. I ate that as well. So certainly got enough fuel to keep me going. It's called Wyatt. You can call me 3 lunch Maximo today on day 4. Let's check this one out with the angle. Yeah, I think you got to call that a wide. But Fiaz loves to attack. Yeah, 3 years and 9 months since we last saw him on the European Cricket Network. Doesn't look a day older. Fiaz Ahmed. See there the angle of approach from the left armour. Oh, what a shot this is. This basically takes the hand off the bat and squeezes it down behind point. And a really good over, all things considered, after a bit of a shaky start from Sukhvinder Singh. He goes for 5 and the score is 15 without loss after 2. Having a look at the table, Yandra Brescia, only undefeated team. Well, they do find themselves behind on points to Fresh Tropical. But a win here, I feel, would take them back to the top of the table. Gina Brescia find themselves mid-table, 1 and 2. And so you'd say that there are a genuine 8 teams there which should be pushing for the top 4 and probably more. You know, don't count teams like the Kings 11, for example. We've only seen played a couple of games. So I think Albano, the one team with the most to do at the moment, but only 4 teams out of the level will make it to finals day. 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. That's really well hit by Fiaz Ahmed, and that'll go to the fence. He plays that shot really well. What I like about him is he can go 2 sides of the wicket, can't he? Puts that big front foot down the pitch and smack that one. That's good power play batting. Nishay asking, how are the portion sizes compared to the last ECS in Cyprus? Well, I'm not going to lie. Cyprus was a bit more of an all-you-can-eat affair. The portion sizes aren't quite as big here. That's probably smart. So I'd say the portion sizes are sensible here in Milan. It's a quick leg spinner attempt, but just turns outside the line. Azim Abbas will be the first to put his hand up and call that one a wide. But I suppose I ate 2 of them, so it was the largest lunch. And then, yeah, the Fresh Tropical biryani. It's a one-hand glance from Azim Ahmed, and he goes with the angle. So Fiaz Ahmed, I should say, Azim Ahmed, the man who drifts the ball onto his pads and pays the penalty. So what a good performance this is from Fiaz on his return to ECN action. Yeah, previously he did score a 34 as his highest score on the network in only 3 matches back in 2019. It was against Catalunya Cricket Club. Big Max team back in the 2019 edition. That was our first kind of recognised tournament, if you like, on ECN. Really exciting time. And we're seeing quite a few of the players that were involved in this tournament, including Zahid Ali, using the side day for Jandra Brescia. Goes over the top, doesn't miss by much. Zahid Ali was captaining the side on the occasion, giving the captaincy to Hasib Abdul at the moment. Zahid Chima was playing for Jandra Brescia as well. Fiaz. Always nice. Catch up with players. Now, yeah, okay, we're going to talk about that in a second. Come back to it in a minute. He tried to jinx Fiaz with the duck, but it won't work. That'll be a long single, and it'll take us to the end of the power play. It's 25 without loss. All right, so here is the new golden duck. Wow, that's, that's big. All right, thank you. I'm scared. Take it off. That's the golden derrick. It's been pimped up by Kirill's. And we can show it because we know we're not going to jinx either of these guys into a golden duck because they've already scored. But yeah, well done, Kirill's. I'm liking the work behind the scenes. They're always so busy to start with. Never mind. Yeah, never mind the fact that, that they're doing these extra little bits. I love it. Change of bowling, and this is Jaspinder Singh coming in for over number 4. And so, yeah, I mean, Jaspinder, again, he's a popular guy. He's just in the side for the first time today for Jandra Brescia. Trying to get outside off. Does, but probably overdoes it this time. Jandra Brescia, back then, a bit of controversy. Like in 2019, it saw them stripped of their points, actually. Did an ineligible player. But they ended up playing a 7 versus 8 playoff. This one might have been a wide, but it said Fiaz. He's got good reach. The only thing is, on a ground where a few players are kind of pushing for 2s, he seems content with just the single. Now Yadav's the man, though, that I mean, clearly hasn't gotten going yet. 2 off 8. You'll feel that's an investment in what might come next, but still. There's the thick edge. It's flying away, and it is 4 runs. So Yadav will take it, won't he? It's not where he was intending it to go, but it does disappear for 4 runs. So maybe that's just what Yadav needs to get him going. Jandra Brescia. I mean, the overall result is it's about an ordinary run rate, isn't it? But Fiaz Ahmed is shouldering the majority of the load at the moment. But Yadav, again, he could launch at any minute. Oh, that could be gone, you know. It is gone. Slower ball. Just stays down a little bit. And I think that V-Ball Yadav knew that he was gone. It was a clever change of pace and change of approach from the bowler. Just have a look at it. Yeah. It's kind of a rolling leg cutter, hits him in line, going on to hit, and really you can't have too many complaints about that as a batter. I think Yadav, he knew it, didn't even look at the umpire, could tell from the sound, he was a goner. So he burns a bit of the innings here, doesn't he, Yadav? You just wonder if that's still bothering him, that little complaint from the other day. But he's the first wicket to fall, the score is 31 for 1. Check it out again, the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. It's a little overspinner, and it doesn't really bounce on this pitch. We've seen bowlers that bowl these little cutters, and when they got those over rotations on the ball, or those side rotations, it can stay down. That was one of those occasions. So, this will bring a guy that impressed me the other day, Hamza Saad, to the crease. Beautiful tweet of the birds in the background. Beautiful day for cricket. Beautiful day to be outside. Low full toss. Just worked away. It's turned out to be a pretty good over from Jaspinder. I like the use of the slower ball there. It's not just about having the slower ball, though. It's about being able to execute it, getting in the right spot. Oh, he's bowled. He's gone right across this. Once again, the slow ball does the trick. And now it's accounted for both openers. Slow ball again. It's that identical ball, actually, that got Yadav. I think that ball would have hit off stump. This one does. Takes it on. You see one hand off the bat. Just loses his composure. And a very good over in the end from Jaspinder. He takes 2 for 7. And he changes the narrative. Time to close the fridge for now. And he goes for an entertaining 20, though. And the score is 32 for 2, 4 overs down. So 8 and over at the moment. 2 wickets, though. Has the ability to derail things, but Ginebrescia, they'll feel that they do bat fairly deep. Ruksa Ahmed to come on. Over number 5. His first one's hit down the wicket, and reasonably good looking shot. Just a single. The other thing, just looking up and down at the team sheet, there's no Hassan Ali in the side today. The young left armour for Ginebrescia. Push and run. Funny thing is, these kind of shots are the shots that went in the power play. You're not getting away with a run. You have to eat a dot there for that kind of shot. Anyway, Kuldeep Lal's out there. He's very, very capable. Let's see if he can put something together. Oh, that's missed, and it's gone under everyone. And it won't quite be 4 byes, it'll be 2 byes. It's a really close call for Saad. It's a bit too much for the keeper. I think may have got the tiniest bit on that, maybe not. That means that Umair behind the stumps, but 2 runs for nothing, really. Kuldeep is batting above Ahmadullah Safi, which meets a bit of a toss-up. I said the other day, and Kuldeep, normally you'd think is the guy you'd bat above Ahmadullah Safi, but because Safi was on such a heater the other day, but maybe given the run rate, it might be worth kind of gambling with him. Left-hander as well, changes the makeup. You've always got Kuldeep kind of in reserve if it doesn't work out. And push and run. A bit there for a single. Yes, I just think if one of these guys was to get out, Safi's not reading insurance policies, and another gamble the way he bats. Goes after this, Saad. Hasn't quite been on his A game yet, but he will retain the strike as we get to the halfway point of the innings. The score is 39 for 2. Let's have a look at the scores that are average scores here. Because they're going at 7.8 and over at the moment, so you can see that's kind of less than what the par is. So 9.2 in this series. Yesterday was the lowest scoring day. But the thing is, yesterday was the same as last year, 8.8. And ECS 21, it was 10.2. Interesting that. We had a really low scoring final in that year. But overall, out of all of our ECS matches here in Milan, the overall score is 94.10 overs. So get up in the 90s, got something to bowl at. Jaspinder starts with pace on, hit reasonably hard, but it won't beat the fielder. And we saw 95 holding up in the previous game, didn't we? We tend to think, yeah, that 90s is par for the course. Having said that, better scores can be chased down and worse scores can be defended. I think we've got so much talent in the pool. Anything's possible. Fresh Tropical chasing down 114 in the first game of the day. Lyle throws his hands and can't get any bat on this. Myra saying hard for keepers on this pitch. What would I do to keep on this ground? It's a good question, Myra. Probably if I was keeping back, I'd be probably a metre further forward than I'd normally be. I'll tell you why in a second. This is a one hopper down to long on. And the reason is there's not too many balls that are popping and surprising you for pace or bounce. So I feel like I back myself to maybe go a metre closer than I normally would. And also it reduces the amount of balls I'll be taking on the second bounce because it is a really tough area in the second bounce area just in front of you. You can see them in front of the keeper. It's quite difficult. Going nowhere. This is a brilliant spell from Jaspinder at the moment. The other thing I would do, and personally, is I'd be keeping up to the stumps to certainly a bowler like Jaspinder. But I suppose everyone has different capabilities about how fast a bowling they can keep up to and they're confident keeping up to. That has risks as well. Especially with that slower ball, I'd feel you might be able to lure batters out of their crease for a stumping, for example. That's why it's an important position. Thanks for the question. Always love your questions here. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. And when you're a bit further back, if it does move a lot, like that 2 byes, I think it was because he was quite far back, it had gone even further by the time it reached him. Well, there's a slow ball. It might have a third victim, though. It's high in the air. Should be taken, and it is taken. Shabazz Masood takes the catch. So Jaspinder's got that slow ball on a string at the moment, and it's caused all 3 wickets in this innings for Jandra Brescia. And Saad looked like he was just improving a little bit with his touch, but now he has to go for 7. And nicely taken by Shabazz Masood. The score is 42 for 3. A disappointment for Saad. The captain, Hasib Abdul, coming out at 5. So again, I've got to ask the question, why don't you go to Ahmedullah Safi now? I know he's a guy that typically bats lower down, but I feel with 4 overs to go, especially with him being a left-hander, I think kind of missing a trick here. Nothing against Hasib Abdul, of course, who is a very fine player in his own right. Hasib hasn't had a hit in the series yet. Maybe that's got something to do with it. That's a pretty good shot first up, but he finds a sweeper. End of the over, so he'll retain the strike, and Jaspinder bowls a really good spell. And after 6 overs, as the batter retrieves his bat, the score is 43 for 3. The one batter reaching double figures, and that was Fiaz Ahmed on his return to ECN cricket. Yeah, but having a look, we still got Naeem to bat, who's a specialist bat. Ahmedullah Safi listed at 7. I just feel like, especially with the run rate where it is, you roll the dice and you bat Safi. Go with the guys in form. Sometimes plans can be a little bit too rigid. Rookie coming back for over number 7. Right hand, left hand, force balls keep changing the line as well. It's really well bowled. And that's his office, isn't it? Rookie Ahmed leads his side well. Puts a lot into the team, puts a lot into the game. We'll reproduce 5 of those. 5 more of those, that'd be handy. Times low full toss, but it might work out. Fielder comes in, spills it. Just made a slight misjudgment. I think he gets there, Shabazz Masood. It's just one he didn't have too much time to make position. Had to realise pretty much straight away it wasn't carrying all the way to him comfortably. So dive forward, really execute the dive that well, and get through for a single. This is hit really well, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! What a shot from Kuldeep Lal. absolutely nails this down the ground. Makes a bit of position outside the off stump and just carries the line. Great shot there from Spring Productions. Bisects long on and long off. Brings up the 50 for Jandra Brescia. Where can they get to from here? There's Ariel again. This time they'll get 1.5. In fact, we might have trouble here. We will have trouble. I'd love to know exactly where it went wrong here, because it's just a good old-fashioned cook-up out there between Kuldeep Lal and the skipper, Nasib Abdul. Nasib's looking for 2. Kuldeep was never really enthusiastic about it. I think Nasib takes off without really consulting Kuldeep too much. I don't know if I can blame Kuldeep for that one. Maybe you could say took his eyes off his partner, but he did have to get a sense of where the ball was. And that hasn't worked out. And so, well, there is the man, Mr. 100%, coming out in the number 6 spot. That'll be 1 and run out, 51 for 4. And we thought we might see him a bit higher, but we still see him with 3.5 or so overs left in the innings. And Mohammed Sharif Hussain as well, asking where I am. A moment ago, I said, I'm here. I'm right here. I'm in the chat. I'm also on the microphone. All right, so this is where the rubber hits the road, doesn't it? As it's Safi time. First ball now takes a run that there was some hesitation about. Safi had success with this strategy of just clearing the front leg and hoping for the best on Tuesday when we saw him. He scored more runs in one innings than he had in his entire 2-year career on the European Cricket Network. There he is, Abdul Safi. Has made runs in longer form of cricket. He's normally used almost exclusively as a bowler in this form, but yeah, he showed he can clear the boundaries. Kuldeep, late cut, throws the hands at it. Safi scrambles back into the over. And right now, Jandra Brescia putting the choke on, aren't they? 7 overs down. Score is 52 for 4. Coming up on the European Cricket Network, so much more cricket. Let me, top of my head, tell you where we're going. Obviously, the Gibraltar T20 International Series, that's a bit of a bonus. Got 2 weeks here in Italy, concluding in an ECI. Likewise in Austria for 2 weeks. Then Bulgaria. Then, I'm going to say, Sweden, then Romania, then Hungary, then Czech Republic, then Switzerland, then Germany, Dresden, then Germany, Krefeld, then Rome. And by then, we get to the ECC in September, October. Then after that, listed to be in Croatia for 2 weeks, Malta again for 2 weeks. And finishing the year most likely in Spain. There might be a couple of bonus events though at the end. Huge season for us here, biggest ever at the European Cricket Network. All right, Safi. He's on strike in the 8th. Here's Asad Tanvir. He's bowled. There's Safi. He goes for it, but really probably beaten for pace by Asad Tanvir, who gets it right on target, kind of slides on. See here on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Hurries on, doesn't it? And Safi lines it up. It comes up with fresh air. So just 1 for Safi on this occasion. Back to earth with a thud. Well, I'm sure we'll see him with the ball. He'll be an important contributor. Right now he's a 5th week default. It's 52 for 5. Brings Naeem Ahmed to the crease. And he's been kind of up and down the order. Mohammed Sharif Hussain saying thanks, let's enjoy. Well, I'm enjoying it. I don't think Abdul Safi's enjoying this that much. That one crashes into the stumps. So who can move this forward? Can they get to kind of about the 80 or so? It's probably defendable if you bowl really, really well. Naeem would love some runs. He chops it. This has gone as well. Hits the target. And now Kuldeep's run out. And so, well, this is a bit of a disaster, really. And so, I don't really know how to deal with this one. Kuldeep saying, all right, I'll take you on, but you got to hit, and he does. So that's a bit of a disaster one. Means there's two new batters at the crease. Scores 52 for 6. Yeah, Kuldeep, I think, calls that on contact, saying, come on, let's go. But that's a very, very good piece of fielding. Summed up the situation perfectly, didn't he? Kuldeep sees it's chopped in the ground, says, come on, let's go. But the fielder was waiting for it, wasn't he? That's Ghulam Fareed. That knocks the stumps over. And so 52 for 6. This is Farhan Ali then. And he's bowled as well. Oh, falling like 9 pins at the moment as Tanveer hits the timber for the second time in the over. It's a team hat-trick, isn't it? Goes bowled, run out, bowled. And another collapse is on here. We've seen a few of these during this week. So Farhan Ali will be accompanied by the pimped up Golden Derek as he walks off. And what was trouble becomes something a bit worse. It's 52 for 7. Again, great bowling by Asad Tanveer. He's been spot on target, hasn't he? When you win the toss and you elect to bowl, this is the kind of thing you're hoping for. Now here's Zahid Ali, who, got to admit, is one of my favourites. He looked after us so well when we were in Brescia last year. And all of the Chandra Brescia guys. But Zahid Ali, he was the captain of Chandra Brescia in ECL 2019. First ever ECN tournament. Having said that, I think that it's always disconcerting when your first act as a new batter is to help the umpire fix up the shattered stumps. 52 for 7. Where can you get from here? Can you scrape 70 now? Just remain at the rate you're going right now. Zahid Ali's no bunny with the bat, though. We saw him batting in the top 4 back in the ECL. Never fails to surprise Zahid. Here he is facing Asad Tanveer. Wide first ball. Affectionately called Zahid Ali the Alan Border of Italian cricket, partly for the moustache, partly for the occasional grumpiness that he would display when he wasn't too happy about something. There he is there, without the burdens of captaincy. He's like a young man again. Oh, this is a good one. Does get away from the keeper as well, though. This is kind of what I was talking about where I'd be standing. This is the ball that jumps a bit, but it still creates an awkward second bounce for the keeper. Music Umar. But what an over this is from Tanveer. 2 for 1, and you can really call that 3 for 1 when you include the run out. No, Mohammed trying to mount a rescue job, but how? That helps. It's full toss. And it'll be 4. Asad Tanveer finally gets it wrong. He's been right on target most of the time. This one is high-ish. Let's have a look. Felt the way he played. It wasn't above his waist, though. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that may be a no ball, you know. He's slightly bent. No, they say no. That's fine. Let's call the over. So, end of the over, and it's 59 for 7 after 8. Three wickets in the 8th over. What a performance that was from Asad Tanveer. Might have been a bit lucky to get away with that one. Oh, that was probably waist high. When it's not rolling your way, it really isn't. Chandra Brescia could have used the extra delivery and free hit, but they don't get it. I suppose maybe he was slightly bent, but it seemed high to me. Anyway, Sukhvinder Singh is going to bowl over number 9. Saw him earlier, of course. Bowled the second over. Only went for 5. 3 of those were runs from wides. He's going to take this on and force a fumble. So, back to the Zahid Ali show. Zahid's a really good family man as well. His whole family's involved in the club. He's very proud to represent the nation of Italy as the champion club of 2018 at the European Cricket League in 2019. And now he's got to do some work on the field, doesn't he? He's after this, slides past the outside edge. Here's Zahid Ali, top score of 32, came against Ginebrescia in 2021. Also a really wily bowler. And I don't see him bowling too much, but does have 22 wickets in 23 matches on the network. In the air and gone. It's the same plan, isn't it? From Sukhvinder, sliding it across Zahid Ali. Does well to kind of get a fair bit about on this, but he picks out the fielder. And so Ginebrescia continue to pick up wickets. I think the shot's on, but the field's well set. So there was even an extra fielder behind Jaspinder who took the catch to make sure that if it got past him, it wasn't going to go to the boundary. So 8 wickets down now for Ginebrescia, 60 for 8. Right now, looking a shadow of the team that won 3 matches 2 days ago to go to the top of the ladder. This is Usama Munir coming out at number 10. Still 9 balls left in this innings. Hello to Beam as well. Congratulations on being a silver spanner for 1 month. That means that your crown colour changes in the chat. So I've got a yellow crown. Eventually, I think after 2 years or 4 years or something like that, it turns gold, a bit like Golden Derek. Oh, this is handy. Will that run away? It might, and it does. 4 leg byes. So they'll take what they can get. Usama Munir, covers the stumps. He picks out the right leg stump, so it's no question of an LBW. Probably too high anyway. But it's a perfect little deflection because it doesn't take too much of the pad. Keeps a fair bit of the pace. That's what we're going to see. 4 leg by as a result. Hello to Saki as well, asking how am I? I'm going very well. We've got beautiful weather here, 20 degrees. Not a breath of wind at the moment. Very, very pleasant. We're going to run. I like that tight cover. Just trying to prevent any chance of even thinking for a single. Ginebrescia, like I said, team that's 1 win, 2 losses. Just don't expect to see that. They're such a good cricket team, and really they were favourites to qualify for the ECL earlier this year, but they went down to Roma CC in a bit of an upset in the Super Series final last year. Not a bad shot, but again, can't beat the cover. And there's no thought of a run. So really good spell by Sukhvinder Singh, who goes to town a bit, doesn't he? Only 5 come off his first over, only 5 come off his second. But they're all leg byes, so it's actually a fake maiden to Sukhvinder. So there was a leg bye at the first ball of the over. There was a 4 leg byes. Technically, it's a maiden, even though it's not a real one, because there were 5 off the over, but you got to hand to him. Really good work. To Suman and everybody else. Drop us a line. Always happy to see some new faces in the chat. All right, 64. Well, can you get 10 to 15 off this? I want to see it because Asad Tanvir has been so accurate. This is an out, but there's no run either. Long way out of his crease. And high and to the right. Tanvir was brilliant in his first over. Took 2 wickets in the first 3 balls, and the ball in between was a run out anyway. Oh, they don't get a run here. Maybe it's because Naeem Ahmed wants to face. So that's the thing. When innings don't go according to plan, it's more likely to be kind of stuck around here, around the 70 mark. Whereas normally you can squeeze out a few more in a just below par innings, maybe around about 90, 85 to 90. That's because of the outfield conditions. And there's the 9th wicket. Tanvir hits the stumps for a 3rd time. And it's going to be Naeem Ahmed who kept the strike. I want to see if he was the man that could hit a boundary, but he couldn't. This one slips through the gate. And Tanvir hits middle and leg. So down to their last wicket now, Jandra Brescia, 64 for 9. Look, if I look back, hindsight's 20/20, and to be fair, I mean, all the batters we've seen so far have met their demise, but I just feel they missed a bit of a trick to not bat Safi higher while he's in form. I know he only made 1 and he did get a bat, but I felt maybe if he batted a bit higher. And if he comes off, great. If not, you've got other players that can rebuild. I just think he's the kind of player that he can score at a rate that probably most of the other, maybe a bit more proficient batters can't under these conditions. Anyway, time for Shazad Ahmed, number 11, to face up. And he goes as well. So Shazad Ahmed's on a wraparound hat trick. It'll finish with figures of 4 for 6. So Danny locked that one away. And Jandra Brescia all out for 64. Once again, we see a team bowled out. That's 2 consecutive innings. And yeah, it's been happening more regularly than usual. Shazad aims the leg side, comes up with nothing. So what about that from Asad Tanvir? 4 wickets he takes, and they're all bowled. So he might need some spare stumps on standby because he was causing a few problems. And there were problems galore, really, for Jandra Brescia, although it seems a long time ago that we saw Vibor Yadav and Fiaz Ahmed come out there. Fiaz was in a mood, wasn't he? Scored 20 pretty quickly, hit 4 boundaries. Nice return to the network through the fridge. But Yadav was bogged down at the other end. Did eventually hit a boundary. We'll see that in a second. But yeah, Fiaz was kind of carrying the show early, wasn't he? There are a couple of noticeable changes in this game, and it was Jaspinder that was a notable bowler, and his slower ball picked up 3 wickets. And let's not forget his contribution in getting Jandra Brescia on the back foot. He first got Yadav LBW, Plum LBW. Then he got Fiaz Ahmed swinging across that delivery that clipped off stump. And then he elicited the skied shot from Hamza Saad. Reasonably good catch by Shabazz Masood, who couldn't hold on to this one though. And although Kuldeep looked in a dangerous mood, that was a nice shot that he hit straight down the ground. We just saw a few problems with teams running between the wickets. We saw the captain, Hasib Abdul, involved in the mix-up with Kuldeep. That saw Hasib run out. Safi didn't come off, swinging all around it. He was out for 1. And Asad Tanvir, like I said, he was in a mood, wasn't he? So that was bowled, and then the run-out, direct hit. And to make things worse, it was 3 wickets in 3 balls. Asad Tanvir would ultimately hit the stumps 4 times. It's a rare bad delivery. I felt on reflection that probably could have been called. Zahid Ali, unfortunately for him, not too much luck for him, a 3-ball duck. This was a 4 off the legs, but like I said, they can take whatever they could get at this stage. But Asad was hungry for more. He got 3 and then he got 4. As Jandra Brescia all out for 64. They leave 2 balls on the table. So Jandra Brescia 65 will be the victory target. You can see this ground, how it's quite thin on the sides, a bit longer at the straight boundaries because it is converted football field. Gives you a bit of an idea of what we're dealing with here. Well, plenty of zeros there, unfortunately, especially down the bottom. But at the top, Fiaz Ahmed, the refrigerator, turns up with 20 off 13. Good to see him back. Hopefully see him a little bit later in the day as well. Called him low with 10, including a Maximo, but apart from that, just single digits. As far as the bowlers, lots of good performers. Got to say Tanvir probably takes the cake in the end. 4 for 6, hitting the stumps 4 times in his 10 deliveries that he bowls. Also, there was a run out when he was bowling. 3 for 11, Jaspinder was great though. All 3 wickets to the slower ball. And Sukhvinder 1 for 5 with the fake maiden. he was outstanding as well. No one really going for a lot of runs either. Maybe he was in the eye of the storm early when Fiaz was up and going. We'll take a break. 64 doesn't look like enough, but we have seen these kinds of scores defended. They're going to have to bowl and field out of their skin, and you feel like Jinnah would have to throw it away a little bit as well. Having said that, it is the Brescia Derby, and we'll be back with the second half of it after this in match 18. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to Milan. Great to be here in the north of Italy for the FanCode European Cricket Series. Third time I've been at this particular ground, the MCG, the real MCG in Milan, and couldn't have had better weather as well so far. 20 degrees and very mild conditions, very pleasant. Right now watching the Brescia derby. Brescia around about an hour or so, hour and 15 minutes away from where we are at the moment. And Brescia coming out to chase 65. That's because they did a bit of a number on Jandra Brescia. He lost 6 wickets in the last 16 balls, 7 wickets in the last 19 balls of their innings. On the way to crashing out for 64 all out. And so it will be quite the effort if they could manage this. Hasib Abdul's going to open the bowling. Great to have your company once again, whether you're watching on FanCode in India, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. Let's roll. It's Masood opening up, and he starts by pounding a ball over the fence. Well, that ball had a very short half-life, didn't it? I suppose it's a little bit short, but it's not an easy shot on this pitch. So it's maybe a bit easy with new ball. And that one's over and out. That's about 10% of them right there. Maximo. What a shot by Shabazz. Now next ball's pushed wide. Be improbable if they could defend 64, but it's not unprecedented. Typically, here in Italy, we don't see scores like this defended, although I suppose on this field it's probably more likely than ever. Pulled wide. If you're not going to defend it, you better do it on a field that's reasonably slow, where you can choke up the singles and these little edges don't necessarily run away for 4. Had around about 13 or 14 defences of scores in the 60s. Hasib Abdul, though. Not the start he was looking for. That's good. Good recovery, though. He draws him forward. So, yeah, the best defence we've ever had was 60 by the Prague Tigers. That was their first day of ECN cricket as well, back in the 4th of June 2022. Looking at April defences. Well, Miranda Dragons in the Portugal Night Series defended 66 once. There's another good ball by Abdul. And most recently we saw 62 and 60 last year. That 63 from Men in Blue, that stood ever since February 2021, but it went down on the 21st of May in Stockholm. This is in the air. I think this is running away for 4. It does. So Masood's off to the races. Double figures already. It doesn't have come off this first over in the first 4 balls. Yeah, Stockholm Tigers, they beat that record, which had stood for 15 months. And 2 weeks later, Prague Tigers beat them. Defending 60 against Prague Barbarians, keeping them to only 34. Crazy stuff, really. Driven, and no run this time. I suppose easy come, easy go. Today I did get an early lunch on account of the capitulation of the Albano innings. And back in Prague, Danny and I that day would cost an early lunch. We thought, okay, 60, that's not enough. And Barbarians are a division above. They'll probably knock this off in about 5 overs. This is out to the sweeper. We couldn't have been more wrong. As Prague Barbarians managed 34 for 8 only in their innings. As we get to the end of the first over, score is 13 without loss. So no staggers so far. Golden ball was yesterday, wasn't it? We're about 24 hours or so, and maybe 25 hours now since our last golden ball. 5 matches. That's pretty much one day in ECN land. wasn't it a doozy yesterday between Trentino, Aquila and Cricket Stars. Cricket Stars losing 8 for 17 to fall over and tie the game. That was after Trentino Aquila themselves lost 8 for 13 in the first innings. A tale of two collapses. Mine is bigger than yours. It's certainly one of the most entertaining games we've seen this year. There's been a lot of them. Vibo Yadav is going to come on and over number 2. Already, that rate required has gone under a run of ball. It's going to be a tough one. Jandra Brescia would hope Yadav is the kind of player that can win them these kind of matches, but really not too many to deal with. And first ball swings in and it's tucked away. Nice batting from Masood, who's looking very organised early on. As that is whipped away with the movement. Yadav has a natural kind of in-swing slant to his bowling. Of course, talking about the prospect that maybe at some point during the summer we'll bring in a bonus point system where Gina Brescia, if they were to chase these runs down before the end of the 7th over, they would get a bonus point. I think that'd be a really interesting scenario in this game. This one gets through the man. He's there to save the single. It's Shazad Ahmed. Results in 1. Yeah, so the idea is that instead of 2 points for a win, 0 points for a loss, we'll add a point to each team. So 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss. But if you can win with a bonus point and you steal the other team's point, so you get 4 points for a bonus point win and 0 points for a bonus point loss. In this case, if Gina Brescia could chase in 7 overs, 70% or less of it, a lot of time. And conversely, if you can keep the opposition to 70% or less of your score, then you would get a bonus point as a team that bats first. So in this case, we'll see 70% of 65. Climbing a bit down leg side. Yeah, so in this case, if you could keep the batting team to 45 or less, it seems unlikely in such a low-scoring game. Yeah, I think it'd be a nice addition. It also would kind of serve as a better secondary criteria as just net run rate, which we've got at the moment. This is helped around the corner. Should be a long single. Net run rate's important, but yeah, I think net run rate sometimes can be skewed by a particular game. So say you beat up on a team that has been struggling and you get a big boost in your net run rate compared to, I suppose, competing in multiple games and doing well in multiple games. Uh-oh, no one's reaching that. And Yadav just doesn't seem himself today so far, does he? Here's the minimo, 5 runs. And Tanvir doesn't have too much except stand there. It actually seems even further down the leg side, which makes it more or less impossible for Naeem Ahmed. He's a pretty good keeper. But right now, Gina Brescia trying to, I suppose, make up for lost time. They went down first game of the day. They've got a 1-win, 2-loss record. I had to double check that. I thought, no, that can't be right, but it is right. No, Asad Tanvir. A bit like some of the shots of his bowling. He goes the big swing and misses, but this doesn't hit the stumps. And that kind of sums it up for Jandra Brescia. Can't buy a wicket at the moment. End of 2 overs, the score is 25 without loss. Looking at the table, yeah. So if you were to do that bonus point system, so yeah, instead of 2 points for a win, you can kind of see each team has 2 points for every win, so their points is exactly 2 times their wins. No results, of course, you get 1, but it would be 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss, unless there's a bonus point that's stolen. I don't know what you call it. Do you call it a bonus point? Do you call it the steal point? You can steal from the other team. Or a bash point, because you've bashed. Anyway, up in the air. It is going to be a tough one, but it's taken. And it's Kuldeep that takes the catch. Kind of ran the wrong way at first, but then he recalibrated. And it's going to be Masood that's going to go for 17. So a nice catch taken by Kuldeep Lal. And Jandra Brescia, that resigned feeling, don't they, at the moment? I see he brings himself back for a second over. And he does get the wicket of Masood. But he does get them off to a good start, doesn't he, Shabazz? It's 25 for 1. So I think that bonus point, once it's written to the regulations, could get that tabooed. Maybe as early as Austria, maybe not, maybe Bulgaria. Just have to cross the I, dot the I's and cross the T's. I suppose if you cross an I, it becomes a T. This is going to be Mirza Umair, the keeper, coming out at number 3. Just careful first up. You can see, because of the slightly variable bouts in this pitch, the batters, especially early in their innings, they're a bit more willing. Most of the batters, they're wanting to stick around. They're playing a bit more of a straight bat. Not super easy to take it across the line or whip away to those balls straightening down the line. Straight bat shot. This time takes it on. If he hits, he'll be gone, I think. And could have almost got it. No throw, they don't. There's Safi, who we haven't seen with the ball yet. And potentially a guy we might see come on next over. Check this out. I mean, he's even comfortable enough. I think he would have been out. He would have been in. Okay, maybe that bounce throw taking a lot of velocity out of the ball. Hasib tries the short ball. It doesn't work out too well to the short boundary. Tanvir's off the mark at the 4th attempt. And he gets 4. Yes, Tanvir just sweating on that short one, wasn't he? It wasn't that far from the fielder, but that is one boundary you can target. Hasib Abdul. Let's see what his strategy is here. Bowled him! And he tries to go sideways again. And Asad Tanvir becomes the kind of statistic that we saw plenty of when he was bowling. But Abdul goes full and at the middle sub, and it's actually not that complicated, is it? To get it fuller, and just completely fooled him for pace there. So, got to say, Asad Tanvir was brilliant with the ball, but he was a little bit off with the bat today, wasn't he? Having said that, it's only a tiny target, thanks to his effort with the ball. 30 for 2 now. Yeah, kept his feet out of the equation. And really, it's a ball. Should probably be playing straight down the ground. Can't really pull a Yorker. If you try, that's what happens. Hello to Josh Sayers, I think's watching from the US. Remind us where you're from in the US again, Josh. Great to have you with us. Hello to Chris Shinkler as well, watching from the Netherlands. And I know Corey was meant to be commentating a 50-over game in the Netherlands yesterday. Got washed out. Didn't get back to me when I asked him, did you get paid or not? New batter comes out is Hasnat Ahmed. He pushes for 1 first up. So end of the power play. More or less an average power play. I think that kind of 30 for 2 or low 30s for 2 is about a draw in a normal game. I suppose right now, almost halfway there. 31 for 2. After 3. So yeah, beautiful day in Milan, like I said. Still plenty more cricket to come. Jandra Brescia, they can't sulk after this game because they're going to have to get right back on the rack. They've got a game against Albano in match 4. So Albano desperate to get on the board, to get anything going. And Albano will play both the remaining games. Firstly against Jandra Brescia, and then against Jina Brescia in match 5. So Jina Brescia, big game for them, big day for them. 3 matches, same with Albano, 3 matches. Ahmadullah Safi missed 100%. Time for him to come into the attack. And so let's see if he can do something. You just need to keep your emotions in check in ECN cricket. You're up, you're down, you're spinning around. But it's a marathon, not a sprint. Right now, Abdullah Safi does everything at 100%. He's coming round the wicket. Interestingly, 2 minutes to Umair. Hasn't Ahmed, pardon me. This is the change of over. The batters swap ends, and now it will be Hasn't Ahmed at the non-striker's end, and Umair to take over. Coming to Safi. He scored a really good 57 a couple of days ago. I know that he wasn't meant to play today because he was rostered on for work, but he was able to make a switch. Southern Indiana, Josh is from. You a fan of your college football, Josh? It's that kind of country, isn't it? Where you're living. Is it nice and cool this morning? It's well bowled by Safi. Gets in a good spot and beats Umair. Yeah, you've just got to try and compete. And even if you're going down in this game, which you don't see a path back to victory for Chandra Brescia, but the longer you can ride it out, and the better your net run rate looks at the end of it. This is why, like I said, if you were to make this a bonus point game, you need 33 off 22, so you take 18 off the balls remaining. And suddenly, it's a bit more of a contest to try and steal that point off your opposition. This one's into the onside. But what should we call the bonus point if we use it? Do we just say bonus point? What do you call it? A golden point, maybe? Maximo point? Any ideas? Let us know in the chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. Okay, well, this is high. Anyone catching this? Should do. Safi said he catches it. And, well, this is a guy, he'll always give you 100%. We know that. Hasn't Ahmed launches it. And you can see, he's pretty happy to take the catch. A bit of frustration in that as well. I mean, to be honest, there were fielders in a better position to take this who were kind of running in towards the ball. But he said, no, that's mine. This is my area. Takes it. Hasib was there as well. He just served to be a bit of a safety net, didn't he? As he wrapped up Safi, he says, yeah, this is what we should be doing. Come on, guys. 33 for 3. Safi with the wicket. This will bring Mohammad Rizwan to the crease at number 5. Rizwan is going to face up. He's a very good batter in his own right. This is driven away. Just a single. And that is the wonderful fluorescent floppy hat of Zahid Ali. It certainly has been a popular accessory. Loving the hat. Almost like a toddler that you're afraid might get lost. It's the kind of hat you'd put on him. You know where Zahid Ali is at all times. This could be close. Oh, now blast through, and we got overthrows. How many? I'll just take one. I think he's just okay. And yeah, I had the feeling that this would have been out. Let's have a look when the ball comes past. Well, he might have been home, you know. And then the backup fielder, he certainly goes close to the line, but I think when he's touching it, I don't think you ever see the rope really move. So he'll be okay. A long single to finish the 4th over, and he's 35 for 4. And you can see, well, here where they need to be. Not a testing rate, is it? Here's Denisoros, who's snapping happy here at the Milan Cricket Ground. Of course, his sister Diana is enjoying a much deserved break, whatever she's doing. We hope she's having a good time. back in Romania, of course. Doesn't take too many breaks, Diana, so hopefully she enjoys her recreational time. Got Dennis here doing a great job. Zahid Ali, I like this. He's going to come on with his off spinners. Yeah, I mean, he's a super clever bowler. He will take the air out of the ball a fair bit, but he can also kind of slide one through. Little laugh. And, okay, this is very important news. It means that their hat is now on Hasib Abdul. So that's a hat that should probably have its own Instagram page. There you go. Wily old fox, Zahid Ali. If you were to get in a time machine and go forward 50 years, this must have been, pardon me for interrupting myself, but I think the keeper's taken this in front of the stumps. Let's have a look. Yeah, just. And the square leg umpire says, yeah, you've broken. So you can't be even beside the stumps before the ball passes the stumps. So he's broken the plane. So a free hit coming up. This will be a wide and more wides. And this hurts. But yeah, as a keeper, you must remain wholly behind the stumps, which means you can't even break the back edge of the stumps until either one of two things happens. Either the ball passes the stumps or the ball hits the bat or the batter. They're the two criteria. Another free hit. There's no fine leg, but I still think it should just be one. Yeah, it's good fielding. So what I was going to say, before that no ball call, is that if you got in a time machine and 50 years in the future, you'd probably still see Zahid Ali rocking out his off spin. He just never seems to age, does he? Loves his cricket. And really, not only his teammates love him, he's popular with the opposition as well. Oh, mis-stumping. This is one that I think Naeem's kind of rushing back to the stumps, but he needs to catch it first. Because I feel if he catches it cleanly, he has more time than he thinks to get back to the stumps. So that's a missed opportunity. Zahid Ali is grumpy at times, but he's also a forgiving guy, and I'm sure he'll forgive Naeem for a couple of indiscretions in this over behind the stumps. Still a decent over. This is one of the tactics I saw Zahid Ali using last year. He's putting balls out that are actually wides, but he's banking because he's slow enough that batters will hit him because they can't reach them. And you see that one was a wide that was spoiled. He's got a little cheeky grin. Saying, yep, I got away with that one. Last ball, the fifth coming up. Once again, outside the off stump. It's a long chase for the fridge. And they're going to take on a two. They're going to get there. And so it takes us to the end of the fifth over, and the score is 44 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up, because we're just 2 games in to, well, 2 completed games in. After this will be 3, and this is the 4th game of the day. Match 19, and it's Jandra Brescia winning the toss, electing to bowl. So at least they don't have to bat first again, because that didn't go too well. But, it will be an interesting game between Jandra Brescia and Albano. They've had their own problems with the bat. So 2 teams that have been rock and rolled in their last game. Going head to head, Albano bowled out for 45 in match number 17. Jandra Brescia bowled out for 64 right here. There's a refrigerator. It takes me right back to my first tournament for ECN back in July 2019. Longest gap between 2 ECN appearances. 1,366 days. Here's Safi. Starts with a wide. No, he calls to catch it. Yeah, so Fiaz Ahmed was at the Champions League of European Cricket representing Jandra Brescia. We haven't seen him since. So good to see him back, and he batted really well. He was one shining light in the innings. Safi jumps all over this one. Like I said, he's going to keep competing. He's oblivious to the ball being thrown back at him. That's because he's so in the zone. Umair, 6 off 9. Struggling to get going a bit. Yeah, toes a pull shot for 1. And it's Kuldeep doing the fielding. So yeah, Janjabresha just got the 2 matches today back to back. Now on a day like this, in week 1, you typically have 2 teams playing 3 matches and 2 teams playing 2 matches. Another ball finds the cover. No run. I don't think I can see a way back into this game for Janjabresha, but I mean, just think about what happened yesterday when Trentino Aquila were able to do a number on Cricket Stars from this position. They won it reasonably comfortably. I bowled as well. He's bowled a very good spell here, Safi. On for 7 in his 10 deliveries that he's bowled so far. So if it was bonus point time, that would be slipping away right now. They need 18 off 8. Pitched up, it's worked away. Safi with the haircut and all coming in the last ball of his spell. He's been good. And tries a Yorker. And it's fumbled by Zahid Ali out there. Maybe startled by his own hat, but he does prevent the boundary. So Safi, very good spell of 1 for 10. Drags things out a little bit. The 50's up for Janjabresha now. 50 for 3 after 6. So this Milan Cricket Ground, part of a multi-sport complex. That includes tennis, includes baseball, includes archery, paddle. A lot of action around here. Rugby, of course, next door. Yeah, it's a really nice part of the town that we're in. A little bit out of the hustle and bustle of downtown Milan. All right, here's Zahid. Is just 1, thankfully. Yeah, no, well, again, we've got to bring your hat new because Hasib Abdul is wearing the hat again. Zahid Ali is bowling. And, fake charge. Again, I'm just staying a little bit further back now. You can see after he got no ball for encroachment in the last ball. Josh said he's going back to work in southern Indiana. No problems, Josh. Great to have you with us. This one gets past the infielder, but it will just be a single. Off away to the leg side again. They go for 2 and they'll get there on the fumble. That's good running. A couple of things with this field. Just lent to more 2s, especially on the fumble, because if it's a bounce throw back in, it takes a lot of energy out of the ball. So just a single there as they're creeping in towards the target. And like I say, a bit of sting's gone out of this game at the moment. It will be the end of the over. The score's 54 for 3 after 7. Just 11 required off the last 3 overs. This is what's coming up once again. If you missed it, it is Janjabresha versus Albano. So Two teams that can really use a win. Chandra Brescia look like they slide into a 3-1 record. After this game, Albano, they are 0-3. And really need a win, don't they? Hamid Nasir comes in for Albano. Manulau, I think they need a bit out of their captain, don't they? No Jorawa for Albano. So, yeah, it hasn't been an easy time for them so far. And Brescia, well, Chandra Brescia, not having a great time either today so far. People Yadav, up to fire for them in the next game, which starts in 35 minutes. Last ball of this over coming up. Just a miscount, I think. But now this will be the last ball, which goes for 1. So it's 55 for 3 at the end of 7. Chandra Brescia just needing 10 then off the last 3 overs. So, yeah, we've had a lot of close contests. This isn't really one of them, but probably notable by the fact that it's an exception. It's kind of the exception that proves the rule, isn't it? That we have had a lot of close games here in Milan, a lot of high-quality teams. Umair's never really hit his straps in this innings, but he's still there. Kuldeep's going to get a bowl in over number 8. 10 required. And now, I mean, you've into the 8th over. I don't see how they can mess this up, but you got to start somewhere. If you can have a really good over here, like a 1 or a 2 run over, at least you kick the ball forward and keep the game kind of alive. This doesn't help as they're able to get a single out to the leg side. I wonder if it's maybe an opportunity to bring back that power play type field with maybe just 2 or 3 outfielders and just everyone else in trying to save the single. Because these two haven't been convincing. They combined for 21 off 27 balls. But that doesn't help. Now the leg side for a wide, so it's 8 to win. I don't think they could pull it off, but it might be the best chance. Yeah, you can see the field there. Still pretty well spread. They've got the mid-wicket in. Fiaz a little bit, but still a few balls going around him. And this is hit pretty well. Zahid Ali has got some work to do. As well, keeps it to 1. Doesn't show off the arm just yet. There's that magnificent fluorescent lemon lime kind of hat. Goes for it, should be gone and taken. So Amadou Safi takes the catch. And well, it's a big smile from Safi, despite the game situation. Kulit Lal chips in with a wicket. It feels like a consolation wicket. Glimmer of hope. I don't even think, Chandra Brescia, think that they can pull this off from here. But yeah, Amadou Safi says, yeah, I've got this one covered. Interestingly, no Yadav in that position. We know that he hurt his knee a couple of days ago. I think they're just trying to protect him a little bit. He's kind of fielding in the circle at the moment. 58 for 4. It ends Mirza Umair's innings, 13 off 18. Wasim Ahmed comes out to bat. He's the brother of Naeem Ahmed, who's behind the stumps for Chandra Brescia. So, Amadou Safi missed 100%. Certainly has stood up for Chandra Brescia, but looks to be in a lost cause. 7 to win. And still 7 to win. So yeah, Kulit Lal's over. Not a bad one. I mean, 3 and over was the required rate. It goes above that a tick now, but yeah, you need to have every over as good as this. Nope, it's going down the leg side. So Seep shapes the throw, but doesn't. But 4 off the over is a pretty good one. And it does take us to the end of the 8th. The score is 59 for 4. But it just shows you, I mean, if Chandra Brescia had been able to squeeze out another 10 or 20 runs, the result could have been different here. And I know what they say, if my uncle were a squirty boom auntie, but they're just ahead of where they need to be. So where are we at? 6 off 12. You'd have to have an over to finish all overs here. Yadav is coming on. I think you just gamble that you can get a bunch of dots. That's your only way back here. It was Ahmed. Look, he's a good batter, no doubt about it. But you got to hope, because he's new to the crease, maybe you can keep him quiet. No mid wicket in the circle. So I think that Yadav is going off stump and trying to pat that offside field. Oh, instead he gets it wrong. Yeah, it's on the leg stump. This has been a constant problem for him today. He's losing down the leg side. I think when you move the mid wicket to another point, and you're saying, yeah, I'm trying to bowl to left of screen, and it just gets a bit straight on him there. 4 to win now off 11 balls. Yeah, beats him. We need plenty more of that. Now, if you can just somehow take it to the last over, then you can maybe put the full squeeze on. Probably 8 infielders, 7 or 8 infielders out of 9. Plus your keeper and bowler, of course. Try and stop every run. There's another dot, which should be. All right. A bit of deja vu about yesterday now. Just don't think you can possibly lose from here. We have seen some miracle games. The Magnificent 7, Mata Day versus Marsa is one in Malta. Definitely the Trentino Aquila yesterday versus Cricket Stars. And now he angles one, and it's a pretty good kick from the fridge. He makes sure it's only one. I don't know what size shoes Fiaz Ahmed is, but I'd say that's they're fairly large in surface area. 3 off 8. Well, there's a quarter of the runs they need. So I mean, they've got the 3 they needed off this over basically already, with 2 to come. Oh, there's no mid wicket, so they'll get at least 1. And I think a 2. He was pretty keen for it, wasn't he, Wazim? We realised there was no one there, and it was going to take a long time for the outfielder to get there. So there might have been 2 there. But Rizwan saying, hey, nothing crazy, we're almost there. He tells him twice, and he's doubly short. So just 2 required off 7. You can get a dot here, at least you take it to the last, you know. You got to give credit to Jandra Brescia. Their net run rate won't take as much of a beating as it might have in this game. There's conditions for you, really. Well, that should do it. And there's no doubt about it now. It's halfway up the hill. Maximo! Wazim finishes things with a bang. Yadav tries out the short stuff. And this one is over. Jinnah, 69 off 9 overs. Jandra, 64. And Jinnah Brescia, they get there reasonably comfortably in the end. But, yeah, I think Jandra can be pretty happy that they push it as long as they did. And so this is what's coming up in around about 25 minutes' time. Jandra will be back on the rack against Albano. 2 teams that have tasted defeat today. 2 teams that have been rock and rolled as well in the last 2 games. Go head-to-head in match 19. Join us. Still 2 matches to go here on day 4 in Milan. Let's have a look at the highlights of this one. Well, 65 to win. And it was Shabazz Masood. They got them off to a really good start. He cracked 17 off just 10 balls with 2 4s and a Maximo. And he was pretty good early on, just those 2 4s in the first kind of stages of the game, plus that 6. So he had 3 boundaries in the first 7 balls. But he would meet his demise, caught well by Kuldeep Lal, looked over one shoulder then the other. So Tanvir wasn't really able to show us what he could do. Swung all across that one. Hasib Abdul with the wicket. And then it was a bit of a funny one. The game kind of drifted, didn't it? Safi came on. He was able to get Hasnat 2 off 3. Mirza stuck around for a while, but didn't hit a boundary in 18 balls, scoring 13 along the way. And really, after that initial burst, from this point forward, we didn't see a boundary again until the last ball of the match. So it really was a bit of a drought. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 2 balls there, plus 5 balls there. We had 37 balls without a boundary in there. So it was good defense from Jandra, but what they would have done for 10 or 20 more runs, I think, in the end. Bit of a forgettable storyline, really, in the second half of this game, but they do get the business done. That's what history books will show. They do it with 6 balls to spare, 17 to Masood. Without his innings, it would have been even harder work. 13, but a laboured 13 from Mirza. 10 not out for Rizwan. And Wazim Ahmed finished with a bang. Finished with 9 not out. And like I said, it is Jinnah Brescia that win it in 9 overs. As far as the bowling, you've got to give credit where credit's due. Hamidullah Safi, very good spell from him. 1 for 10 off his 2 overs. Hassan Abdul came back well in his second over to finish with 2 for 19. Cody Glal probably would have bowled the 10th, but he never got the chance because the game was over. He took 1 for 3 of his only over. So tighter than we thought, but it is Jinnah that win the derby. And now Jandra, they're back-to-back against Albano. 2 teams desperate for some points on day 4. We'll see you in about 20 minutes to take you into that game. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon with more action from the north of Italy. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello everybody, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Milan. Great to have your company. It's time for the fourth match of the day. Two teams that haven't picked up a win today, although one of these teams haven't even picked up a win in the series. That's Albano. It's Jandra Brescia versus Albano for match 19. Coin toss, all important. Let's see what happened a little bit earlier when Rob Kemning, the tournament referee, had the two captains for the match 19 coin toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is tails.
We're going for ball first.
So Jandra Brescia winning the toss, selecting to bowl. So both these teams, I think we're probably thinking that way. Was a little bit of water being tipped out in front of the camera there, but that's that might be a bit residual from overnight because it's been pretty dry here. Let's have a look at the teams. Jandra Brescia will be chasing this time around. Albano means they need to put the runs on the board up front. Monu Lal, I mean, he will open the batting, I'm pretty sure. He's got the captaincy now. The enigma, as we call him. And Molsing behind the stumps. Got to say, Pavin Kumar certainly showed a bit of attacking intent. He was the only batter to fire, really. Maybe he could get pushed up the order as a bit of a wild card. Jandra Brescia, though, and I think Yadav wasn't quite the player that we know him to be, but he is carrying a slight injury. We saw him retire hurt a couple of days ago. Ahmadullah Safi continues to bat lower than some other players. He only scored one in the last game, but he was the form batter the other day. And apart from that, Zahid Ali, wily old fox, came to the party with a couple of decent overs. But I think it's going to be an interesting one. Fiaz Ahmed was a big addition, though, for Jandra Brescia. He actually opened the batting. It's the first time we'd seen him in 3 years and 9 months on the network. Jandra Brescia, 19-run favourites over Albano. You can see Albano, the issue is they're batting mostly, only averaging 78 per 10 overs. Okay, they did get rock and rolled in the 40s, but even the other two games they weren't able to break 100. And at this level, that does make it a bit tough to win cricket matches. Almost ready for a start. And see, Albano, I don't think it's a bad thing for them to bat first. Mencia, who is on striker's end. Monu Lal, who is going to be the striker. Yes, I like this. I said earlier that Monu Lal didn't face the first ball, and then he hardly faced a ball in that first couple of overs. So might as well push all your chips to the front of the table and say, let's go. Hello to the robot as well in the chat. Feel free to keep us company. Still 2 matches to go here on a beautiful sunny Thursday afternoon. You see the surrounds of the ground here. Naeem Ahmed behind the stumps for Jandra Brescia. Just waiting for the clock. On your marks, get set, let's go. Match 19. It starts with a ball that is angled away for one. So this has kind of been the issue on this ground, because a statistic I mentioned this morning that in Cyprus, for every 6 hit, and there's a similar amount of 6s being hit per innings between this and Cyprus, for every 6 hit in Cyprus, there were 2 4s. Whereas for every 6 hit here, there's only 0.8 of a 4. As Nasir starts, and he starts well, but picks out the fielder, Ahmadullah Safi. You can see that they're desperate to get something going, aren't they? And Hamid Nasir into the side for Albano. Maybe he can provide the spark that they're looking for. Nasir, previously of Jandra Brescia. Just flicks this away and he's gone. The enigma goes early, and it's Hasib Abdul that takes the catch. There's 2 outfielders, but that found one of them. You can see there, it wasn't the perfect technique, was it? Just a little drop kick shot off the pad, straight over Crocodile Rock. And the catch is taken. I think it's Hamza Saad out there that takes the catch, but it wasn't really convincing. And it is the first wicket, so yeah, disappointment for Monu Lal. Check it out again. I mean, it wasn't the worst. It wasn't the worst shot I've ever seen. You always take your chances when you hit the ball in the air. And yeah, it was Hamza Saad that takes it. He might have just flicked that knuckle and way through, which is a little bit uncomfortable. Well, it's going to be shortish ball. First time, Anmol Singh, the keeper, comes out at number 3. Optimistic LBW appeal. Probably should be a couple. It is a couple. As Shazad Ahmed tries to jump all over it. Yeah, definitely heading down the leg side, and even further down the leg side after it hits the pad. And so, one thing that might be interesting is that I might do an Instagram Live. Haven't done one in a while. I thought that might be a fun thing to do. Seeing Danny is off today, so I'm fending for myself. Dubious one perhaps on the last ball, but very legitimate run this time. And this is the end of the over. So it is 7 for 1 after 1. Albano, they might feel if they can even just get the kind of 80 or 90 on the board here, it could be enough. Average scores, again, not sure if this is up to date, but yeah, 9.1 and over, so around about the early 90s. Time for the second over. It will be Yadav to bowl it. Well, he goes after this, but he's picked out the fielder, and there's another one. Amadullah Safi missed 100%, takes his curtain call, and it is another wicket. Well, Yadav, your luck can change in an instant. He needs something to go his way. He's had a bit of a rough day so far. Amadullah Safi did not have to move. So it's going to be Nasir. Looked good with his 2 runs that he did score, but that's all he scores. Albano, remember, they got rolled for 45 by Fresh Tropical in match 17. So if you add that on to today, they are 52 for 12. Which isn't great. Ravi Kumar comes to the crease. It's tough. It's a new game, and you can still back your way out of this. It's got to play on your mind, though, what happened earlier. Jatra Brescia, I mean, haven't had an easy ride today either. They were rolled for 64 in their game. Ooh. Gone. Another wicket. And if there's no bat on this, I think it's pretty close. I'll see it from straight on. But Yadav always just slides the ball into the batter. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. In it goes. Not looking great yet. Oh, yeah, that's gone. There's no bat in that, which I don't think there is. That is Salmon Trout hitting the middle stump. And so that's a golden duck. I pipped up Golden Derek to come as Ravi Kumar goes very first ball. And gold radiating off Derek, which denotes a first ball dismissal for Arvind. And Yadav, just like that, is on a hat trick. So 7 for 3. Now they've lost 52 for 13 today. And they're not great numbers, are they? The question is, who can save the date? Now, I like this move. They're bringing FanCode Kumar up to number 5. Now, he did crack 20 in quick time and kind of bucked the trend earlier, didn't he? Before he was bowled. It's called FanCode because previously he had a 4-digit number. I'll have to check exactly what it was. Anyway, we had a hat-trick in Italy already with Rajmani taking a hat-trick just yesterday. 5 for 4. Could Vibor Yadav be hat-trick taker number 12 of the season? It's going to annoy me that I can't remember his actual shirt number, but I'm going to go back and I'm going to find it. Because the FanCode Kumar, certainly a player that always entertains us. Anyway, here we go with a hat-trick delivery for Vibor Yadav. No, he gets it wrong. I think the umpire puts him off here. Yadav starts running. He starts running in despite the umpire's hand being out. And I reckon that throws him. He says, okay, I'm going to go on with it. And then it's an awful ball down leg side. This one's also heading down leg side, though, to be fair. Yeah, just a little something I picked up. He lost his rhythm there completely. And he said, oh, you know what, I've run this far. I'm going to go through with it. And this one's okay. Sneaks inside the line. So more batting woes for Albano so far. Yeah, saying peace, man. I think that actually denotes there's 2 to come, which there is. And another wicket, 3 in the over. It's a duck for the FanCode now. And it's a procession, Albano being inserted in more ways than one here in match 19. That one crashes into the top of leg stump. Yadav, it's a triple treat for him. And Albano 8 for 4. I hate to do the running count, but I will. That's 53 for 14 today. And the Golden Derek's got company. Parveen tries to attack. Instead, he gets sizzled, doesn't he? Bang. Top of leg stump. Yadav, again, just curving it in. And it's been a rough one, to say the least. So, what can they do about it? Kuldeep Singh comes out. Yeah, Albano looking like the shadow of the team that made the final here last year and competed in the Super Series. Anyway, still a ball to go, and there's already been 3 wickets in this over. Oh, wow. Bit of a check shot from Kuldeep, but it's a good one. It'll get him 4. I'd say it was convincing, but it was effective. Just times it. It's kind of a tentative prod, but, I mean, really, springs off the bat. You've got to give him credit where it's due. And it will take us to the end of the second over. The score is 12 for 4. So, a really dismal couple of overs so far for Albano. Maybe that can get them going somehow. Hard to see it, but you never know. Abdul continues. And they don't even get a run here. Doesn't penetrate the ring. Ring of 6 fielders on the offside. And only 3 on the leg side, 2 of those outfielders. So that's the kind of plan at the moment. And the wicket, this will go to one of those outfielders. Picks up cleanly, shouldn't only get 1. Barely throws better than a powerful throw. madly trying to find pin codes. Shirt number. It's a slower ball. It's really slow. It drops eventually. But Albano, can they build a partnership? And they kind of have to do it at pace, don't they? That's the thing. Kroom saying demolition job this. Yeah, it sure is. Oh, could be gone. It's dropped. Oh, he moonwalks backwards. Amadou Lasafi. It went to his left hand. And he'll be so disappointed that he couldn't quite pull that one back, because he had a shot at it. I don't mind the one hand for extra reach, but just didn't hit the middle of the hand, did it? And so, yeah, had to go, but clanged off the left mitt. And over to Lasafi. Namtul closing out a very good spell. Not a bad shot, but again, won't get any runs. So that's the frustration. Hit a good shot, and you get nothing for it. And an awful power play for Albano. Well, bright note, it's twice as many as they got in the power play last time, but still it's only 14 for 4 after 3. So, looking at the table, Jandra Brescia with a win here. They go to 4-1. That's despite going down to Jinnah in their first game today. But Jandra, they'll just play the twice. There'll be a few teams on 5 matches after this, including Albano tonight, because they play 2 more times. So, of course, only the top 4 of 11 will make it. Okay, I've finally found it. Parveen Kumar's shirt number is 5911. Just shows you if anyone did tell me their pin code, I probably wouldn't remember. 5911. That's the pin code Kumar pin. And right now he's wearing 21. Yadav back, and why wouldn't he be? This one nutmegs the batter. Could have easily somehow found his way onto the stumps. He's in the market for a 5er, isn't he? If he does that, then I think his innings will really be wrecked. Zahid handles this. Blaze is watching. Blaze Cook, who we've seen in Gibraltar before. Hello, Blaze. Hope you're well. He said, greetings from San Francisco. Hope you're well. I am well, Blaze. What are you doing in San Francisco? Always a city I've wanted to visit, actually. And I have done a bit of travelling. Just goes past next stump. Could be gone. Would have been gone. He was miles out. Animal took the chance to get through for the single. Yeah, San Francisco. It's certainly a city I'd like to visit, but never have. Also, New York's probably another one of those cities. I've been to America a couple of times. Been to Miami. Done a bit of work there. Done a bit of work in Las Vegas as well, and up in Seattle. But apart from that, I've been to any other cities except for airports. Oh, that could be gone, you know. It is. Doesn't really get up. I don't think it's going over. And to me, I know the wind took the camera at a funny time here, but if this isn't going over, I think it's out. There you go. Hit him in line. Yes. Is it going over? I don't think so. I think it's a good call. I think we've seen a lot of those hitting the stumps. Tell us what you think from side on. Yeah, I can't see that going over. And the whole ball would have to go over the top of the bails. I think it's out. And so Yadav comes up with the 4th wicket. And Albano 15 for 5. Danny has just sent me a message. And he said he's having a great day off and he's found a nice little craft beer place. So good on you, Danny. Hope you're well. And he's enjoying his day off. You might need a few beers. The way Albano have been batting today, I hate to say it. They're 60 for 15 in the day. So, just like a new pet poodle, it's a little rough. As we see a run, something I guess. Ranjot gets one. And yeah, hard to see a way back. I mean, I know I try not to judge games in the first 5 overs because things can change. And Jandra Brescia weren't convincing with the bat either today. You have to say that. You can see Sartor is in the background. He just had to do a few running repairs on the main camera to stop it twerking. Oh, that's out as well. Yeah, and it's going to be a 5 for Yadav. We'll have to add him to the Hall of Fame. 5 for 6. Well, 3 days, 3 5-fers. And yeah, Yadav, that'll be a familiar one for him. I tell you why. Because he has been rolling in the wickets. And when I say 3 days, 3 5-fers, he was the one that got one 2 days ago in match 9 against Milan United. Took 5 for 4, now he takes 5 for 6. So he's taking wickets for fun. And it's a miserable sight. 16 for 6 or 61 for 16 combined in the day. What a disaster for Albano. Poor Jorawar Singh. He's overseas at the moment. I wonder what he's thinking at the moment. But it's been pretty clinical from Jandra Brescia, I have to say. 5 for 6. What an effort that is. And Vibor will be on the Hall of Fame twice. And yeah, you can see that. And he throws up the 5 fingers, doesn't he? There's a man that can bowl and he can count. There's a wide. Is there any rear guard action here? It's just really tough to see where the rebellion can come from. In swinger, this is Fahad Ali who's on now. Just get one. Yeah, so Jandra Brescia making things pretty miserable for Albano. Another in it. They've been pretty effective. It's kind of beating the inside edge of the bat a lot. That one hits the inside half of the bat, but that's where all these LBWs have come from. Attacking the stumps, and really Albano haven't had the answers so far. Wide. This one doesn't really swing. That's sometimes the dangerous one. When there's a bunch of in-swingers and there's one that doesn't, it kind of acts like a ball that goes away by doing nothing. Because the batter plays for it a bit. This one was just ill-directed, wasn't it? Nah, the in swing this time it does go. So, where could these ones come from? I mean, the scary thing is, at 45, which they scored in their first batting form, say Albano, is looking a long way off, isn't it? They're a team that just looks really low on confidence with the bat, and this field's pretty unforgiving. 12 played late. Again, they don't get a run. That's the thing, when you're a bit low on confidence with the bat and the conditions aren't really in your favour, it makes it even tougher. You feel a bit claustrophobic. And I like that the infielders are crowding in, trying to stop that single. And there's still some good bowlers to come, and Kuldeep hasn't bowled yet. He's not going to let up, is it? 20 for 6, and Jandra might feel this is an opportunity to give their net run rate a boost as well. Yeah, Kuldeep will run around and make sure it's only one. But tough day at the office. This one's taken to deep square leg, and then we'll get one. And And takes us to the end of the halfway point. All quiet on the prairie. 22 for 6 after 5. Let's have a look at the 5-wicket haul. Hall of Fame. And you're not seeing double. You are seeing double. Vibhor Yadav is in the number 5 slot and the number 7 slot with Rajmani Sandhu sandwiched in the middle. Vibhor has taken a 5 for in match 9 and match 19. So this 4th match of the day slot is agreeing with him. Don't think I've ever seen three 5-wicket hauls in 3 days. Vibhor might be on one good knee. He's looking pretty good. Safi, another guy hasn't bowled yet. Here he comes in number 6, over number 6. And now they're going to take it on. This will be gone if he hits. Well, Safi, like a goalkeeper, doesn't let it hit the stumps or doesn't give it a chance to hit the stumps. Well, there might be some teams in the Premier League that are keen to sign him up because he turned that one past the post. Whether it was hitting or not, I don't know. Obviously wanted to prevent an overthrow, but the wicket's worth more, isn't it, at this stage? If there was any chance, maybe he judged it wasn't going to hit the stumps. He didn't really know where he was. This one sneaks inside the line. Yeah, it's a good call. So, yeah, Charawar, he's just confirmed it is 5911 pin code Kumar. I was deep in the archives looking for that Charawar, but now I can see it clear as day, the 5911. We're in the air, hanging. The fridge refuses to open. We'll come back and throw it in, but not before they get 2. I remember thinking when I first saw the 5911 jersey on pin code Kumar, is it a date? Like the 5th of September 2011. Did something happen significantly there? I think after speaking to him, it's just because he likes to be a bit different. Low bouncer from Safi. Didn't really bounce as much as we thought. Yeah, so I did say I'm going to do a bit of an Instagram live. Haven't done it in a while. So I'm just going to turn it on now. If you want to jump in, you can get me at Mr. Maximo. It gives us a chance for me to say hello to some of our viewers that might not be able to chat with us in the YouTube live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. That one cuts him in half. Goes between the batter and the stumps. Hello to Involver, to Girish Singh watching from Portugal. AB de Villiers in there as well. Hello to UAB. Hello to Ronak. And love your comments here. Throw them at me. Because I am in Milan right now, live on ECN, European Cricket Network on YouTube, and of course on FanCode in India. I'm commentating alone, so I've got that to do as well. Oh, this one is probably going to be a leg by, but he gets himself in all kinds of trouble backing away. This would be a huge wide. It will be a leg by. Ranjit Singh advances the score, but not by much. It's a bit of a rough one for Albano at the moment. It is 26 for 6 after 6. So yeah, I'm going to turn my attention to my Instagram chat. So you guys out there, welcome to Milan. I don't mind showing you the beautiful surrounds of the Milan cricket grounds. Where we are at the moment. And you couldn't really get a better day for cricket. It's about 5 to 4 p.m. local time. And I want to say Phil, who I've commentated my first tournament in ECL with, Philip Barkstad. He's requested to be in my video. So I'll say hello to Phil at the same time. I won't really be able to hear him. But yeah, Phil, we've got Faiz Ahmed, also known as the Fridge. He's playing his first game on ECN. As we see a ball whacked away, up and over, Maximo! Albano needed this and they get one finally. It's taken forever. They're into the 7th over at the first 6 of the innings, takes them up to 32. And it's Ranjit. That knocks it out of the park. So we've got Faiz Ahmed playing for Jandril Brescia. He's the guy that we affectionately call the refrigerator. He's playing his first ECN game in 1,366 days. So that is a record, obviously, because the last time we saw him was day 3 of the original ECL. And so he came out and he cracked a good 20 in the first game. And he hasn't changed a bit. Up in the air and drop. Well, thank you. Also, if you're following Instagram, Phil said he's on a plane right now. And so he just wanted to know I'm doing a fantastic job. I appreciate that. Phil does a lot of work in Germany. Well, we'll be in August. I'm pretty sure all through August. We'd love to get you on for a little bit again. Phil Barkstadt. And we'd love to have you. Where are you flying to, Phil? As we see this one knocked down to deep point. Going from Berlin to Munich. I spent 3 hours in Munich airport the other night, and I spent my week's wages because I was a bit hungry and I may have had more than one dinner there. Anyway, Phil, thank you so much for your involvement. This is down for 1. The ultimate in multitasking. I love it. Thank you so much, Phil Barkstadt, for the European Cricket Network. That's a bit of a blast from the past there. As there's 1 ball left in this 7th over. How about that? We got James Cantor as well, who's in. This one's a little bit short, and taking this opportunity to bowl Shazad Ahmed. He's not afraid to take the pace off. Oh, hopefully that hit something that was padded. My worry is it didn't. Where's this hit? Batter coming back. Oh yeah, hit his glove. Well, that's lucky because if it hit above his glove, there's going to be trouble. Nico asking why no Kingsgrove. Come back to that in a second. First 38 for 6 after 7 overs. This is what's coming up on the European Cricket Network with Gibraltar T20 Nationals, and then we'll have cricket from Austria and then Bulgaria. ECS is the European Cricket Series, domestic cricket, and ECIs are the 2-day 3-way international series, which are brand new in 2023. So that's a really cool addition. So Nick asking why no Kingsgrove, Milan. Well, I mean, I just think, well, I don't know. It's up to the federation who takes part. So with only room for 11 teams, I know that it was pretty tough going. Anyway, it's the top edge. It should be caught, and it is caught. So Fahad Ali comes back in the 8th. There's a skied ball. As Ajay Kumar tries to lift it over the leg side boundary, but can't get it out of the infield. Simple catch for Shazad Ahmed. And that's a 7th wicket down now. So they've kind of got a few on the board. That's the best partnership, really, for a long time. 22, that partnership. But the score is 38 for 7. And so, hello to Kudratullah. Hello to everybody else that's saying hello. Hello to Ronak. Just catching up. Yeah, let us know if you have a question or so. Hello to Raj Beer as well. Not often we get to do the Instagrams. We used to do them maybe now and then. I mean, we used to like doing them from Italy, so I thought it was a nice chance to get involved and say hello. And the thing is, there's no 5 emoji limit in my Instagram chat because I'm too lazy to delete the messages, as we're finding out. Anyway, in the air, hangs a long time. Kuldeep comes in and takes the catch. And so it's going to be a short stay. It's going to be a golden duck for Chima. And he's had a bit of a miserable day. He scored a 4-ball duck earlier. And yeah, Dev Chima is the next man to go. And I'm going to show everyone our new golden duck as well. You'll see it on the screen in a minute. As Fahad Ali is on a hat trick. There's the brand new golden duck. Yeah, what do we think about it? It's all blinged out. And yeah, unfortunately, it's a pair for Dev Chima. And things getting from bad to worse, really. That's 8 wickets down and scores 38 for 8. So today, Albano are 83 for 18 wickets. Jamie asking what's the size of the ground? It's pretty standard. It's 50 metres from the centre of the pitch. On this side, it may be a little bit shorter than that, but that's to do with the fact that it's a converted football field. So the sides can't get any bigger than that. Down the ground and a mid-wicket a little bit bigger. Well, there's the hat-tricks Hall of Fame. And Rajmani on that one as well, of course. Took a hat-trick. It is 5 for... And Fahad Ali has gone bang, bang. And it'll be Amin Nirman to bowl. We'll keep the questions coming. Might have to pause for the hat-trick ball, though. We're just taking a bit of time. Don't think the batter's always that ready on a hat-trick ball. Hello to Vias. Great to have you in the chat, watching from Greece, no doubt. And Viranch saying much love from India. Been watching for 2 years now and absolutely loving it. Well, that's good to hear. Hello to Kurt as well. Nice to have you with us. And Ash joining us as well. Right now, hat-trick ball. Is this another hat-trick on ECN? No. He keeps it out, does well. Nirman plays the role of party pooper to perfection. Hello to Ankur Prabhakar as well. And it's great to say hello to some of our viewers that might not really get the opportunity to get in the chat very much. But it's nice to welcome all of our viewers in. And we love that interaction. This one sneaks in from outside the off stump. Shazad does the rest. Hello to Jabba Kale as well. Probably watching from Belgium, I imagine. And Kroot from Portugal, of course. I remember you, Kroot, even though your username says Kurt. Is that a typo? As this is lifted. Attempt to dig out more than anything to the onside. So I suppose the thing here, apart from the fact they might get bowled out, I mean, their run rate isn't really even close to run a ball. So hard to see them even getting 60 here, Albano. It's a bit of a deflating day for them so far. Great spell of bowling from Fahad Ali. Takes wickets back-to-back at the start of that over. And he finishes with 2 for 9 off his spell. End of 8 overs, a score 41 for 8. And that run rate hasn't really ever threatened to take off, has it, with a constant flow of wickets. But yeah, please send us more comments. I'll stay in for another over or so. Hello to Ashlun, who's in the YouTube chat as well. And to everyone else. And Stuart said he's loving the blinged up golden Derek. Of course, Derek's the name of our duck here at the European Cricket Network. Of course, credit must go to the original cartoon duck, Daddles. All right, here's Mr. 100%, Amadullah Safi. Only 3 came off his first over. This one swings viciously into Nirman, who can't get any bat in it. Clunks off the pad. Hello to Monty as well, who's watching from Australia. Monty's a very talented musician. One day, I think we'll have to get him on the tour. He can play a few instruments at once. He can even play the didgeridoo, an indigenous Australian instrument that takes a lot of skill and endurance to play. Well, that's a shot and a half. As Nirman bangs it over the bowler's head, but doesn't get it past the outfielder. Just a single. I mean, we'll be lucky to break 50 the way things are going. Hello to Stan as well. Hello to Marley. Again, now's the time to throw your questions in. We've got a couple more minutes on the Instagram live chat. Wow, that'll be a wide, but it was almost good night, wasn't it, for Ranjot. He showed all of the stumps to the bowler, but it just missed. Yeah, that's the kind of ball, if you hit him on the pads, you'd be going up for LBW saying, come on, that's got to be gone. But you can see the angle took it past the leg stump. Left arm around approach. Stan, oh, it must be Stan from Hornchurch saying, when can Hornchurch come play again? Well, firstly, you could win the domestic T20. That's one way. Otherwise, we should find a way, I think, to get you back to the Cartimer Oval. 10 to come in this innings. Back over the wicket now. It's pretty well bowled, dug out. If you just join the Instagram, I'll turn the camera around and give you a look at what I'm looking at here in Milan. I'm solo today with Danny having his day off, which means that He's actually out. He found a nice craft beer kind of place, but this is the MCG. It's the real MCG, Milan Cricket Ground. It's going nowhere. Safi will clean up. Yeah, got to say, it's one of the things that we love about ECN, the ability to interact with our viewers in real time, which you don't really get on most cricket platforms at this level. Yeah, Stan, one of the kids from Hornchurch. Yeah, got on you, Stan. We'd love to come back. Love to have you back. Swing and a miss. Hello to Kuldeep as well, who's watching from India, saying he loves ECS. Birunch wants to know, when's Corey coming back to commentary? Yeah, he will be back, but he's a little bit busy with a few playing and coaching responsibilities. I think the next time you see Corey might be in Hungary around the start of July. He was meant to commentate a 50-over game in the Netherlands on his own yesterday, a club game, which would have been amazing. I think he would have lost his mind, but unfortunately it was rained out. Well, this doesn't hit the stumps. Now they're going to take a second. It was thrown back really quickly to Safi. He couldn't gather the ball. Took the stumps without it. Will be the end of the over. 46 for 8. Let's have a look at the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Had time to go to the bowler, I think. But, yeah, you can see the ball's gone. It's the hand. It hits the stumps. Hello to Anna as well. Hello to Stephanie. Nice to have you with us. Stephanie from Barcelona. And we'd love to get back to Barcelona, but we have plans to go there at the end of the year. This is the scorecard, 46 for 8 with the ball remaining 5 for 6. You had up pretty good figures. Yeah, Kuldeep's asking, where am I from? Well, originally I'm from Australia, but based in Europe now, and a little bit homeless in Europe, I suppose. Yeah, Anna, watching from Perth, Australia as well. Hello to Grizzly Bear Sports, and big thank you to them for their support in more ways than one. And we'll go into the last over. Kuldeep Lal is going to bowl. Tough couple of steps here. In over number 10. This one's cracked at cover. Change of mind in the end to throw the ball to Kuldeep, so they pretty much give up on the run out. Steph saying happy birthday to me. Well, thank you. Had my birthday on Sunday. Feels like a long time ago now. Hello to Rohit as well. Well, up in the air. This should be, oh, well. I think Hasib goes back and he completely spoils Yadav, who kind of took a back seat saying, hey, look, if you want it, you got it. But I could just take 2 steps in and catch this. Obviously, you don't want to risk a collision at this stage. Hello to Stefan Solomon as well. But yeah, Hasib was heading the wrong way down a one-way street, wasn't he? And now this time it'll be for some thick edge, one of the thicker edges you'll ever see. And Dennis Oros is there, but he's not able to make the stop. Plus, he's not playing, which makes it difficult. And so runs away for 4. Dennis just watches and realises he's carrying all the expensive photographic equipment. Hello to Ashlun. Yes, I'm watching you as well in the YouTube chat. Where are you watching from, Ashlun? Maybe let us know. Well, French cart, but even that's protected now with the fine leg. So it'll just be a single. 50's come up during this over. Let Anchor, who's saying he's enjoying the comedy. That's good. I really appreciate that. Kuldeep saying happy birthday to me on advance. Well, you say on advance. I think we are 362 days away from my next birthday, so that's really in advance. Anyway, not convincing. Maybe you go for 2 here. Maybe you don't, though, with 8 down. And so, come on. Now we'll take on a second. And it's a bit of round the horn stuff. You think about a third, but they're not going to go. They haven't worked so hard for runs. In this innings, we've only seen 2 4s and a single 6. There's a 6 and a 4 from Ranjit, who's batting out there. Apparently, apart from that, I should say, Kuldeep with a 4, the only other boundary hitter. Ranjit is asking how long have I been associated with commentary. It's been about almost 4 years now. And Fiaz Ahmed is in this game. It was in one of the first games I did. Anyway, this is going to do it. So it's a pretty miserable day at the office so far with the bat for Albano. They do recover to an extent, don't they? Because at one point they were 16 for 6 in this innings after 4 overs. So from there, they managed to get 55 off the 10. So it was 22 in the first half, 33 in the second half. So it's kind of an acceleration. But, yeah, really, all things considered, it was a pretty rough 10 overs to watch. Let's go back to the start of this innings, and didn't have a good start, did it? With Monu Lal, the enigma, getting caught on the square leg boundary. And Ahmadullah Safi, he was in good form as well, wasn't he? And so, well, Yadav just went to town here, didn't he? The way he was able to keep breaking through. Ended up with 5 for 6. 2 5s in 3 days. I don't think we've seen anything like that before, to be honest. And Safi slip sliding away. That would have been a real hanger, one-hand hang-up. And then Yadav off to the races again. He was endangering those stumps, just swinging the ball in. That one was plumb LBW as well. And then he flashes up the 5 and says, yeah, 5 more. High fives all around for Vibor. Maybe he can take some of that into the second half of this game with the bat. Really, it was only Ranjot that was able to stop the bleeding for the most part. Couldn't hit one boundary, but Ranjot with a 4 and a 6 end up 24 of 21. And Albano's just tough. It's really tough, I think, at the moment to be an Albano supporter. But he'll stick with him through thick and thin. Kuldeep made some good ground to catch the one at long off. This one probably would have a much easier catch for Vibor Yadav, but Nasib had other ideas. This is quite a decent shot. Dennis forgot to take a picture of it. Might have got a sore neck watching that one go past him pretty quickly. But in the end, it is a pretty sorry tale of the tape for Albano. As they do bat out the 10 overs, at one stage like they wouldn't, but they only managed 55 for 8. 24 for Ranjot Singh off 21 balls. A maximum of 4 in there, but only 2 4s and 6 in the whole innings. 9 extras. Next best was Nirman, who stuck around a bit towards the end at number 10, scoring 8 not out. As far as the ball went, well done to Yadav for his second 5 for in 3 days, 5 for 6. Just continued to threaten the stumps, bring it in from outside. 2 for 9 for Vahid Ali, not too bad as well. The other week went to Hasib Abdul, but they took the opportunity to bowl Shazad Ahmed and over in there as well. And Ahmadullah Safi did take a wicket, but he didn't give too much away, did he? None for 8 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes with the reply, and it will be 56 the target for Jandra Brescia to get back on the winning train. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're having a great day. Wherever you're watching from around the world, we'll see you shortly for more cricket right here from Milan on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the MCG. We are here at the Milan Cricket Ground, ready for some more action, and it is going to be Chandra Brescia coming out to chase down 56 against Albano. Had a bit of a miserable time. They've scored 101 combined in their 20 overs today. They lost 18 wickets along the way. It kind of says it all. Newman's going to open up. Yadav facing. He's out there with Fiaz Ahmed, the refrigerator. And let's see how Chandra go about this. 56 to win. Starts with a pretty good ball that just leaves Yadav a little bit off the seam. I say big thank you to everyone that was able to chat with me. Stuart saying that he heard the name Stephanie. Yeah, don't tell Corey. Yeah, Stuart saying if you know, you know. That's a very good memory. Stephanie is Corey's fake ex-girlfriend that he sometimes thinks about. Something tells me he might have a few Stephanies, Stuart, but hello. And hello to Fantastic Man as well, to Ashlyn. I think he really enjoyed watching some of the swing bowling in the first half, particularly from Yadav, who's off the mark. Anyway, everyone, get ready to reach for the top draw. It's the fridge. And he gets a good ball first up, and he's just careful when he prods it down for no run. Yeah, Albano. Let's see what kind of energy they bring in the field. I mean, it's been a bit of a soul-crushing day so far for them. We've never seen a team defender score in the 50s. Fiaz tries to turn this one on the leg side, misses out. But it's a rough one. I think you just got to go out there and try and make the game last as long as possible. And that's the key. Try and get that above the runner ball. He goes for it once again. Bit of an action replay. Fiaz can go offside, but electing to try and pull across it. Yeah, these are the lowest totals ever defended. 60 is the record. So if they could defend this total of 55, it'll be the first time we've ever seen a score defended in the 50s. It'll happen one day, I'm sure about. This is one record that will be beaten. 63 from Men in Blue stood for a year and a quarter, and then the Stockholm Tigers beat it. And 2 weeks later, that got beaten by the Prague Tigers. Shot. A bit of bottom hand in this. This will go away to one of the longer boundaries on the ground. Fiaz Ahmed open for business. This time short enough for him to kind of straight pull it straight over the mid-wicket's head for a boundary. 6 matches without a golden ball. Get to the end of the first over, 5 without loss. Yeah, 6 matches since golden ball, because yesterday we had a golden ball, didn't we? In a really entertaining game. Surprising game, really, between Cricket Stars and Trentino Aquila. Trentino Aquila, 71 for 2 before they collapsed to be all out for 84. But then, almost a carbon copy. Cricket Stars 67 for 2 before they were also all out for 84. And off the golden ball, poor Lucky. He hit a ball that would have been a wide, but he cracked it straight to point. They did get one, but they weren't able to make a second because they would run out. So, second overtime. It's Barty Banger coming into bowl. Yadav just clips it away over the top, and this does get to the fence. So, yeah, we're seeing Yadav facing bowling. Maybe not quite as quick as what he was delivering, but similar kind of movement. He elects to go with it and gets it over the leg side and gets 4. So even with the minimal aggression we've seen so far, maybe not minimal aggression, minimal output so far, still ahead of where they need to be in the game. Chandra Brescia. It's be a wide. Now they almost have time for a run, but there's a mid-on that will back this up. Look, it's a real tough one for Albano. I know they're missing a couple of key players, particularly Joran Singh. He's not available in this series, not here at the moment. Punches away and doesn't get a run here. Vibor is a bit slow in his first innings of the day. Maybe that 5 will make him feel a bit better. He's got 5 wickets. He's got 5 runs at the moment. Yeah, Danny Hudacek, big fan of Albano. No, he'd find this a bit rough to watch. Did say he was somewhere they were serving beer, so that's something on his day off. Yadav turns this away past the fine leg. Probably get 2, but Fiaz says no and overrules him, saying no, not interested. Just 1, please. Yeah, I think Danny just kind of fell in love with Albano's approach when he was here 2 years ago. I don't mind commentators having a team, as long as they disclose it. I mean, everyone's human. They're allowed to. But, yeah, Danny just liked the way the guys were always giving 100% effort. It's a bit hard because they're a bit flat at the moment. Probably understandably so. Thick outside edge. Again, will result in just a single. And Albano kind of been there and thereabouts in the last couple of years. As the lucky loser last year, if you like. They were the only runner-up of an ECS to make the Super Series. That's because there were 12 teams involved here in Milan. But could only win 1 game in that Super Series that determined the ECL qualifying team. This one goes late down the leg side. And it may run away. Keeper may have got just a slight fingernail on that. So it'll just be 2 wides instead of 5 wides. Yeah, so yeah, last year they only won 1 game in the Super Series, but that win was against Roma CC that ended up winning the whole thing. And going to Spain. Another one this time. And Molsing's 1 step ahead and can make the stop. Yeah, Barty Banger. Right up there with the best names we've ever seen on ECN. With NEMS Magazine. Here's another one. Bristow, baby. That's my top 3. You gotta realise we've met about 7,000 cricketers. It's quite staggering. So think about Fiaz Ahmed, who's batting at the moment. Since we last saw him, we've seen about 7,000 people play ECN cricket. Just let that sink in for a second. 7,000 people playing ECN cricket since we last saw Fiaz Ahmed. Cracked, absolutely cracked. 1 bounce 4. Banger. Well, gets a bit of his own medicine, doesn't he, here? As Yadav steps, hits. Pretty correct shot, correct swing of the bat. Straight through the line. On the rampage, isn't it? And even though he's on the move, his head stays pretty still along the way. So end of the second over. 20 without loss. Looking at the table, it's not great news for Albano if they slip to 0-4. We tend to think you couldn't lose more than 4 games and make the finals. So for them to be 0-4, I suppose they could be perfect. They have had a bit of a tough draw, I will say that. Albano. They could go on a barnstormer, work their way to the top. And we saw that with Badalona Shaheen last year in Barcelona, who were bottom of the ladder, ended up right at the top. But that was in a format where, from memory, they played 14 matches each. So, yeah, not much time to catch up compared to that series. Fiaz gets a single first ball of the 3rd over. This is Nirman, who's coming back to bowl. Janja Brescia certainly on track to get their first points of the day. Albano, they have a really tricky clash with Gina Brescia last game of the day as well. So they have to just try to find a spark from somewhere. Nice looking cover drive, but again, because it's along the ground, it pulls up. It actually stops by the time it gets to the fielder. Kuldeep Singh. This is the key difference between this field and the field we saw in Cyprus, even the field we saw in Portugal before that. That's the kind of ball that would cause the outfielder problems. It'd be bobbling along. It would be almost gaining pace as it got to them. Oh, in the air and gone. So, well, there's the wicket. Newman gets it. Fiaz tries to be cool. Get it over the leg side. Just didn't quite get it. It's amazing how often that one hand comes off his bat, isn't it? And I just don't think he was in control of that shot at all. It was a fairly simple catch. He goes for 7, scores 22 for 1, but a satisfactory opening partnership. Fiaz just one boundary in his innings. And a fairly simple catch taken. I think that's AJ Kumar that took it. Just in front of the umpire at square leg, although the umpire is on the other side, being this time of day, but just in front of square. AJ Kumar with the safe hands. So yeah, you just got to hope for one of the all-time great collapses, I suppose. And look, Jandra Brescia, they weren't super convincing with the bat in the first game. They got bowled out for 65. But it's hard to see it happening. Again, this has been an interesting one. If their bonus point system was in place that we're thinking of trialling, where Jandra Brescia could get a bonus point if they chased in 7 overs. The outside edge of the bat, Saad is in, and he looks like a real talented stroke maker. Hamza Saad. Kind of got a floating slip in there right now. Here's a new batter. Feet pretty close together. It's an early back lift. Close, just down the leg side, I think. Now we'll get an overthrow. So everything going wrong, really. I actually think this is closer than you think. I do think it's probably just slipping down the leg side, but only just. Have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, just missing, but only just. And then, for good measure, they're able to get the overthrow. There was a fielder backing up. The throw was a bit too spicy for him. Hard still without a run to his name. This one's not going too far either. So yeah, I mean, the rumours are that this field will get a haircut at some point. I'm not sure exactly when, but we'll keep you posted. 24 for 1 after 3 overs. Jandra Brescia, probably normally what I'd call a slightly below par power play runs-wise, but I think when you consider the target is only 56, they are well in control of this game. So I want to say hello to Ash, who is watching in the chat. I just asked a minute ago where you're watching from, so maybe let us know. ECN European Cricket Network. Arvind Kumar had a bit more of a leading role today for Albano. Coming on the 4th over. Yadav probably wants to finish it in a hurry. Well, he respects a good ball from Arvind first up. Cracked it straight at the fielder. They won't get a run here either. I mean, this is what you've got to try and do. With someone like Yadav there, it's hard to believe that they won't get there. This is smashed away to long on. Just a single. So, quick repair of the stumps. clunked. We're not going anywhere. That's the thing. The field does most of the work for you as a fielder. Decelerates a lot very quickly through this longer grass. I mean, there was no grass here last year when we were here in July. It's very different. There were water restrictions. It was a drought. That's well bowled, hanging. And again, this sums it up. And now it's going to spin past the fielder, Ranjit Singh. Oh, it's a good piece of bowling, though, from Arvind Kumar. Kind of lured him into the stroke. He couldn't resist, could he? Sard. But he never really got there. Had to play it away from his body. And then the gesture said it all from Ranjit. This is hit pretty hard, and I don't think this will be stopped. Powerful strike from Yadav. He's having a good game. Backing up his 5 with some runs now. And that's a pretty uncomplicated stroke, isn't it? Just backs himself to go through the line. And you've got to hit it pretty well to beat the fielder on the bounce here. Under the current state of the MCG. Looking at the run rate comparison, you can see that red line not particularly challenging at the moment, and Andrew Brescia well ahead of it, even though they're only going 7.5 and over, which isn't crazy pace. I suppose we have seen some chases go a bit longer than we might have thought. But this is where, you know, if they had that bonus point system, they need to get 26 runs off the next 18 balls, and probably injects a bit of life into a game like this. That would be for Albano to hold on to their point or risk having it stolen by Jandra Brescia. Here's the pin code. Parveen Kumar. I wonder if he has a 5911 shirt in the new strip. As you can see, looks like he's borrowing one at the moment. Parveen Kumar, known as pin code, because he does regularly wear a 4-digit shirt. I think he's borrowing a shirt today. Not quite sure how he's fitting into it. But it's just a single. So, Jandra, I mean, they should see this as an opportunity to get a boost in at run rate, but I don't think anyone has found scoring particularly easy out there today. Sometimes taking big risks for a little return. Down, once again, not really elevating. We've seen very few sixes today. That's, I think, something that's pretty obvious to me. I could probably calculate the 6 rate pretty quickly. Now in the air, going, and almost gone. It's going to be 4 runs. Misjudged, I think, from the fielder at long on. Yadav cowboys it to wide long on. And I'm not quite sure where Arvind Kumar's fielding. He was in 5-6 metres. And really, if he's further back, I think he's got to play on that. Goes over him, but goes for 4. That's where we used to lie and say it was 6 to the captain so that he felt that you were right back on the boundary and you couldn't have done anything about it. But yeah, that one was probably a positioning error from the fielder. Yeah, so we saw 8 sixes plus 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. So we saw 8 apiece in the first game of the day. That was the innings that we did see some sixes. Second game though, we only saw 10 sixes in the whole game. And then third game, we only saw 3. So it's been a bit of a slow day for Maximo. He's just 1 in the first half of this game as well. As we get to the end of the 5th over, the score 39 for 1. Good news for all you cricket lovers out there. More cricket to come. 5th game of day 4 on the way, starting in around about 45 minutes. Gina Brescia versus Albano. News from the toss that Gina Brescia won the toss and elected to bowl. So Albano been exposed a couple of times, haven't they, with the bat. Monu Lal really needs to fire, I think, to get them back on track. Otherwise, they risk falling to what would look like a 5th loss, and you'd have to say that would all but kill their semi-finals hopes if they're not dead already. Gina Brescia, 2-2. Just kind of slants there. First 2 days one way or another as well, doesn't it? Gina Brescia winning the toss, electing to bowl, like I said. So Albano needs to bat first, needs to bat better. Anyway, this one's lifted up and it's wide of the field, and that's going to be for Saad. It's been bogged down a little bit, but Dev Chima comes on, bangs one in a little bit short, and it goes to the boundary. Up in the air, should be taken, and it is. FanCode does the rest. It's a pretty muted response from Albano, just rolls it in. Again, they're a proud team, Albano. They won't be happy with how they've performed today, particularly with the bat. And so, Jandra Brasher lose a second wicket, 43 for 2. Saad, 8 off 10, so he's been looking dangerous at times, Saad, but there's another guy that struggled to get any momentum going in his batting today. Well, here's a guy that will want to finish it off pretty quick. It is Amadullah Safi with 13 required for victory. And left-hander comes out, so the field will switch slightly. But yeah, knowing this man, Amadullah Safi, he's thinking probably 2 hits away from tying this match. There you go. It's hard. That's what he's been doing. Undone by a slightly higher pitch delivery, so fuller delivery that crashed into his stumps earlier today. But yeah, Yadav and Safi out there. Safi getting a bit of a promotion in the batting order. I think he's earned it based on how he batted 2 days ago with a career high of 57. Lucky hits it, otherwise could have been in a bit of strife there. Yadav will hustle back for 2. One thing about Amadullah Safi, he will run hard. Again, that's why we call him Mr. 100%. Short. It's probably a ball that's easier to cut than pull. Yadav likes that pull shot, so he goes for it anyway. Brings up his quarter century off 16 balls. I might have said, in my backyard cricket with my brothers, it was quite difficult to score, so getting a 25 was a bit like getting a 50. The rule was you raise your bat and the other players had to give you a minimum of 3 claps. Well, I don't really want to talk about this one too much. Anmol Singh thinks this might hit the stumps. Keyword being might, as his feet were in concrete here. And I don't know if I've ever seen a keeper miss a ball by more than that. So, gone but not forgotten. As that 4 byes gets them closer. And if you wanted to sum up Albano's performance today in one delivery, that's probably it. 50's up now, 51 for 2. Off 6 overs. And just 4 runs required. So, Chima does have a wicket to his name. 4 to tie, 5 to win. And Yadav tries to win it with a straight hit. This is out. So it looks like a bit of an extended break before the last game of the day. Around about 40 minutes until we get going in that one. This will do it. It's over and out. Maximo! Well, it's the first one of the innings. It'll also be the last, because that gets Jandra Brasher to the target. And again, if we had that bonus point system, they would get the bonus point for doing it before the end of 7 overs. They end up doing it off 6.2. Yadav, player of the match performance, 31 not out, leading the scorers. And, of course, that 5-wicket haul, 5 for 6, his second in 3 days. So, yeah, Yadav hasn't exactly had everything go his way today, but he'll be really happy, I think, to carry his team to victory. So, Albano slipped to 0-4. They will be back to take on Jandra Brasher in 40 minutes. with Albano batting first. They have to sort it out, don't they? Ginebrescia, they'll be sniffing around because they haven't had a perfect start either. They're 2-2. They'll want to make it 3-2 before the end of the day. Albano, can they turn it around? They've got 40 minutes to do some searching. Let's see what they come up with as we roll into the highlights. Just 56 for victory. We've never seen a score defended successfully in the 50s. And you just felt that there was next to no chance of them doing this. Albano, especially just feeling really flat. I mean, they're disappointed, that's for sure. But not a lot of energy in the field. You can even see when they take their wickets here. They take 2 wickets. But they did look like they were stuck at a funeral and the food had run out. This one, again, there are just some misjudgments in here that hurt them badly. It was that one that went over Long On's head. It's the worst one coming out as a keeper. Made me wince a little bit. Amal Singh's done some good things behind the stumps, but that wasn't one of them. He didn't track the line of the ball. And I think he's trying to work out an excuse, and even then he comes up empty-handed. Boundary needed for victory, and Yadav puts them over the top with a Maximo, and mercifully brings this one to a close. It's Ginebrescia 57 or 6.2, defeating Albano 55. And you can see here the dimension of this ground, pretty short on the sides, a bit longer on the ends. 31 not out for Yadav. 4 fours, and the only Maximo of the innings, which he hit off the last ball of match 19. A boundary each for Fiaz and Hamza helping along the way. Safi only got the 2 balls, but he'll take the little red inker. 1 not out for him. 10 extras, including the 4 byes at the end, but not the worst effort as far as the wides are concerned. Newman tried hard, didn't he? 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. No one bowled that badly, I have to say. 1 for 8, Dev Chima. Not too bad from him, but classic case of not enough runs on the board. 57 off 6.2. I mean, ordinarily, if that's the score your opposition is getting, they're on target for the kind of 90 score, and if you bat well, you're every chance of winning, but they've got to find some runs. Albano, they'll be back and they'll be batting in 40 minutes when we return for match 20, the last match of day 4 here in Milan. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you just around the corner. It'll be random question time, maybe a bit of food chat as well. And as we pause for a quick break, we'll see you then for more FanCode European Cricket Series. European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Milan Cricket Round. We are at the real MCG. Mr. Maximo with you, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network on a beautiful sunny Thursday afternoon. Turning into the evening shortly. Right now, it is the last game of day 4 on the way. It's match 20 on the calendar. Albano, they've had a pretty rough day. It doesn't get any easier. They're taking on Ginebrescia in match 20. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. So Ginebrescia win the toss, select to bowl. No surprise, Albano looked suspect with the bat. And so it will be an interesting match 20, that's for sure, to see if Albano can turn it around. There's the traditional drip from the camera in the tower. That might be sweat, actually, because a few of us doing a bit of exercise in the break. Ravinder Singh, late change for Albano. He came into the side because Bharti Banga, suffering with illness, he is out of the 11. So no Banga. Ravinder comes in. And Ginebrescia 2-2. They want to make it 3-2. They are a team, no doubt, with semi-final aspirations. And Albano 0-4, actually, if you include the last game. That was done before the conclusion of match 19. So really, their only way back is to be perfect from here, I think. They have to win 6 in a row. And well, the way they're playing doesn't look likely, put it that way. Manu Lal, big key for them. He's got more fantasy points than anybody else in this contest. So Aset Tanvir, probably one of the key players for Ginebrescia with the bat and the ball. As this will be the last match of the day, like we said. 21 favourites, Ginebrescia. That 92 for Albano, perhaps a little bit generous considering their performance so far. And that's 78 average runs for. That didn't take into account that last game where they scored 55. So if you factor that in, I think it's going to be a little bit lower again. It's just been a real rough one. Yeah, they're down to 72, average 4. And so Ginebrescia, big favourites, I think, no doubt about it. But we know this is ECN and upsets happen. And will we see one here as the players prepare to come onto the field? Got to say a big shout out to the ground staff. They've been working really hard to keep this pitch in good condition. Because it's a slightly different kind of surface, it does take a bit more wear and tear than your regular artificial pitch. And so they do need to keep just working on some areas that are taking a bit of foot traffic, like the bowler's front foot landing area, and of course where the batters typically stand. And so Ginebrescia have had a big day. So have Albano, both playing their 3rd match of the day. And so the umpires in position. I say well done to the umpires as well. They've been outstanding in this series. We'll see them for the rest of week 1. We'll have a new crew for week 2. I mean, it takes a lot of time mentally. We've got Rohan, Shahid and Ali, of course, that have been doing the job for the umpiring crew. And you see that's the keeper. Here's Umair going to his position. Albano, they just need a good start, don't they? They need a partnership. This is a team that have only made 100 off 20 overs batted today, and they've lost 18 wickets, so pretty much a wicket and over. It's not where you want to be at all. This is Wasim Ahmed, who's going to open the bowling for Ginebrescia. So Wasim ready to shake, rattle and roll and get us going in the last match of the day. And the first one bites up. But it is the enigma, Manu Lal. That knocks it away for a single. The reason we call him the enigma, actually, I might as well just give you the definition of an enigma. I looked it up and it is spot on. It's a person or thing that is mysterious or difficult to understand. Manu Lal is the enigma. Nasir looked pretty good in the brief stay he had at the crease earlier, but he didn't stick around long, and well, he wasn't the only one, put it that way. If you missed it, the late change, Bharti Banga out of the lineup, and Ravinder Singh takes his place. This is knock away. No run. Yes, here. Oh, off two. Ahmed searching the early wicket. Nice shot. Throws the hands at it. Finish on this field, though. They're going to take it two. That's not really on. And oh, my dear. It's going to be gone, and Nasir gets run out. There was never two there, really. Maybe thought it was going to roll further than it did, but this wasn't a two based in reality. Whose idea was it? Let's have a look. I think it's Nasir who takes it on, and he just misjudges his own capabilities. Manu Lal didn't really look for that. He was waiting on the call from Nasir. You see here, it does pull up pretty quickly. And, well, it was a perfect throw as well. Had to be. He's gone by 2 or 3 steps, isn't he? Well, Albano having a bit of a rough time, to say the least. But it will be a run and a wicket. It's 2 for 1. That really does hurt. New batter comes out, it's Arvind Kumar. Yeah, when things are rolling against you, it seems to be the way, doesn't it? It's those little mental errors. I mean, it's late in the day. Whether you've been winning or losing, you're still into your 3rd game. So you are fatiguing a bit. It's not just physical fatigue, but it's mental fatigue as well. Monulal watches on as Arvind will face his first ball. And just a dot. Wasn't Ahmed right on the money. So, Glenn Fareed, the man that was a picture-perfect throw, wasn't it? Straight into the gloves of Mirza Umair, who did the rest. Nice-looking drive, but yeah, this is the frustration. You play a good shot, you get nothing for it. Albano, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not too much happening on the scoreboard today for them. And at the end of the first over, it is 2 for 1. Got to say, of all the days we've ever had, if you had to judge it weather-wise, this would have to be right up there. And I think I've done over 500 days of live cricket now, and I don't think you could top this for weather. It's just perfect. 21. There's no real wind at all. Very pleasant. The bug count is low. It's good company, good cricket, good times here in the north of Italy. Happy King's Day as well to everyone in the Netherlands. I know it's a big celebration today, and Corey's pretty excited about that. Again, hits it straight at point, but it Tortuga's around him. Please don't go for 2. Manulal does settle for 1. So I suppose it is the last game of the day, so if anyone's got any random questions, now's the time. You can shoot them through to us. ECN, European Cricket Network. Pitched up, nice looking drive. Again, I can almost feel the frustration. There's a lot of good shots being hit and very little runs being scored. Nish in the chat. Hello, Nish. Watching from Wales, of course. It was commentating in Cyprus recently for us. It might sound cliche, but Albano did a captain innings from Monulal. One of the few batters who's shown something so far this series, true. And he said, all hope's not lost, because remember, in Cyprus, what happened with Everest? They lost the first 4. That's true. They won the next 5. As this is worked away, won't get to the boundary. They will get to this time. So Arvind Kumar's off the mark. Yeah, Nish, you're spot on there. I suppose the difference here is that Everest had to qualify as top 4 out of 5, but Albano trying to qualify top 4 out of 11, and that is pretty different, isn't it? I mean, you just got to pick up the pieces, and I think you don't look too far ahead. You just need to look at the next game and say, look, how can we win this game? What can we do to try and turn things around? One thing is partnerships. Wild swing from Arvid. Just slipping to Singh, who's in. He gets that good natural angle across the right-hander. Hello to Jarawai Singh, who's watching. And he's cheering on Albano. Julian Dawson saying, are the ECC groups going to be revealed soon? Okay, listen. Because it's last game of the day, for all you early birds that have tuned in, I might just read them to you, okay? I'm going to read them to you. We are working on a graphic in the background, but I'm going to tell you. So get your pen and paper, because this is top secret, okay? But I will give you the ECC groups. Of course, the Euros of Cricket coming a little bit later in the year. So you tell me, if I get the okay from you, Julian, then I'm going to do it. You tell me when you're ready. And I'm going to reveal them to you. I'm just going to read them out because I'm not in charge of doing it for the TV. I'm going to say what they're 99.9% confirmed. In the air. It's a plug. I don't know if it'll go for 4. Look at that. Stops. And we'll get it fairly easy too. And you tell me if that's a good idea, because I'm sure Joro might be interested. Qualified Italy, of course. End of the second over. Albano, 7 without loss. And gives us a chance to look at the table. And Albano, 0-4, comfortably 11th out of 11. It's a strong group. You have to say that. Ginebrecia find themselves smack bang in the middle. 2 wins, 2 losses. And really, there's a lot of teams that are in the frame for the 4, but only top 4 will make it through. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we're planning to reveal it with a whiz-bang graphic for the screen, but I'll spill the tea. Is that what the kids are saying these days? Oh no! Oh no. That's a real nasty one for Mirza Umair, and just illustrating how it's so difficult to keep on the second bounce. Look at that. Oh, that kicks up. At least I think it didn't get him in the mouth. It got him kind of under in the neck and the underside of the jaw. Now, some people make fun of people that keep back in helmets, but this is why you might do it. Because look where it hits. Bang. And yeah, that's a really, really nasty one. There's no way on God's green earth that you can pick that. You just got to put yourself... Yeah, there you go. It hits him kind of bottom of the jaw. Oh, look, there's worse places to be hit, but it's very uncomfortable, no doubt. I wonder if he'll even continue here. And, well, Mirza gets some attention. Have the medical staff on hand here. I don't know what you can do. Might have to swallow the magic spray, but tomorrow we'll have day 5. Dana Hudicek will be back with me. Kings 11, big day for them with 3 matches. Milan United, big day for them, 3 matches. Also, we'll see Cividate and Brescia CC. This will be tomorrow. It'll be a Peacock Friday, of course, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. So, yeah, Kings 11. Not really setting the world on fire. Milan United winless. Cividate, certainly good in bursts. And Brescia CC, they're a team which we expect to be right up in the mix. Oh, I felt that one for Mirza. And he did everything right. He even turned his head to make sure it didn't hit him in the front of the face. He kind of realised that it might get him. So look at the way he turns his head instinctively, and that kind of saves him. Yeah, it was smart instincts from the keeper, and he's still there, still chewing his gum. So the fact he's chewing his gum tells me he doesn't have a broken jaw. So that's something at least. Hopefully he's all right. Anyway, Wasim Ahmed gets this one on the stumps, but it's hit inside out. And this will pull up. We'll get another 2. Well, Julian, I'm sorry I've made you wait. And Jorawat is ready as well, but I'm only human. I had concern from a fellow wicketkeeper, Mirza. He's okay. So, all right, end of the over. I'll spill the tea. Drop the tea? Drop the mic? What? How do you say it these days? You better not tell the powers that be that I'm spilling it, but I will. That's just our little reward for you for sticking with us to the last game of the day. Talk about random questions. What will be random statements that I'm going to give you here that if I was to have a guess at what the groups would be, I'll let you know. And look, 31 teams are planned to be in ECC 23, the Euros of cricket. Third time it's been held. First time it was England 11 that won. Second time it was the Netherlands 11 who won. So they automatically qualify for championship weeks. The same structure as the ECL. This is into the gap. And I think this will go for 4. It does. Oh, Monulal, the enigma, trying to make something out of this power play. But their power plays today, 7 and 14, Albano. Right now they're 13 with the ball to go. Yeah, so Netherlands 11 qualify automatically for finals week. And there's 6 groups of 5, 3 days each. Now, I think they think it's over, but it's not over. I don't think it's over anyway. And they're going to get the heads up. So they really don't want me to give you these groups. All right, there we go. So they're going to have to cross back because it isn't over yet. So we will get... Now, I've stuck to my word now. I'm not going to say it early. But let us know what you think. Pen and paper at the ready, everyone. I don't want any forensic evidence. All right, we're getting the scoop here. Last match of the day. It's a long drive, so it'll be 1 more to the total. So I suppose they don't lose a bag full of wickets like the last couple of power plays, but they don't score too many either. It's 14 for 1 after 3, Albano. So you've got to also realise there's a lot of countries competing for the first time in the ECC this year because there's 31 countries. Like I said, 3 days per group. They'll play each other once and there's a finals day. So 2 days group matches and a 4-match finals day. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Pens and paper at the ready. So Group A, this starts the 25th of September, which is a Monday. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Spain, Isle of Man, France, Czech Republic and Greece. There's your Group A as Jasvinder comes in. Lifted up and fielded out there, keeps it to 1. Yeah, so Spain, Isle of Man, love that they've been drawn in the same group. Don't forget, Spain bowled out the Isle of Man for just 10 in the last T20 International they played. They played a 7-match series. Spain won at 6-0 with a washout. And then Spain knocked it off in 2 balls. Went no ball, 6-6. As Javier knocks it down the ground for 1. So, Julian saying we are souls of discretion. Thank you, Julian. Yeah, so let's talk about Group A quickly. Spain, Isle of Man, obviously, that'll be a really interesting clash when they clash. France as well, who bowled great but batted terribly in their ECC last year, but they had some memorable performances. Pushing a golden ball against Belgium to qualify for the finals, then beating Luxembourg to finish 3rd in their group last year. Isle of Man new to the ECC, Czech Republic. They disappointed last time. I wonder what their team will look like. I would hope they might have the services of the Beast pack. There's Vikramasakra and Aaron Shaken as well. And then Greece with Ari Kavalis potentially available, would be a very decent side. Mohamed Aslam as well. So that's Group A. And now Group B coming up very shortly. After this ball from Jaspinder, who's been really good at that over-the-top slower ball. Now this is a different kind of slower ball. It's a cutter, hang in the air, should be out, and it is. So the pressure was built up and the enigma's gone now. It was the rolling off cutter that time. So he's got a variety of slower balls, doesn't he? Jaspinder Singh. And it was Ghulam Farid out there that takes a fairly simple catch. And just finding it hard to clear the ropes today, Albano. Not for a lack of trying, but yeah, the run rate flatlining, it's always going to result in a big shot. It didn't come off. So Manu goes for 10 and the score is 16 for 2. And Nish saying, ooh, tough group for our friends over in Greece. Of course, Nish from Cyprus, which is a Greek neighbour. But don't worry, Cyprus, they've got a group to come as well. Nish, so stay tuned. All right, pen and paper at the ready, everyone. As new batter comes out there. Here's Kuldeep Singh. Nesting with people that kind of hit boundaries last time, so maybe we'll see Ranjot next. Kuldeep hit 1-4. There's that slow ball. Sweeps it like a spinner. I suppose it was a spinner. Coming for 2. Oh, if that hit, he's gone. Oh, wow. It was an interesting shot to start with, wasn't it, from Kuldeep, who saw the spinner and he's brought out the big broom. Into the 4th over, 18 for 2. Okay, so that over we talked about Group A. As we check out the run rate. Not too much report there from an Albano point of view. Let's talk about Group B. Are you ready? Here we go. You'll love this one. Group B, 28th to 30th of September, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Jersey, Guernsey, Belgium, Croatia, and Bulgaria. So let that sink in and give us your thoughts on that. Yeah, I appreciate your feedback in the chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. This one's in the air. Away from the outfielder. Does pick it up nicely on the run. Keeps it to 1. This is good on Fareed into the attack and over number 5. Yeah, so what do we think about Jersey and Guernsey in the same group? Jersey, the top seeds in that group. I mean, this is mostly done on T20 international rankings with a few tweaks. Each team has 1 from the top pot, 2 from the middle and 2 from pot 3. This is more work for the outfielder, this time to his left. But it's well done. Where's Mohamed? Holding his composure. Yeah, so Jersey and Guernsey in the same group, and I think they'll both bring a lot of supporters. I think that'll be a really healthy rivalry that week. Belgium, though. Belgium ball, baby. Belgium really impressed in the first ECC, but failed to qualify in the second for Championship Week. First one, they were the runners-up of the whole thing to England. Looked away for 1 by Alvin Kumar. Yeah, so Belgium's in there. Croatia and Bulgaria, it's a tough one for them. They don't have what I call a big fish in their group, but they got 3 medium to large-sized fish in Jersey, Guernsey and Belgium. So Julian saying, yeah, Channel Islands battle, sure is. So I mean, Belgium could steal the show there, no doubt, as well. And Croatia and Bulgaria, they've got some history as well. So, yeah, Bulgaria's place will visit fairly shortly on the ECN tour. Croatia will visit just after the ECC. But it'll be the first time we see a Bulgarian national team and a Croatian national team in the ECC. So it's great for them. It's also the first time we'll see a Greek national team and an Isle of Man national team from Group A. We already mentioned, well, this is one of the all-time great hurls from the fielder. They will sneak through for a single. So that is Group B. Let us know what you think about that. Julian saying, yeah, the fan zone will be humming, no doubt about it. Jersey and Guernsey, bit of a love to hate. I mean, they have more in common than they realise. It will be a spicy one, and I imagine they might get drawn pretty early in the draw against each other. This one pulled a bit wide and called wide. So yeah, I like the pace at the moment. Going to go through one group and over and let us know what you're thinking. This is you getting the scoop before we reveal the groups officially. Maybe tomorrow. So it's right on target for Reed. Only goes for 5 in the over. And pretty slow going at the moment. 23 for 2 after 5. You can see the average run rates. This was to the start of today. 8.8 yesterday, but Albano have been nowhere near that today. Have had a bit of a rough draw, I will say that, but I mean, all the teams are very competitive, and Albano just a little bit undermanned, I think. Missing the batting and bowling of Jorawat, no doubt about that. Irfan Sheikh not at the club this year as well. So yeah, historically, if you factor in all the games we've ever seen here at the Milan Cricket Ground, it's 9.4, so pretty close to what we're seeing this week. This is up in the air. Fielder comes in, and he almost gets there. Shabazz Masood. I think he does get hands, but can't quite scoop under it. Okay, so that's Group B. Now, let's talk Group C. And Jorawat, I know you're watching. You'll be interested to know that Group C is Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Gibraltar, and Estonia. Gundy ball. That's a knee-high full toss, and it's going to go the journey. That's called a no ball as well. And 6. So, well, it's an interesting call. I mean, it's high-ish, although he is down on one knee. And a 7 up. Jazz Pinder saying, hey, that was coming down. But the umpire's got one look at it, and he felt it was high. Remember, if it was waist high or above. So, Jazz Pinder, rare mislocation of his slower ball. It results in a free hit. But free hit coming up. Let's see what he goes to here. Does he go slower ball or does he go pace on? Oh, swing and a miss off the free hit. They will get a bye. Miss Umair, maybe with a bit of post-traumatic stress after what happened earlier. He's not able to fully stop that one. Yeah, so Italy, Denmark and Sweden. Again, no England, Scotland or Ireland in that group, but Italy, top-ranked team in that group. But they're going to have a lot of competition, I imagine, particularly from Denmark and Sweden. Oh, he's bowled him. And Jazz Pinder does the trick, and that's another wicket for the slower ball. This is the overspin, and this even turns a little bit down the line, I think. Really good bit of bowling. Check it out in the replay. Just have a look at his hand when he bowls it here. He comes out the back of the hand. Batter tries to adjust and just kind of breaks away from him a little bit. Off stump's knocked out. One stump, one bail removed. He picked it. Cool deep seeing, I think, but he just didn't play it well. Played down the wrong line. And so 32 for 3 in the 6th over. So Julian saying some intriguing teams. Gibraltar making their debut. Yeah, that's the plan. Like I said, 99.9. There's a few hoops to jump through, I think, with that. But yeah, Gibraltar were really competitive in the ECL with their champion club, Lathbury Lightning. I think they turned a few heads, didn't they? So yeah, Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Gibraltar, Estonia. Looking at that, 3 teams from the north. Denmark, Sweden and Estonia, all in the same group. Geographically, they are, I suppose, fairly close to each other. We'll have a long trip there. Gibraltar, not so long, only about 90 minutes to the Cardimer Oval. Maybe not even that. And Italy, of course, Italy have made the championship week a couple of times. This is a pull shot. It's late on it, but that thing runs away for 4. It does. So here's FanCode Kumar to try and save the day. He's been swinging from the bootlacer today, hasn't he? And yeah, when aggressive things happen, I think 99.9% that Jazz Pinder's going to bowl a slow ball here. Probably the over-the-top slower ball. And he'll be hoping he can get FanCode swatting across it and missing it. Let's have a look. I think it is. Here it comes. Here it is. And he does pick it, and he nails it. That goes Miles. Maximo! Well, Jazz Pinder, he's a guy that plays poker with his cards face up, doesn't he? I could just tell from the grip and the general demeanour that was going to be the overspinner. And FanCode calls it, and he smacks it, and he sends the umbrella flying. What a shot, 4 and 6 for Parveen. Last ball to 6. That's the off-spinning slower ball. I think of throwing, but no one backing up, so they decide to hold it. into 6. Albano trying to get something going here, as they have gotten above the 7 and over mark for the first time today. I think 43 for 3 after 6. Yeah, so a Baltic battle, Julian said. Yeah, Denmark-Sweden will be a really interesting clash as well, I think, when we see them. Italy, Italy-Denmark pretty closely ranked, I think. Sweden maybe a touch below, but not much below. Get the scorecard here. And no one's really been able to put a big innings together. So that was Group C. Now we'll spend the next time talking about Group D. Doing the ECC groups on the quiet. Now we haven't revealed them publicly yet, but we're planning to shortly. So it's a bit of an Easter egg for those of you that are tuning in last game of the day here. Hello to Kitty as well. Hopefully you're well. If you missed them so far, I'll run through the first three quickly. Group A is Spain, Isle of Man, France, Czech Republic and Greece. Group B is Jersey, Guernsey, Belgium, Croatia and Bulgaria. Group C, Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Gibraltar and Estonia. It's a nice looking shot, and it's going to plug as it came from the heavens. So let's get to, despite the misfielding of a ball that had already stopped by Hassan Ahmed. Yeah, so Gibraltar and Estonia make up the rest of Group C. So time for Group D. Here it is. So we have the Ireland 11, Austria, Hungary, Finland and Turkey. So I'll say it again. Ireland 11, Austria, Hungary, Finland and Turkey. So Ireland 11 last year, they didn't make the finals week or the championship week. God, they dominated their group. I say dominated, but they were pushed by Spain during the group. It doesn't bounce at all. And well, poor Mirza, he's been having a rough time of it back there on those second bounces. Well, they have to hustle, but they'll get there. So Ireland 11, yeah, got knocked out in the Group A final last time. And so I'm sure they'll be very keen to progress to championship week for the first time. But tricky group for them. Austria, I think the main threats there. Some very good players from Austria, including Rasmus Shigawal. Got Hungary. We'll have to see how they go. That was disappointing last time. But there was obviously plenty of players that enjoy the T10 format there. Zishan Kukigel is a bit of a key for Hungary, isn't he? And then you've got Finland. Again, a team that promised a lot, probably haven't delivered. Certainly in T20 cricket, Finland have a good reputation, but they haven't quite cracked it in the T10 yet. And Turkey, I think they'll be surprise packets. Remember what Istanbul KSK did. Throws the hands at this, and this is away from the fielder, running away, and 4. So, having Kumar has been there for what feels like forever. But I like this. It's a smart shot. Goes with the line of the ball, slices it away. 50 came up during that over as well for Albano. 54 for 3 after 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Day 5 and 5 more matches. Kings 11 playing 3 times. Likewise, Milan United. Also, we'll see Givadate and Brescia CC. So huge days, really, all of these for the players who only play 10 matches. So you're playing basically around about a quarter of your matches in every time you play, give or take. So 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Danny Hudicek will be back with me tomorrow. We'll both bring you day 5 of this FanCode European Cricket Series from Italy. Wide, down leg side, just gets inside it. Dylan Fareed coming back for another over. Yeah, so, and that group's pretty interesting. Group D, new over means let's talk about a new group. Yeah, Austria and Hungary together. Yes, well picked up by Julian. So yeah, Ireland do play as one nation. I'm aware of the situation. And he's gone. So Dylan Fareed breaks through, knocks the off stump out of the ground, and FanCode withdraws from the situation. Let's see what he tries to do with this and where he goes wrong. I'm not quite sure he was trying to hit that, to be honest. Dylan Fareed on spot on target. It's kind of a cut, I suppose, in the end, more than anything else, but a bit too straight to do that too. And so will be the 4th wicket, 55 for 4. Yeah, Ireland They are one nation, if you like, in the ECC and a lot of sports, which I think is nice. I think it's a great step forward. They'll compete under the Clover flag, as I call it. And in the last couple of years, we've seen teams from Northern Ireland competing in the ECL, but they represent the whole of Ireland, and they win the All-Ireland final on the way to joining us. Yeah, so Group E coming up in a second. Ashland has a question. Maybe we'll break for a minute from this. Are there any countries that play cricket but aren't teams anymore? Interesting one. Probably the one that comes to mind is East Africa, which competed in World Cups in, I think, the 70s. They had a big Kenyan influence back then, but they weren't really a country. They were a team that were made up of kind of best players from a number of countries. They're the only ones I can think of, countries that played cricket but aren't teams anymore. You would have some that did have kind of ODI status for a while, but now don't. I mean, they're probably the ones that I would think of. Anyway, I'm going to go Group E now, which will compete Monday to Wednesday night, the 11th of October. This one's elevated over the offside. Bit of a chase for the fielder. He's not going to get there. Just pinned up. And so, nice shot by Aravind, who seems to be coming into his own now. I like these targeting this area. I think that's the shortish boundary. And it's rarely protected that well. Normally just the one man back there. Now they're going to put another fielder back there. So it forces a field change and they bring their mid-wicket up. So they bring him up from the kind of 4 o'clock position. Put him back at like the 10 o'clock position. So now you can go mid-wicket if you want. Wants to, but misses out. This is going down the leg side. Scramble through for a leg bye. Okay, Group E. Let's not beat about the bush. England 11. Cyprus. Switzerland. Romania. And Malta. So what do we think of that? England 11. Cyprus. Switzerland. Romania and Malta. England 11, former champions, of course, in 2021. And runners-up in 2022. Up in the air. Yeah, Shay talking about Rhodesia, but yeah, Rhodesia, now known as Zimbabwe, as far as the nations that used to play, but don't anymore. Interesting how the West Indies also play as one team, and they're a bunch of different countries actually. So what do you think of that group? England, Switzerland. I mean, Switzerland were pretty impressive last time. Cyprus playing their first ever ECC. I think we're just in Cyprus and we've seen how much cricket's improved there. Romania perennially seem to underachieve at Cartermore Oval. They have bursts, but they were a bit disappointing last year. Malta probably likewise. Yeah, but Malta and Romania, teams that know each other pretty well. So, yeah, Switzerland, I think they keep going from strength to strength as well. It's great to see 10 new teams involved, 10 new countries involved. Could get even bigger next year, which would be crazy. Might even get an extra group in. All right, dodgy 2 alert, but they'll get there. As we get to the end of the 8th over, you see Arvind Kumar was pretty keen to keep the strike. End of the 8th over, the score is 66 for 4. Hello to Kitty Hundley. And hello to Nish as well once again. Looking back at the chat. Yeah, England, Cyprus, Malta. And I didn't pick that up straight over. Julian, you're right. England, Cyprus and Malta. Very rich history, let's say. Interrelated history with those countries. Well, maybe they put them together because there's 3 countries where you drive on the left. And there's not many. Really just the British Isles and Cyprus and Malta. And the same power points as well. Power plugs. Yeah, England, Cyprus and Malta. That's a coincidence, isn't it? They're all in the same group. Group E. We'll talk about Group F now, which is the final group. That's fine. He steps away. Can't reach it. Having Kumar. Savinda Singh's back for over number 9. Okay, so Group F on the way. We have the Scotland 11, Germany, Portugal, Luxembourg and Norway. That's your Group F. So yeah, Scotland 11, Did make the championship week last time around. This one is pushed a bit too wide and called. Yeah, so Scotland 11. I'm sure they'll be bringing a very good team. At Germany, we know that they're live wires. They're one team I think that always threatened but never have made it through to championship week. But they're going to have to upset Scotland 11, I think. Portugal as well. They're a team on the up and up. I think Conrad Greenshield's doing some good things with Portugal. Trying to get them together as a unit. I mean, we saw them in the T10s recently. The ECIs are a bit flat after their 2 weeks. Throws the bat at this. This will probably run 0 for 4, judging by the pace of Sukwinder. And it does. So it all happens in the ninth. Albano just quietly accelerated to something okay. It's probably how I'd put it. I mean, in the first half of the innings, they were only 23, but a magical 6th of 20, then 11, then 12. And now a boundary here. Gets them up into the 70s and they're swinging it. Yeah, so Scotland 11, Germany, Portugal, Luxembourg and Norway. That leaves Netherlands 11, of course, automatically qualified for Championship Week. The 6 group winners will join them. There's a 7-team Championship Week that will culminate in a 4-team finals day. This is clipped away. They like the idea of 2 here. I don't think it's on, and he's cooked him. Oh, close. Got a feeling he might be in trouble. He's mid-slide, but did he get home first? Arvind liked the idea of 2, but then he realised he probably wasn't going to make it, so he basically turned his partner around here. Let's have a look. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think that's out. We go back. I got to say, I think it bounces from outside. Let's see if we can see where the bat last touched the ground. Because if it was in and bounced up, it'd be fine. So there is it in. Maybe that's the shot to say, is it in there? Maybe. I think it might be in. It's definitely in the air when the stumps go over, but it bounces. Now, does it bounce once it was in, or was it never in? So that's the most important shot, and not actually when the stumps are hit, because we can see it's in the air when it's hit. But see this one here, the last moment before it bounces up, is it in? And the answer is maybe. So I think benefit of the doubt, you've got to go with the umpire's call. Great umpiring, I have to say. Great refereeing there. They will get the 1, though. Now, you can see Arvind wants it regardless. It's interesting, he was so keen to run for 1. I think he wants 3. And he won't get it. He was running so hard he thought he might get 3 there, because I feel like he wanted the strike. The fact that he was kind of off with the pitch, wasn't he? See, he's running down. And, well, Mirza, that wasn't the middle of the hands either, was it? He's been hit in worse places in this innings. Nish with a comment saying that Cyprus playing England 11 will be a great challenge for them. Thanks to ECN, so many Cypriot cricketers have a chance to develop and take on quality opposition. Done wonders for the game domestically. This time he doesn't go. Arvind. And they think that is over. I don't think it is. I think there's 1 ball to go. So that's why Arvind wasn't really in any rush to go. He thought there was 1 to go. Yeah, so you've heard the groups. You'll see them tomorrow on the screen. But feels special because you've got the scoop. Julian saying some excellent groupings there. Thank you so much. Oh, and he's booked his trip to Malaga for the last 2 weeks of ECC. So look forward to supporting England in the fan zone in Group E. Yeah, so England are 9th to 11th of October. And you're right, if you make it. Oh, who's catching this? Probably the bowler. Sukwinder catches it. So there was the extra ball. They can't get any more runs from it. Probably doesn't bother them too much because Arvind will be facing up in the 10th. It was kind of a free swing for Ranjot, wasn't it? And he skied it. Easy catch for the bowler. Sukwinder does the rest. And the score is 74 for 5 at the end of 9. So yeah, if you're there for the last 2 weeks, then you'll see Group E, which is England, Cyprus, Switzerland, Romania, Malta. Then I'm sure you might want to have a little peek at Scotland, Germany, Portugal, Luxembourg, Norway in Group F. Sunday is an off day. And then, assuming, can't assume much, but assuming England 11 make it championship week, you'll get 5 days of cricket there with the 7 top countries in Europe in ECC cricket. So Julian, really look forward to seeing you then. Look forward to meeting you. Thanks for your support of European cricket. Here's Asad Tanvir, hasn't bowled yet. Hasn't had to, he's coming off a fourfer. Bangs it in. He was so good at hitting the stumps though. That's what he did so well before. And Ravin Kumar tries the uppercut. That's the one that was on. So, yeah, appreciating all the feedback in the chat. Okay, he wants to face. So he initially took off thinking he might get 2, then he realised there was no chance of that. So he said, all right, leave it to me so they don't get a run off that ball. He'll go down another dot. So obviously that shows you Arvind Kumar is trying to take full responsibility. And he will. You got to kind of leg it out. Have to be a very good throw to get him. It's not a bad throw. I like the way he throws it back to the keeper on the full. I think that was his best chance of nailing Arvind down. But it was a bit too high. Farid shows some good strength to hurl that in. But it's also good running from Arvind Kumar. He's reading the game well here. Well, they're going to sneak to 80. They were nowhere near that with 23 at the halfway point. So, could Albano do a cricket start from last night and pull the day out of the fire? Steps away. Can't make any contact this time. Close one. He did kind of step out initially, didn't he, as a pre-movement. Two to come. Again, Arvind Kumar and Ajay Kumar out there. Ajay yet to face. He's not striking. They're going to be running hard looking for 2 if the ball stays in the outfield. He goes for it, skies it. This one should be taken, and it is. It's pretty good catching conditions for once, isn't it? That time, it's Hasnat Ahmed that takes the catch, but pretty much no wind at all. About as calm as you like, and Hasnat stays calm. Great innings, though, from Arvind Kumar, who fights all the way. And he does manage to add 32 to the total of 27 balls. So it was tough going, but he does manage to pull them to something respectable for the first time today, really. So both batters yet to face the ball. Last ball, and Anmol Singh comes out. Hey, Julian, he was there for finals week last year, so had a ball. Yeah, that's right. That's great, Julian. Looking forward to seeing you. All right. Andrus is excited in case there's a diamond duck here, which there might be. Anyway, last ball coming up. All right, got to keep running. There's 1. I don't think they'll even have a chance to run out here. 2, they're going to try. Oh, that's a shame. Anyway, it is the end of the innings. And Albano managed 78. They get 55 in the second half. So they really turned things around. They only had 1 single boundary in the first half of the innings. It was over 6, 7, 8 where they got moving, where they score 20, 11 and 12. So 43, over half their runs come in those 3 overs. Apart from that, it was slim pickings, wasn't it? As we roll back the highlights of the first half of match 20, it was a misjudgment, bad misjudgment from Hamid. His first run was also his last, as he found himself in the wars. Not as much as Mirza Umair, though, who got a facelift that he wasn't counting on. Trying to deal with a vicious second bounce off this unpredictable surface. But Albano, yeah, just struggled to find the boundary. Had a few 2s in there. Just the single boundary, though, in the first 5 overs. That was a good effort from Shamaz Masood, but he wasn't able to get under it completely. This is a rare Gundy ball, and this is where the innings kind of sprung to life. They scored 23 off the first 5, and they almost doubled their score in the 6th. That was despite the wicket from Jaspinder. So it was 1 for 20 in total off that over. as FanCode came out. And he edged to 4, but then he smacked to 6, picked the slower ball and crunched it in one shining light. And he is a high risk, high reward kind of proposition, Parveen Kumar, isn't he? Eventually he went. Farid displaced his off stump. But this is where Arvind kind of came into his own. He'd been there since the very first wicket in the first over, but he had a slow start, but he just started to find a bit of fluency. Kind of found his mojo a bit in the second half of this inning, particularly overs 7 and 8 and 9. Picked up a boundary, ran hard. This was an interesting one. I think it was a good one. A good call. May well have been out with the bouncing bat, but I feel that the bat might have just been in. Certainly there was an element of doubt there. Last ball of the 9th. Garnered a wicket for Sukhvinder Singh. In the 10th, Assad only bowled the 1 over, but didn't give too many away. 4 dot balls and 2 twos, including a wicket there. And so, that's the end of Arvind for pretty respectable 32 of 27. No diamond ducks, unfortunately, for Andrus. And you can sneak one in if you like. It's the last game of the day. Let's have a look. There we go. There's the diamond duck. We're waiting for it. All right, take it away. We'll save it for tomorrow. Maybe in the second half of this game. Who knows? 32, Arvind Kumar, the top scorer, 32 of 27. 15 off just 7 for FanCode. And Monu Lal did get to double figures, but couldn't quite get his groove on. Just the 1 boundary and a dozen deliveries from him. 10 extras, so not too bad on that count for Ginebresha. I think he'll be fairly comfortable chasing 79. 2 for 23, Jaspinder. Came back well in his first over to pick up a wicket, but his second went off the charts with 20 off it. So he finished with 23 of his figures. Also wickets for Sukhvinder Singh, as well as Gulam Farid and Asad Tanvir. Wasim Ahmed pretty tidy as well. 2 overs, none for 9. We'll take a break. And tricky little target for Ginebresha, who want to turn their 2-2 record into a winning record. And Albano, they just want to win, don't they? So we'll have a quick break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. When we do, it'll be time for the final innings of the day. Vinny Stanley here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day with us. More scoops on the way as well. Let us know what you think about those ECC groups. I'll be keeping an eye on the live chat. But I'll see you very shortly, right here from Milan, for more FanCode European Cricket Series. European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to Milan. Great to have your company. That's where we're at. Halfway through this match, 78 for 6 is what Albano have managed. Not the worst, actually, because we've seen the worst, I think, earlier in the day from Albano. So they'll feel they have a fighting chance at this. If they're going to salvage anything out of today, they need to kind of let the past stay in the past. They've got 10 overs to try and turn things around. So, I guess we'll see what's in store. As you see, just 2 outfielders out first up. It's going to be Milan to get us going. 79 the victory target. Masood watches a wide go past. Tight one, but you've got to remember the whole ball has to be inside the tram line. Tight one, because when it went past the front line, it felt like it might have been in. But so often, I think the batters get the benefit of those. Umpire gets one look at it. Barno probably could have used that call going their way. Oh, that's a good outswinger and a bit of a tired shot from Shabazz Mahmood, who's impressed me with his stroke play today. And Nish noticed over the break that he's part of the Blue Spanner Club now, so the robot bestowing that honour on him. Well done, Nish. Good work for you. Good reward for your work behind the mic as well, of course, in Cyprus recently. Hello to Gary Wheeler as well. Hello to Nisha. Said hello to me in the chat as well. Right, that's bludgeoned over mid-on. That's going to be 4. So Masood off the mark. He tried this a couple of times. Doesn't really care where the ball is. He's been targeting that long on area. And yeah, the result is 4 runs. This is going to go the journey. Maximo! Yeah, we've seen these disappearing all day, haven't we? Just a little bit short. Just a little bit. That's all it needs to be. And you get bat in that top right corner of the screen. It absolutely flies. So, tough stuff, really, for Newman to deal with. Masood off to the races. Didn't miss 1 or 2, but he's hit 1 or 2 as well. 10 off 3. Another outswinger, and it's dropped. Whoa. Got 2 hands to it. And they almost throw away a run, but they throw away the wicket first, don't they? And it's a tough one to swallow for Albano fans. Just missed his jump slightly, I think. Got 2 hands to it. And yeah, if you're going to defend this, and I think this kind of total is defendable if you bowl and field really well. It's not exactly easy to pick up runs here. But it went down. And now it's going to be trouble with a capital T, because this is banged out the ground. Maximo! It's been something that's been sorely missing in this game so far. Just the 2 Maximos in the first innings. One to Arvind Kumar, one to Parveen, pin code Kumar. But Masood takes the wound, opens it up and pours in the salt shaker. As 17 have come off this first over now. It's in danger of going magical. Wants to go again, and he will. Maximo! 6 more, and it does go magical, 23. And I feel like this has gone so bad that Albano might find this day encapsulated in a case study for generations to come. It's a case of how not to do it. 23 without loss after 1. 7 matches since the Golden Ball. It was just yesterday. And we had Golden Ball drama from the Milan cricket ground with cricket stars completely blowing a lead against Trentino Aquila. Came back and defended 4 in the last over and then held their nerve in the Golden Ball. But it's still random question time. We're open for business here. Danny Might send him a message and say, how's his day going? It's been sending me a few messages now and then. Well, Arvind Kumar, he led the scoring with 32. Now gets a chance with the ball, so going to spin straight away. Yeah, I like that. I don't think so. I think it's just outside off stump, but I thought he might give it anyway. Let's have a look. I feel like it's fractionally outside. Oh, wow, look at that. Maybe not. Oh, maybe hits it as well. See, there's a little deflection. I think it might have taken an outside edge, and it did kind of pick up a double noise. So a bit of doubt there. Fair enough. Drag to the leg side. This will be a single. And veers off the mark. Yeah, so maybe that's what the umpire picked up. Do a good job, the umpires. Fouls this onto his body. So yeah, Danny said he was having a nice day off. He said he found a nice little craft beer place. And that'll be gone. So that one just slides on, and Masood got lucky earlier. But this time, it's a fairly healthy edge into the gloves of Anmol Singh. It does well to hold on to it. Check it down the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. It was a wide ball, and it's right down the bottom of the bat. It's good keeping. Yeah, Anmol, earlier, we had a couple of moments that he won't want to look back at, but that was a good one. Stayed low, kind of went with the ball, got his weight over that side, and held on to what wasn't an insignificant edge. So the opening partnership is broken, 24 for 1. And this will bring the keeper and sore jaw owner Muzo Mayer to the crease. That was a nasty one earlier. I was really concerned for him in that second bounce. Jumped up and hit him just under the chin. But he shook it off. These guys have made it tough stuff. Yeah, this isn't an easy take for Anmol down the leg side. Does get a feather on it, of glove that is, and so it'll only be 2 wides. And so, yeah, not an easy take because you're blinded by the batter's body in those circumstances. And this one he won't even get anything on. This one could run away even further. Get 1 extra this time. It'll be 3 wide. So that's very drawn out 5 wides, I suppose, on this occasion. Yeah, interesting. Because Ruffin's gone one side then the other in this over. Now back to outside off stump. That's better. Tanvir gets a single. So Nish looking good in blue there. Talk about the fact that he's studying at the moment. We've got a couple of our younger commentators studying. Now this one's up and it's over the infield. It'll bounce and then it'll go over the boundary. So Mayer's off the mark. Again, Ravin. Looks like there's a bit of the pin the tail and donkey about this over. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. But he only goes for 11 in the end, I suppose. Does pick up that wicket. 34 for 1 after 2. 11 teams, 11 high-quality teams here in the north of Italy, combining teams we've seen typically in our Milan, Brescia, Bologna, even our Venice legs of the tour over the last couple of years. All meeting here, all doing battle. Only 4 of those teams will survive to finals day for the last 4 matches. Looks like we're going to get Pavin Kumar, who's going to bowl over number 3. And yeah, so of course Nish studying, Charlie Hunt studying as well. Might have a few other guests in the box from time to time this year as well, as we see fit. Oh, pretty close. Oh, he thinks about it for a long time. I'll tell you what he's thinking. He thinks it's going down leg side. And to be honest, I think it's umpire's call because it's not far away. Yeah. Oh. I mean, I've got that more likely to hit than not, but I can understand if you think that might be sneaking past the length stump. I think it's a fair enough call. It's a genuine umpire's call there, I think. Had maybe half the ball hitting leg stump, but it's a bit of a guess, isn't it? Be a bit lucky to survive. He might not survive any longer, though, because he's gone. And Arvin takes the catch. Well, it might be calmer there. It looked like it was a really close LB shout. Fair enough decision by the umpire to give it not out. Now it takes on the millionaire's pull shot down the ground. You've got to get that exactly right. And he didn't. And Arvin did the rest. So, yeah, good fight from Albano. They can just grab a couple more here. Keep choking these runs. Maybe they can work their way back into it. I mean, we saw yesterday. It's if you can get it back up above the run of ball, take a couple of wickets, get a couple of new batters out there, then anything's possible. New batter comes out, Hasnat Ahmed. Had some nice shots earlier today. Danny has messaged me saying he's all good. He got back to the hotel about an hour ago, did a bit of sightseeing, found a nice little craft beer store, which he was telling us about earlier. One thing about Milan, though, it can be a bit expensive to get around. Public transport's all right, but taxis and those kinds of things are quite exorbitant here compared to some other places. Oh, that's a good ball first up. Really good ball. FanCode's come in, and he's taken a wicket after almost taking a wicket, and now that's an absolute seed to Hasnat. Leaves him off the pitch. So, yeah, I feel there's a bit of spunk about Albano, maybe for the first time today. Nick said he thought that previous LB was going down leg. Fair enough in your analysis there, Nick. This is hooked away nicely and too short from Parveen. Goes the journey, abracadabra, that one disappears into the long rough. What a shot that is from Hasnat Ahmed. He gets off the mark in style. Nick said maybe going down leg. Yeah, maybe. My suspicion was it was going to hit. Just looked at where it hit him and it was quite far back. Couldn't see the whole ball missing, but that's only my opinion, and it is a guess. So I think when you're guessing, it's fair enough. Someone else might have a different opinion. Well, hit and run. Oh, had to hit the stumps. He loses his bat here. Lost his bat before the line, in which case it would have been out. Let's have a look. Early release. Oh no, in fact, that's the way to do it. He bat plugs it in the crease. Still a bit dangerous. FanCode would love a second. He almost gets it. There swings all around it. End of the third over. Taylor 2 power plays, isn't it? With 14 in the first power play, but 41. So flip the script, and Ginebrescia will control this match heading into the middle overs, needing 38 off the last 7. So around about 5.5 and over required. Into the fourth over now, and I think we are going to get some more of Arvind, who took a wicket. Also did kind of spray them a little bit, considering he's an off spinner. I think they just have to mention. I always think it's funny that you have to signal that. And everyone knows that's 3 overs. You should know. I don't think you should need to signal. You almost decapitated the bowler with that aggressive end of the power play signal there. That's for bowl. Again, that's good running, isn't it? Helps to be looking for one, doesn't it? Up to 42. Got to take wickets, got to take a lot of them, I think. Ginebrescia have been suspect on occasion. It's dragged away into the gap. Should be fielded, and it is. Yeah, if you look at Ginebrescia's batting so far, certainly haven't really had it all their own way. Only made 69 against Chivadante. Oh, a little edge. Runs away. Shouldn't have what it takes to go for 4. But yeah, if you look at their batting, it has kind of faltered on occasion. Even earlier when they were chasing 65 to win against Jandra Brescia in match 18, third match today. They got there, but only just. They made 69 off 9 overs. It's on target for around about, I suppose, 7.5, 8 and over. So maybe this kind of a target. So, yeah, Albano, a team that have had some success, but struggling a bit with a few issues at the moment. Can they push this? Lift it up, high in the air. Fielder comes back, goes right back, can't get there. Maximo! One of the bigger boundaries on the ground as well, that mid-wicket pocket. Lifted up, up and away. He goes right back and, yeah, can't get there. 6 brings up the 50 for Gina Brescia. 27 off 37. You feel like they'll do this fairly easily. Takes it on again and gets it again. Maximo. Well, Shuby told me he's going to catch everything, but he can't get near that one. And yeah, this is where it would be interesting as well, where that bonus point, if you were to have that on offer to get it in 7 overs, then I think right now there'd be a bonus point opportunity for Gina Brescia. End of the 4th, score is 58 for 2 off 4. That would mean they need 21 off 18, so they'd be tracking pretty well. You can see it wasn't too much of a gradient in the first innings. To be fair, at the 5 over mark, looked like they were heading for something, well, around about the 40s, which hasn't been too good at all. Credit to Albano for getting something competitive on the board. Stuffing you over, and it's Monu Lal, the captain, coming in over number 5. The Enigma. Can he spark some kind of magic collapse here? We're wide. Has the batter searching for it. We can't get anything on it. So, what do we think of the ECC groups again? Gave you the secret reveal. Probably see more about it tomorrow. Well, this one probably would have been a wide as well. Instead he goes up and over. Doesn't have what it takes to go to the boundary. But sneak back for 2. Makes it 18 to win. And Nish saying had a great time working in Cyprus. Enjoyed working with Rico. He's an amazing commentator. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Rico enjoying some time off. Oh, this is tight, No. Rico took a little bit of a detour on the way back home to spend some time with some friends. Yeah, that would have been out, I think. Yeah. But it wasn't out because it didn't hit the stumps. Stormers hit the stumps. So it doesn't get up, and the man kind of stops his shot. More to come. Straight down the ground. Just a single. And so, well, doing a pretty good job. It can't be an easy task to try and keep everyone motivated. It's a long day for these guys as well, especially when it's not working for you. Well, it was a good decision by Umair to turn Hasnat around, because it wasn't a good call from Hasnat, even though it was his call. Hasnat said, hey, are you sure about this? In fact, it gives him a little cold shoulder, the turnaround. You know what? Seriously, what Hasnat does well there is he actually is watching his partner. He sees that when he turns back, he's got to turn back. And so it takes us to the end of the over. Score 63 for 2, half to 5. Not too long to go, I think, in day 4. So let's talk about day 5. Kings 11, Chivadate. 2 teams that could really use the points first up in the day. Matches 21 to 25. Also see Milan United without a win so far. And Brescia CC with the 2 matches. They'd love to keep building towards the top of the table. 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. 1 p.m. in India. 10 hours of cricket right here on ECN. You don't want to miss it. So just 16 runs required now. There's Parveen Kumar. The pin code comes back in over number 6. Ooh, pretty close. And he's gone. Yeah, looked pretty adjacent to me. This is where, same thing, if you had the bonus point system here, it'd be 16 off 12, make that 16 off 11. Fairly full. I like this length. Yep. Good night, Charlene. Hitting in front of middle stump. Definitely not doing too much to miss. Yeah, good work once again by the umpires. As it's Umair that has to go for 18 off 8. But a bright innings from him, little cameo. He was able to hit 2 Maximos and a 4. Good work from the umpire. And we talked about the umpires a lot. Got to say a big thank you to them. Rohan Shahid and Ali looking fantastic there. Under the guidance of Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, and working on local umpires is a really important objective of the European Cricket Network to improve the standard of domestic cricket across the board. So it's not only players, but also officials. And of course, umpiring is a really important part of the game. So big thank you to them. Mohammad Rizwan comes out at number 5 to face the pin code. Oh yeah, he's gone up a notch here. Got to hand it to Parveen Kumar into the side today. He has really tried, and I think not everything he's done has been perfect, but you cannot doubt his effort. He's still running in. That was a spicy delivery. Cutting back into Rizwan. Now I'll get something cuttable. Won't get a run. Yeah, so that bonus point right now would be 16 off 9. And especially in a tournament like this, where there's a lot of teams clustered together, I think that'd be a great way to kind of separate teams with an equal amount of wins. There'd be 3 points for a win, 1 point for a loss, unless it was a bonus point win, in which case it'd be 4-0. Cracked. And that was so well timed by Rizwan, who's so powerful. And you see it here. He's just pretty still, but he gets the contact point perfectly. And he hits a bit later than he might have done. And that was just to get it away from the fielder on the boundary. So that makes it 12 off 26 balls. So let's play a pretend bonus point game. They need 12 off 8 right now. Of course, they don't know that. And they're not playing for that. So let's see if they would have got it. Hit straight to the field, they won't get a run, so make it 12 off 7 in the bonus point calculations. This is where Albana would have something to play for here. So if they could just prevent Ginebrescia from winning 4 in the end of the 7th over, they would get a point out of the game. Otherwise, essentially, Ginebrescia would steal that point and win 4-0 rather than 3-1. Pin code with the last ball of his spell. Oh, this is interesting, you know. So here's what I think's happened here, and this happens from time to time. I think it's bounce, and he's nicked it as well. Go back and show that again. Bounces, and then my suspicion is he nicks it on the way up as well. But you rarely see that given out because the umpire feels, okay, he's probably hit it into the ground, or maybe that's the sound of the bat hitting the ground. But I just had my cricket instincts piping up that if you really were able to do a lot of analysis on that with all the gadgets they have these days, I think that actually scratches the toe and carries to the keeper. I think that was out, but a tough one to give, to be fair. Time for over number 7, 12 required. His first one's lifted up and away. Maximo takes him to 73. It's an exciting bonus ball game, or bonus point game at the moment. That would make it 6 off 5. It would just add a little bit more excitement to some of these games where the result's a bit of a foregone conclusion. Now it's pumped away, and that's going to be 4 more. So they're looking good at the moment. Hasnat goes 6 and 4, and he's hungry for something. Maybe he's hungry for an early dinner. And this day does not have long to go. tell you that much. Manu Lal, what a tight first over. He's been smacked around in his second. 2 to win in the air. And I think this will do it. Don't think it'll go to the boundary, but it will be the 2 runs that they require to bring up the win. So they would have got the bonus point if it was in play. It'll be 79 off 6.3, playing the 78 of Albano. And it's a fairly healthy victory. 21 balls to spare. Ginebresh get the points in Albano. Unfortunately for them, their losing streak on ECN continues. Real tough day for them. You've got to feel for them as well. They're missing Joel Wessing a lot, I think. But it's not just that. I just think the players here haven't clicked, particularly with the bat. In difficult conditions, I think, to score runs if you're not hitting a lot of boundaries. Kings 11 versus Chivadata will be a good one first up tomorrow. Also, we'll see Milan United and Brescia CC. Join us 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India for Day 5. Danny Hudicek will be back, and we'll get the updated report on exactly what he did on his day off in Milan. Let's go to the highlights. Felt Brescia were ahead at the halftime break, although Albano did get something competitive on the board, managing 78. You feel like 78 will win some cricket matches sometimes, but the magical start made it real tough, didn't it? 23 came off the first over, and the drop catch hurt. Some good ball striking down the ground. It's a fairly good hit down the ground, I've got to say. Yeah, that one was absolutely smacked out of the middle of the bat. This was a great catch though. Amol Singh, again, he's had his ups and downs today, but that was a nice bit of work to take a wide outside edge off the keeper. And Arvind Kumar had a pretty good game here, didn't he? But Albano, despite the odd bright spot, just didn't have enough to play with, did they? Hasnut came out, hit some good shots. This is one that was a bit of a teaser. And a good measure, tried it again and made it disappear again. So it's just the ability to clear the ropes. I think makes sense, that would make the difference. That's a nice bit of bowling from Pavin Kumar. Can hold his head high after performing reasonably well. But he didn't have too much company today, unfortunately, for Albano. They lose all 3 of their matches on day 4. That one set the table. That one was the shot that almost got them there, then 2 to finish. And it was 6.5 overs required. A slightly early finish here on day 4. And Nish saying 3-game day for Jinnah. They've ended it well with 2 great back-to-back wins. That's after an early loss to Fresh Tropical. They'll lose their net run rate world of good. Enjoy your evening. Yeah, you too, Nish, and everyone in the chat. Big thanks to you. James Stewart as well. Looking at the score card, Hasnat Ahmed 26 off 13. Leads the scoring in the end, but after a pretty good first over from Shabazz Masood, he took 23 off first over, finished with 22 off his own stick. Mirza Umair with a nice little cameo, 18 for him as well, before he was LBW to Pavin Kumar, who was the best of the bowlers, and you can see that there. 2 for 11 for him. 1 wicket for Arvind, but he's also a bit all over the shop. Just 4 bowlers used. And Manu Lal again. First over was decent. Second over was a bit of a struggle. Ginebresh 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf said. Albano, 0 out of 3. Not the way they wanted their day to go. I want to say a really big thank you to you guys out there. Hopefully you had a great day. Big thank you to everyone on the ground, from the Blue Crew, all the Federation for feeding us, all the ground helpers as well, working so hard to try and keep this pitch in good nick. Every chance it might have a haircut before tomorrow. The thing is, I think they'll remeasure the boundaries, make sure everything is right, particularly down the ground. I want to say well done to Spring Productions as well, to Arters as well as Karil's, and of course Andrews, who's pushing the buttons for us at the moment. What a beautiful diamond duck. And a brand new golden derrick we've got as well. That's something that's really exciting. Danny will be really happy with that when he comes back tomorrow. But most of all, I want to thank you guys, the viewers. Thanks so much for making it such a pleasure. I've had a great day here in the box. I felt surrounded by love the whole day. Had a good Instagram live. Had a lot of good chats with people in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And, well, I hear the voice of Rico and Johnny Grimmer in my ears, so that makes me feel right at home as well. It's the European Cricket Sign. It'll take you out with the best highlights of the day. Join us tomorrow for Day 5. Danny and I will be here. Don't forget, go to our website, europeancricket.com. Check out all that's happening in the world of European cricket. The ECC groups might even be dropped overnight. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And don't forget, if you have not hit that like button on this video, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you do. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network. For now, this is Mr. Max Movity Sandu on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Stay safe. Hope you have a great one. From me to you, hope you have an awesome night. See you tomorrow for Day 5. Here's the best bits of Day 4. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.